taken out, account belongs to Nagaland. It's in the account is open in some person in Nagaland. Money are taken out from Dubai. That IP address of the bank account is operating from Cambodia. That's the real scenario. And there's a real case being investigated in cybercrime police stations in Manipur. It's not limited to PS jurisdiction, national jurisdictions. It's going international. They don't have the cyber criminal, they don't have jurisdictions. When we talk about cybercrime, cybercrime can be classified into three: again, cybercrime against nation, against person, against property. I'll be dealing about the trend, about this, how many cybercrime were reported in Manipur and all those things I'll be discussing. First of all, let's try to understand this. What are the type? Cybercrime against nation is a crime against a society. And if we see about the technical, it is defined under section 66F of ITX, cybersecurity. What does it define? It to threaten the unity, integrity, security, sovereignty of India by how? How do we threaten this unity, sovereignty, integrity? By denying access to an authorized persons. For example, a banking staff, you are waiting in the line, but the banking staff, they are not able to access the computer. Somebody has hacked their computer, they are denying access. The staff could not process your request because they could not access a computer. So that's denying access. Somebody gain unauthorized access. That computer server of SBI bank has been accessed by somebody. He is transferring money. He is sending money from your account to his account. That is unauthorized access. Or by introducing computer contaminant, virus, malware, spyware, anything. By doing this, if they disrupt or damage service essential to the community, they are denying access to your bank account, they are transferring money from your bank account. This is cyber terrorism. And when we say about this, it's not limited to bank. In 2020, there was a massive power grid failure in Mumbai, October 2020. What happened is, who did that one? Nobody knows, but USA investigator point the finger at Chinese hacker. However, Chinese flatly denied that one. During this time, at the peak of COVID, there was a massive power grid failure. Hospital has to turn on their emergency generator, to turn on the ventilators. Trains were stopped. Stock market closed during that time. It started at around 10 a.m., but by noon, it was fixed. After that, there were 7 more attempts on the power grid, different state power grid of India, but they were throttled off. Everybody might be knowing this one, Stuxnet worm, which was developed by USA and Israel. It delayed the nuclear power program of Iran. It hit the Natanz uranium enrichment facility, physically damaged the nuclear centrifugal. And another is WannaCry ransomware in 2017. This is the first ransomware which had a catastrophic effect at a global scale. It hit banking, it hit telecom, transport sector, health service system in more than 150 countries. This ransom, why do you call ransom? Ransom because it is asking for ransom. Ransom in the sense that it encrypts your data, then it is asking money. If you don't pay this much money, I'll leak your data or I will not allow you to access your computer. So it is asking some ransom, that's why it's a ransomware. And it badly affected the National Health Service of UK, where surgeries has to be cancelled, ambulance were diverted. It badly affected the healthcare system of UK during that time. There are a lot of ransomware nowadays, and we should be very much aware of, cautious of this one. Another cybercrime, whenever in Manipur, whenever we say cybercrime, it's this one, cybercrime against persons. What are the cybercrime against persons? Hacking personal details, sending over pornography, morph images, creation of morph images using AI or deepfake, then cyber stalking, online harassment, identity theft, defamations. I'm rushing to because there's a lack of time. And however, I'll be discussing some of the complaints which are received frequently in Manipur. Password sharing, this is very widely prevalent among school children, college children, and boyfriend, girlfriend in Manipur. What happened here? Boyfriend, girlfriend, they share their password, they share their user ID. When we ask them, why do you give your password, a user ID to him? This most common answer we receive is Thazanaba Thamba, maintaining trust. Thazanaba Thambagi, they share it. I don't know what does that mean, but they do. And when the relation turns short, what they do? They misuse their Facebook account, they misuse their social media account to send unwanted messages, to post unwanted messages by impersonating the others. And another thing is, most of the cases, what we find is social media account or one person created by another. My social media account is created by my friend. When he created the account, he created the password, he used his own mobile phone, he used his own SMS, he created that Facebook account, then I'm using it. After some time, if something bad thing happened between two of us, what will he do? I will not be able to use my account because he has the password, he has the social media, the email, he has the phone number. Even if I change the password, he can easily change it because he has the phone number, he has the user, email, he can easily change it. So if you are using somebody password, somebody email, if you are impersonating others doing bad thing, is it a good thing or is it a legal or illegal? No, it's an illegal thing. It's punishable under section 66. Another thing is, what we find mostly is keeping very easy password. And sometimes they share their password with their friend also. Easy password, there is a case, she is a class 9 student, she keep her password in the name of her mother. So some mischievous boy, what they did, they try to hack her account, they give his mother name, then bang, that boy could access the Facebook account and he posted something bad about his teacher. Our teacher is Motu hair, then he speak like a pig, he eat like a pig, this, that. That mischievous boy posted something about the teacher. Her exam result was withheld, case was filed in Cybercrime police station. When we investigated the case, we call up that student. He is also from the same class. He was called. Then his mother, the parents of the boy, is proudly saying, my boy is very good in hacking. He knows how to hack others' profile, this and that. She is proudly saying that hacking is not a legal thing. That hacking is punishable under section 66 of the IT Act. So we should be aware of this. We should teach our children not to hack others' account. And when I say about this, we should keep our password complicated. We should not keep easy password. Why I am saying this one? This one is in present computing world, with the present computing power, The first column, number of character of your password. For example, if your password is of 12 length, and if you use numbers, lowercase, uppercase, special character, then how long will it take to crack the password? It will take 226 years to crack that password. If you increase that password length by just one character, 13, how long it will take? 15,000 years. Even if we keep it 12 character and we use small case, lower case, number, and then special character, it will take 226 years. I think that's more than enough for us. But if you keep only this thing, number, and if even the number of character is 18, it can be cracked in just 6 days. See, that's why whenever we open a Facebook, social media account, Gmail, we always say to use numbers, small case, lower case, and then special character of, say, at least 15, 16 length. Not easy one. Even if you use all those character, and if it is some 6 character length, then it can be cracked instantly. And another problem that we find mostly in Manipur is sharing of private pictures and video. They share private picture, they do video calling, share private picture, and then what happened? When the relation turns short, they share their video, private image. This is called revenge porn. And another thing is, what we find is people accepting friend requests from unknown person, and then they never speak to that person, they never physically meet that person, they never speak on phone, but they communicated only through WhatsApp, Instagram, and to that unknown person, they share their private, intimate images. Sharing of this image, sharing of this private video is not a crime, but if when the relation turns short and when that other person share it, this is violation of privacy. It is punishable under section 66E. If you capture somebody else private person, private picture, private video secretly and publish it, then this is violation of privacy. Even if you get that picture and video even by consent also, but if you share it, then it is punishable under section 66E. When we talk about this sharing of obscene picture, there is another 2 sections, section 66(7), which prohibits sharing, transmitting of obscene material. And another is section 67A, which prohibits sexually explicit act, that is adult pornography. Previous one is obscene material, not necessarily sexual, but obscene with incite, excite, or which excite a lustful mind to the people. That's obscene material. I'll be discussing more in the coming session. Another problem that we find, most of our children, they hook to this online game. Online game is not just playing online game. You communicate with the other person, you voice chat, you send chat, everything on this one, and then you play the game. You are a team member. What happened here is there is a pedophile, they exploit children, they groom the children for sexual pleasure. They talk, they send sexual images, ask the children to send the same, and even sometimes they ask them to meet for sex or for exploiting them. This is called online grooming, and this is and sending of this child pornography is punishable under section 67B. These are the punishment. We need to compare these 3 sections: 67, 67A, 67B. First 2 is section 67, sending of obscene material, just obscene material, photo or something. And if it is sexual act, 67A, that is adult pornography. We need to understand 2 things. First, section 67 and 67A, it punishes publish or transmit. What is publish and transmit? Publish is you post some obscene material on your Facebook, On some website, you are publishing it, making it visible to everyone. That is publishing, transmitting. Everybody sitting here, look to your left, look to your right. If you are sending that obscene material to your neighbor, to your left or right friend, that is called, privately you are sending, that is called transmitting. And if you transmit it, if the other person didn't say anything, but some gentleman from this one raise his hand and say, sir, he sent me this one, then this section 67A is attracted. If you just mere transmit it, if he doesn't report it, fine, but if he report, then sections are attracted. But we need to look at this 67B, that is child pornography. If you publish it, if you transmit it, punishable. But at the same time, if you possess it, if you seek, ask someone, if you download it, if you advertise, promote, then it is punishable under child pornography, 67B. Security personnel, while checking, doing NACA, well, they are doing NACA, they are frisking the people, and they, out of curiosity, they check the mobile phone of the persons. They found some adult pornography. We can't do anything because he is using that pornography for something, for his own private consumption. But if we find child pornography, he can be arrested at that one under this section and JJAC. And some of the advice that I want to give on social media from my experience at working in cybercrime. A lot of people, what they do is, whenever they dispose of their own mobile phone, what they do is they keep the old mobile phone linking with their social media account, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, banking, Aadhaar card. We should not be doing that, because whenever you use dispose of a mobile phone, if it is not recharged, used for 3 months, what will happen is, after 3 months it will be deactivated, and then after that one, mobile service provider can give that mobile number to any person in the India. So if that other person get access to your old mobile phone, for example, somebody was using my mobile phone, and then when I legally using my Aadhaar card get a new mobile phone and I'm assigned that mobile phone, when I try to open a Facebook account, I'll be getting access to that old previous Facebook account. I'll be getting access to his old Aadhaar number, Aadhaar card. Everything I'll be getting access, because I'll be getting the OTP. So whenever you dispose of your old, this is a very common problem, and we get a lot of complaint with this one. Their Aadhaar card being accessed by somebody else, their bank account OTP they are not getting, and somebody is doing something bad thing, their Facebook account is misused. So this is we need to be mindful of this one. Two-factor authentication is a must. When I say two-factor authentication, it is not this one, app lock. A lot of WhatsApp hacking cases are reported these days. What happened is, do you keep, whenever we ask, do you keep two-factor authentication? They say yes. Whenever I need to open my WhatsApp, I need to use fingerprint. That fingerprint opening is, that is app lock. It's not two-factor authentication. If you use two-factor authentication, what we'll be getting is, after every while, you will be prompt to enter that password in WhatsApp. Even in Facebook, even in Instagram, in every social media account, we need to turn on this two-factor authentication. This is a lock, second lock to your social media account, your banking credential, everything. Strong and complex password. Limit your, a lot of people, they share their personal information, date of birth, Aadhaar card on social media. We should not be doing that one. And if you don't know any link, you should not be clicking on that link. A lot of advertisement they are doing on social media to give credit card, which have a lot of discount, airport loans. If you use a cashback offer, don't click on the link if you never understand that thing. And when we use other devices to lock our social media account, we should not forget to log out from that one, and we should not be using that thing. And whenever we log in from other devices computer, they give a prompt, save your, do you want me to save your password? It's given in the prompt. We should not be saving such thing. The trend, why I am discussing this trend in the middle is because I have discussed two things, cybercrime against nation, cybercrime against person. What is the trend of cybercrime in India? 2022 NCRB data, financial fraud, it make up of 70.3%. Then other insult to modesty, sexual exploitations, then political terrorism, defamations, hate speech, and all those crime. What about Manipur? This is the trend of cybercrime in Manipur. One thing I want to emphasize here is hacking. A lot of hacking crime are reported in Manipur. What do you mean by hacking? Hack their social media account, hack their WhatsApp account, and they ask to come for recovery. When they come for recovery, what we find is when they open their social media account, they forget their email, they forget their password, phone number, they forget their phone number, they don't know which phone number they have given, and then they are using fake name, fake date of birth, because when we try to recover it, and we have to send some government ID to social media, Facebook or Instagram, at that time, what happened is none of their details given in the social media matches with the given thing. So it's become very difficult for us to recover that password. Then mobile loss complaint. Even here in Manipur, I want to emphasize is financial fraud make up the major constituent of cybercrime in Manipur. This is 2024. This is 2025 till August. And so we know that the cybercrime against property is important. This is the definition. I write in small, so no need to understand this. What we need to understand is, it's a technique to steal your money, in simple term. Why do we need to know this cyber fraud? Cyber financial fraud. Why do we need to know this one? Which is the biggest industries in India? Some company name. All of us know Reliance Industries. Let's compare the profit of this Reliance industry with the cybercrime in India. In 2024, the profit of cybercrime is 42,000 crore. Cybercrime is not lagging behind. India lost more than 22,000 crore in 2024. In 2025, it will be increasing. Let's see what about Manipur. Number of cyber financial fraud reported from Manipur. We should not be very proud of 2024. That's a long stick. And we try to decrease this length of this bar, but till mid-August, we have crossed 2020, 21, 22, 23 data. We have 903 complaint till now in cybercrime police station financial fraud complaint. We have crossed the previous, I think we will be crossing this previous year. Let's all try to make this down, not to cross the previous year. And what about the amount, number of cyber financial fraud amount? In 2025 till August, we have lost 11.39 crore from Manipur. This is the amount of cybercrime reported, financial fraud. Even from a small state like Manipur, we have lost more than 11 crore. Amount of recovery, in 2024, we lost more than 25 crore, but we are able to put on hold only 2.91 crore. That is 11.43%. And till August 19, 2025, this is the data. What is the national average of recovery of financial fraud? It's around 10%. We need to improve that thing. But why low recovery, 10%, 11%, 12%? Why this low recovery? Because first thing is, the major cybercrime where people lost their amount of money is investment fraud. You invest in stock, you invest in some good thing, financial thing, in the financial instrument, and at the end you realize that you has been frauded. Then after 1 month, 2 months, you came to report it, or even after 2-3 years they came to report it. So at that time it became very difficult for us to recover it. And after some of the case, people, what they do, when they lost their money, they report to the bank, sit idle. They didn't report to us. And after 4 or 5 days, they came to report to us. This late reporting is one of the main causes of reporting. And another is, what they do is, once they realize that they have been frauded, they call the bank to block their bank account, internet facility, everything, delete everything, even reset their phone out of fear. And then they came to report to us. When they came to report to us, we need their transaction detail, we need their transaction history, that time, amount of money, URL number, that RRN number, UID number. Nothing is there because they have reset their phone, they have closed their internet banking facility. It is evening, they can't go to the bank to take the banking transaction history. They even delete the SMS. We should not be doing that thing. Credit card is again another issue because they don't provide the transaction ID easily. And most of the crime, they happen at the weekend, at the night, or evening after banking hours. And another thing is multi-layer. When initially I said that cyber criminal, they are very sophisticated. Multi-layer transaction is from the one account, it may be transferring to one or many account, and from there it is again transferring to different account. From there is again transfer to different account. And this is not done, I'll be sending money from one person to another person. It doesn't happen like this one. The fraudster, what they will be doing is, they put 4 or 5 phones in front of him. He will be transferring money from one phone to another phone to another phone. That is from one account to one account to another. Just in 4 or 5 seconds, he will be transferring. And when we trace that account, we take time because it will be from ICICI to HDFC to SBI. Will be running through that bank, different bank. At that time, fraudster, by keeping 4 or 5 phones in front of him, they transfer the money. Recently, last year, we arrested 5 cyber criminals. They were detained by the airport authority personnel, Indigo airline staff. Why? Because those 5 persons were carrying 31 mobile phones, 7 laptops. So out of suspicious, they were detained. And then were handed over to us. And then when we investigate, their phone number, they were linked to 23 different complaint lots in different parts of India. So, to prevent this one, what is necessary is awareness. Awareness is the key. We need to be aware of digital cyber forensic, cyber awareness. We need to be aware of cyber security. Cyber world, as I said, no physical boundaries, no line, no jurisdictions. Law, we are limited by physical boundaries, jurisdictions. So the old proverb that prevention is better than cure is very much prevalent or very much true in cybercrime. I will discuss some important cyber fraud crime which are happening in Manipur. Fake Facebook account impersonation, sending Facebook friend, lot of cases where they create the fake Facebook account of governor, senior police officer sending friend requests, then asking for money, or saying that one of my CRPF friend posted in Manipur is going out and he will be selling out some furniture item, car, TV, fridge at a very cheap price. Do you want to buy that one? He will be sending. And then hacking of WhatsApp account is again another thing. WhatsApp account, we need to be very much thing is verify the original. Even if we get message from the original WhatsApp message, we should be beware of that one. Because WhatsApp hacking is quite prevalent in Manipur these days. What happened is, there is a report, one DIG or CIPF complained to us. He got a message from one pastor with mobile phone he saved. He got a WhatsApp message from that, WhatsApp call from that pastor. The pastor said that we are organizing a religious congregation. Do you want to attend that one? It will be online. It will be through Zoom meeting, and it will be through Zoom meeting. So we'll be sending you one verification code. Please click on that code. He clicked on that code. His WhatsApp account got hacked, and then what happened is that WhatsApp account was used to ask money from other person, from his subordinate, from his colleague and all. When he complained to us, I said that religious leader from whom you got a message, WhatsApp call, his WhatsApp might also have got hacked. Just call that number, or not on the WhatsApp, but call on the mobile phone number. He called it, verified. He also is not able to access the mobile phone. So the WhatsApp hacking is, and how do this WhatsApp hacking happen? It's, for example, in the previous case that I have got, he punched in, he shared the OTP. There are various way of, and sometimes what happen is you get a missed call. When you see the true caller, it is a Blue Dart or some Indian post office. And then you call back the number thinking that it may be some delivery. Then the other person said that, oh, there is some delivery and you need to punch it some code. And you punch the code, +21, then some numbers. What happened is, here is he is activating the call forwarding. When you activate the call forwarding, the other cyber fraudster, what they will do is, they will install the WhatsApp account and get the OTP, receive the OTP through voice call. So how to get ourselves protected from such type of WhatsApp hacking? We need to enable two-factor authentications. And if somebody, some persons impersonate your Facebook account, what we need to do? I'm a Manipur police. Somebody create a fake Facebook account of this one. What I need to do is click on this link, 3 dot. For example, this is the fake Manipur police account. Click on this 3 dot, then go to this report profile, report the profile. If the person himself and 3, 4, 5, 10 person Facebook friend of that person reported it, it will be locked. It will be blocked. This account will be blocked very soon. And another thing we need to, when you complain to us, what you need to cover is this one. Copy this one is a URL. This is the important thing. So extortion is on the rise, where you get a Facebook, WhatsApp call, then do some video call. They either morph your picture, then ask money from you. This is extortion, is also on the rise. OTP fraud, where fraudster poses a bank manager, mobile service provider, or they send you the link and then you click on that one, and you inadvertently share the OTP. And another is remote sharing app. How somehow the fraudster will convince you to install this app. Once you install, then everything on your mobile, everything on your screen will be shared with the other persons. And a lot of people, this APK file is this one, sharing of APK file. If you once you install it, your social media, your banking credential, all are hacked in this one. This is a lot of, we see a lot of mobile app, this one ad running on social media, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. This is one ad. Neha Kakkar career is finished, arrested in some scam case. You become interested, or if finance minister saying some, advertising something, Sadhguru something. When you click on this link, see, what we need to notice is the Indian Express, and you feel that this news is genuine because they are using the logo of Indian Express. But nobody see the URL. When you see the top picture, URL, the URL is this one. URL is not of Indian Express, And if you see the picture, he is earning a lot of money, and from where he is earning, the link is given. When you click on the link, this is the thing. You can earn 19,000 to 2 lakhs per day by investing a few amount of money, by investing around only 21,000. If you can earn this much money, then why do we need to do a job? We just can invest 21,000, earn this much per month, sit idle in the home. So whenever you see such advertisement, and whenever you feel that you are lucky, call to us, call to cybercrime police stations. We have a device to detect whether you are lucky or not. Other than this one, there are various modus operandi. These are the various modus operandi that happen. So one thing is, you have been attempted fraud, and you are digitally aware enough to know that this is a fraud, so you didn't share anything. What should you do? Should you sit idle, you go on your normal duty, just as if nothing had happened? No, you should report that phone number to this portal, Chaksu. Chaksu is a portal by Department of Telecommunication. What happened is that phone number will be blocked so that it will not be reused. It will not be used, that phone number will not be used to fraud some other people. Report that one, even if it is an attempted fraud. If it is a WhatsApp fraud also, call, SMS, report this one. It's very easy, and it's a portal run by Department of Telecommunication. And if you are frauded, unluckily, what to do? Golden hour. Golden hour, if you report, the earlier the report within 1-2 hours, then the chance of getting back your money is very high. What you need to do? Banking transaction is very much detailed, and Aadhaar card and other detail of the victim. With this one, you report to cybercrime police station. How? cybercrime.gov.in, or you can call 1930. And investigations technique, I'll be dealing in brief. Investigations, what we need to do is we need to collect the URL. Where whenever people, other police or other, this complainant, what they do is they just take the screenshot and then they say that this person posted this thing about. What is more important is URL of that person, URL of that post. We need to obtain that one, and then we need another important thing, section 66(3) certificate. This is become mandatory, and however, it has all been made easy with eSuccess app, which is used where it can certificate. This certificate can be easily generated by even calculated hash function. Hash function is nothing but is a mechanism to verify that the number that digital evidence has been tampered with or not, to verify the integrity of that data. And what do you mean by URL? When you say the URL, for example, this Manipur police account. When we say Manipur police account on Twitter or say, there may be many with the same profile name, but this URL, this is the Manipur, @Manipur_police, this is unique. This is the thing that we need to capture. And then if it is regarding post, what we need to capture is date and time of the post is very much important. When this post was posted is very much important. This should be showing who posted this one, showing that URL also. How to capture the URL of this post? Click, then copy link. When you click on copy link, this is the URL of the post. These two are important. Investigations. So for investigation of social media, we need email service provider. You need to write to them to provide the detail of this account. Fake website, you need to obtain the domain registrant from the domain registrar. We need to know the CDR, IPDR, tower dump, very important. Why do we need to know the IPDR? A lot of people, they stuck on the CDR, move to IPDR. For example, I'm from Kwaikaitel, I'm from Kwaikaitel. When I am at home, I got a phone call. I speak to that person. After speaking to that friend, I come here. I deliver my lecture. I return back. I reach home at around 1 o'clock. Then, if you take my CDR, 9 o'clock, I'm at Kwaikaitel. 2 o'clock, I'm at Kwaikethan, but where I'm in between, you won't be getting my locations. So in such case, what do? Get the IPDR. IPDR, because we check messages, we Google, we use Google Map. Somehow we will be using internet. When you check the internet, you will be getting more details. So we need to move to that. And terrorism is also important. Section 63.4 certificate.
Sergeant, sorry to interrupt. The time is over, but I think we can cut in 5 minutes into the reflective session. So please, you can carry on for another 5 minutes.
I'll cover it. Primary evidence, not required. From that, I have a phone recording. From that phone recording, I took out the picture, I took out the recording in a pen drive. Then that becomes a secondary evidence. To make that secondary evidence, we need this certificate. And the very admissibility depend on the satisfaction of the 4 conditions. 4 conditions of this act. What in easy term, what does it means? The computer should be fed with the information that you are getting printed out. For example, you cannot take bank transaction from mobile service provider. And it should be in the working conditions. That's the thing. It should be fit from that's a easy explanation of the 64B certificate. Why this certificate is required? To ensure the source and authenticity of the digital evidence, electronic evidence that you will be producing, and when it need to be produced, it can be produced during the trial phase also. And is this certificate required for every electronic evidence? No. If it is a primary evidence, the phone itself, the hard disk itself, not required. Who can provide the certificate? CCTV footage, hard disks. You went to the crime scene, you bring the hard disks of the CCTV footage, not required. And CCTV footage pen drive, then the operator of the CCTV footage need to provide the certificate, IPDR, CDR printout. The mobile service provider, ISP, photograph printout, the person who take the printout, not the photographer, if they are different. And scene of crime, original memory card. If you get the original memory card of the scene of crime photography, that memory card itself, then certificate is not required. Copy of the email. All these things, who will provide the certificate is explained here. And another important is we need to have a proper chain of custody as per the new BNSS Act. For any electronic evidence, we need to maintain proper chain of custody, which explain from whom seized, what it is, how it was seized, what model, what serial number. Everything need to be taken, and from whom it is transferred. It need to be reflected in the chain of custody. And another important thing that I need to highlight here is, whenever we seize any electronic item, we are very happy that we seize the electronic item, we'll get jackpot hit ho gaya, we'll getting a lot of evidence. But now there is a cloud storage. For example, if you seize Google Chrome laptop, you won't be getting anything because it doesn't have a local storage. Everything is in the cloud. Even in mobile phone, we have a OneDrive, Google Drive, Amazon Drive, where we use the cloud. Even if you get my mobile phone, if I did not store anything on my local memory and everything is in the cloud, if you don't know my password, you won't be getting anything even if you have that phone. That's the thing that we need to be aware of. Whenever you use seize any electronic item, before turning off, it's very important, before turning on the flight mode, switch off all the connections. Two important concepts that I need to give. Whenever we store digital evidence, what the IO did is they just format it, and then they used to provide store new evidence on it. If you just format it, this is the evidence that you see. There are a lot of data in it. You can still recover it even if that pen drive is formatted. So you should not be using formatted pen drive to store evidence, to collect evidence. What you should be using is wipe out pen drive. This is the thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarjon, for a wonderful and eye-opening session explaining and covering the nuances of cybercrime, the trends of cybercrime currently in the state, and the models of operating those crimes. You have also touched upon the tips of how to use social media, the frequent mistakes committed therein. You also presented the current statistics and the alert mechanisms and how the investigation procedures has to be completed. You also touched briefly upon the necessity of Section 63B4 certification under the BSA and the need for maintaining proper chain of custody. Thank you, sir. Now we open the floor for the reflective session. This session will cover questions and answers from the audience. We also want to have insights from the audience, and also any case, practical cases or situations which you want to analyze. I think we can discuss it here. We can have a more engaging discussion. So I request all the participants here, the different stakeholders, the police, the armed forces, the prosecution, students, lawyer community, academicians, all to put up very relevant questions. So now we'll be taking the questions, sir. Anyone from the police investigating authorities would like to put a question on any of the relevant topics here? Please feel free to do so. Please use a mic, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sir, myself, Farouk Ali. I'm Deputy Commandant now, 5 IRB, and I was earlier service SDPO Nungba and SDPO Imphal. Sir, the case this is a wonderful presentation of a combined on Nd&Ps and cybercrime. So now we are looking at Nd&Ps and we are looking at cybercrime. So now the case involved here is Nd&Ps with cryptocurrency. So there's a unique case when I was SDPO Imphal where United States dollar tether, which is a cryptocurrency, is used as a transaction for the Nd&Ps. So now the trend is moving ahead of the criminals are ahead of the enforcement agency. Like they are using decentralized exchanges. So they are using decentralized currency for the transaction. So we know USDT is being accepted in, particularly after the Myanmar crisis, Myanmar is accepting USDT. Any businessman is preferring United States dollar tether. So even our criminals, Manipur, these Nd&Ps people are using, I've found, and I've shared with the SP also, like this, they are using the cryptocurrency based USDT and a USDC. Crypto linked with Nd&Ps chain from West Bengal, I forgot district, they're chaining it up. So we cannot compartmentalize the Nd&Ps with cybercrime, with criminal acts. It is completely combined now. So, sir, are we technologically ready? Because that time in 2022, we are not ready. It was the first time that we came to know on cryptocurrency being used as a transaction because it is a decentralized and whatever, 1,000 crore, 10,000 crore can be sent easily in a one button. So, are we technologically ready, our law enforcement agency, for dealing with such cases?
Thank you, sir. Sir, would you take that question?
Yes. That one, during my presentation also, some of the challenges that we face during investigations I have mentioned, technologically is becoming very advanced. Cryptocurrency, that USDT, all these things, investigation, we need specialized knowledge. But at the same time, what hindered the investigation is most of this cryptocurrency, they won't cooperate with the law enforcement agency whenever we ask. So during investigations of such cases, what we focus more mainly is on how the money were used in exchanges. So a lot of cryptocurrency, they won't be cooperating with the thing. So we need to be technologically evolved, we need to be trained more. At the same time, this is not a national, this is not a state issue. It's become an international issue because when you say cryptocurrency, we don't know where the money is. It is within the state boundary, national boundary, or it has gone international. For example, recently that some years back, WazirX account, that main thing was hacked, and some 250 crore were used by the hacker. That money is still in the cryptocurrency, and investigators are not able to trace who owned that thing. As long as they are in the cryptocurrency form, we are not able to know who is handling that cryptocurrency wallet, because they want to cooperate with the LEA. So it's an evolving technology where the central government agencies, they are also working on it for investigation of such cases, and we need to evolve as a police investigating, as an investigating officer, we need to evolve ourselves.
Sir, you be using drug money moving cryptocurrency, wouldn't be able to we wouldn't be able to trace those source of money for the time being.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes. There is some technical challenges.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We now move on to the next group of participants. I would like to ask some questions gathered from the armed forces, if it is there, please, sir.
Good morning, sir. I am Digambar Upadhyay, Assistant Commandant from CRPF. I want to ask one question, sir. To maintain secrecy, we used to talk on WhatsApp voice call. The first question is, can it be hacked, or on calling voice call on WhatsApp, it is safe and secure?
WhatsApp account, I have mentioned, it can be hacked. Account can be hacked, but the thing is, WhatsApp call, they are end-to-end encrypted as per the company policy. But there are some, that's a debatable questions, and as per their company policy, it's end-to-end encrypted, but WhatsApp account can be hacked.
Thank you, sir.
In a cyber world, anything can happen, sir. For time being, the conversation is safe. We can take it like that, sir. Next, anyone from the bar or the prosecution? We'd like to draw a question from the bar prosecution, please, sir.
Sir, I have a question. With regard to the financial fraud, there is a recent case with me, and the complainant has lost the complaint lately after some few months. So my question is that, is there no means of recovery at all if the complainant if the complaint was made despite of losing his or her money to the fraudster?
What is your question specifically? Is it an online transaction?
Yes, it's an online transaction where the complainant has lost some amount of money to the fraudster, and
okay.
when the complainant approached the concerned cyber department, they say that they can file a jima to the court, and they can the amount is held in the bank account, and when later on it was filed, the jima was filed to the court, and the complainant didn't receive the money despite filing the after receiving the jima order, and the police, the cyber department, they say that it was the complaint was made late. That is my question. So, is there no means at all after if the complaint is made late?
I will explain what happened in this. Whenever you lodge a complaint in cybercrime.gov.in, that website, I say, or whenever you call 1930 to lodge the complaint, or you physically come to cybercrime police stations, what we do is we upload all your transaction detail on the NCRP portal. In the NCRP portal, police are there. Then all the banking agencies, more than 233 banking financial entities are there. So what we do is we just click on the link. It's sent to the intermediaries, that is banking intermediaries. From one bank to another bank, it will keep on, and we also pursue with the bank to provide the details to block the bank account, to block that money. Once money is blocked, then an SMS will come to the complainant. It tells your money has been blocked. And what the complainant need to do, they file for JIMA in the court. JIMA order will come, and that JIMA order will be sent to the bank to release the money to the complainant. What happened here is that bank account the fraudster use may be blocked by some other police station also. For example, say it is blocked by some 5-6 police station. What happened is it's a cat and mouse race. Who happened to get the money first? There is 1 lakh account blocked in the bank. We also ask for that one account, 1 lakh. Another police station may be also asking for that one for their own victim. If they happen to get that money fast, then even if we send a Zima, it's become a the person from Manipur will not be getting that one. So it become a problem. That's another aspect of thing that we are facing.
One question, sir.
Yeah, we'll coming back to you, sir. From the academics? Anyone from the academics? We would love to draw some questions from the academic sections.
Sir, I do have a question regarding Manipur police Facebook account. Since Facebook is a private American company, do you think like sharing like sensitive information on Facebook is a wise thing to do? It's like sharing like our information to the Americans.
Sharing of personal private information in any social media, even storing in your Google Drive, is not recommended at all. Even the WhatsApp that boosts they claim that it's end-to-end encrypted is not advisable. It's as per the cybersecurity expert.
What I'm saying is Manipur police do have an account on Facebook and they upload like most of the people who they apprehended on certain offenses.
Yes, that information is available on a newspaper, on social media, and that's for private consumption. Sensitive informations are not disclosed in that one.
Do you think like it will like disrupt the sovereignty of India in long run, since most of the time Americans are against us, right?
Sensitive informations we are not disclosing on Manipur Police website or social media account. I think there will not be compromise on national security.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So I have a question. Can I?
Hello?
Yes, sir, I have a question.
Yes.
So suppose I'm...
Please identify yourself first.
So I'm Yogita, I'm an advocate.
Fine.
Okay, sir. Suppose I'm in transit. I'm like traveling by train out of Manipur. And I happen to be a victim of cybercrime. So how do I proceed to report under which jurisdiction should I file my petition?
Cybercrime, we don't have any jurisdictions. You can file anywhere. But the thing is, if, for example, you are outside Manipur, you are traveling, and if you call 1930, then it will land to the corresponding police of that state. For example, if you are traveling and you are in West Bengal, then West Bengal police will pick up that 1930 call. But if you log into the cybercrime police, cybercrime.gov.in, and you give your credential, address, everything as Manipur, Imphal, then complaint will come to us. We will be handling the complaint.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have one question?
Anyone from the forensic? I believe forensic would have been handling with all these cyber evidences and all. Any difficulties faced therein? Please say.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, I am from the forensics. So, I have two questions rather. So you said that in your presentation, most of the cyber frauds that happen in Manipur is based on the personal, financial, or things like that. And also, you have also mentioned things about Stuxnet or about the Mumbai cyber attack. So my first question is there any instance of a cyber attack on a government infrastructure, IT infrastructure, or any other large-scale private infrastructure? That's my first question.
Manipur police website, private sensitive information has been leaked in some dark web. That was informed to us by certain to us. There was instances of such hacking of Manipur police website and leaking that information. Yes, there is, and that was fixed in coordination with certain.
Okay. And my second question is, sir, does Manipur government has a cyber security framework or a policy, or if not, are we planning to come up with any in sometime in the future?
Manipur government, or I'll say for Manipur Police, we don't have a comprehensive guideline, but we have issued some cyber security guideline to be followed as per the recommendations, as per the framework of India. The 2013 document is there that based on the document, we have issued some guideline of cyber security, personal cyber security, and organizational cyber security.
I think, sir, that answers your queries. Now we move on to the judicial officers, sir. I believe all of you must have faced issues regarding these cyber crimes and some of the court cases. So would like to share any of the views or insights on that. Judicial officers. Please, sir. Any issues handling with the Section 63A4 BSA certificates or Section 65B Indian Evidence Act certificates? Please, sir.
In fact, the question referred by Sir Manoj is one query received from the police personnel itself. Suppose some CCTV footage has been uploaded in the Facebook. They have come across it. Then whether it can be proved. I think this is clear. It cannot be proved because unless we get hold of the actual footage of the CCTV, simply because we come across CCTV footage in Facebook, that is not a primary evidence, and authenticity of the CCTV cannot be established unless we get hold of it.
Yes, very true, sir.
But the real difficulty, I intend to touch this point during my presentation.
Mm-hmm.
There are many issues regarding how to give this certificate.
I see.
For example, I came across cases where mobile phones are seized from the accused,
Mm-hmm.
but the certificate is given by the police officer, because it is not possible to force the accused to give certificate in such cases. So
that is fine, sir. I believe we have a catena of cases, divergent cases solving that issues. The latest being the Arjun Pandit Rao's versus Kailash case. I think that law still holds a field now.
But see, the subject is complicated by the fact that accused are forced to share the password, even though it is not.
Exactly. If that is proof, I think it goes against Article 20 itself.
But there has been divergent view whether accused can be compelled to share the password. Can we equate it because a signature of the accused you can take, obtain under BNS or as well as CRPC. Whether we draw a parallel reasoning and treat it as obtaining a signature. That I will be touching during my presentation.
Please, fine. Thank you. Now we have certain amount of around 5 minutes or 7 minutes exactly before winding up this reflective session. Any other questions quickly from the police agent? Yes.
I have a question, sir. Myself, Shri
Yes.
from Rapid Action Force CRPF.
Yes, sir.
When we are in digital arrest, what precautionary measures should be taken, and how to identify it we are in digital arrest?
Digital arrest is quite prevalent these days. The first thing we need to understand is police, CBI, or any security agency, as we know, we will not be arresting any persons through digital. And even if you get any phone calls, any saying that you are arrested or something, we won't be doing that one. There is a proper channel for it. Whatever we send a message, we send it through the jurisdictional police station. There is a portal for that one, or there is a wireless message. So we should not believe any such system. Even if you have a doubt that it may be real police that I'm getting a call from, then verify it from your concerned jurisdiction police station. They will be able to coordinate with the different police stations of that concerned police station to verify whether it is genuine or not.
Right, sir.
We can that one.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question. Over here,
Middle row?
law student.
Okay, fine, please.
Sir, in sextortion cases, how can authorities balance victim protection with the need to collect strong evidence?
Can you kindly repeat the question? In sextortion cases?
In sextortion cases, how can authorities balance victim protection with the need to collect strong evidence?
Okay.
In sextortion cases or any cases that video or sensitive video that we obtain, we handle it with utmost care, even if it contains very sensitive or something which cannot be made public. We handle it with very care.
Sir, but what if like some of the videos and stuff are like gone viral, and if they are just spread? And
Yes, there are cases of video going viral on social media or other this thing. Whenever we found such video, it's our duty to stop spreading that video. We write to the concerned social media intermediaries to take down that video. And another, there is one portal called Stop NCII. Stop NCII, what happened in this, if the victim fear that her private picture may go viral or will go viral, then the victim herself, without approaching anyone, can upload that video. In that website, your video is not directly uploaded, only the hash value is calculated, and the platform will try to stop it from going viral. In that platform, various social media intermediaries like Facebook, WhatsApp, Insta, they are in that one. They will automatically take down the video. That's also another website that we need to know.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Sir, cybercrime is not a separate law. It is comprised of...
Please identify yourself first.
Sir, I myself, Naresh, I'm a teacher, sir. So my question is very simple, sir. Cybercrime is not a separate law, sir. It is combination of many other laws, such as contract, intellectual property law, and my question is as I got information about the death of such cybercrime in Manipur on today's newspaper, sir. She is from, sir.
No, please don't disclose the details. If you know it particularly, we'll discuss it, but not the details.
Okay, sir. What are the necessary actions or requirements taken up by the law enforcing agency of Manipur Police Department so far, sir?
That relates particularly to the investigative aspect. That is one thing. But when we come to the cybercrime, I think the allegations was there that because of the viral nature of things being posted, the unfortunate victim, they took the extreme step. So, would like to comment on that?
Yes. You rightly pointed out that cybercrime. When we take up cybercrime, it is not only IT Act that we follow. IPC, JJ Act. There are a lot of Act which come into picture. So we use any of the Act. And if IT Act is applicable, we put the IT Act to handle the cases. And regarding the cases that you mentioned, that case was taken up by the concerned police stations. We are helping them in finding the culprit.
I have a question.
Sir, last one question.
I have a question.
LADC side.
Yes. LADC, legal services authorities is left out, so please.
Sir, I mean Herojit, Assistant Legal Defense Counsel Bisnupur, sir. I Delhi the Chatpakanda, airport tagi, I mobile phone tagi, Ola taxi book tore. Adu I destination, Yorakanda, Saigi, Moina Piriba, Baradu dagi Hena, Moina 40 rupees extra charge tore. Kaigino Hankanda Moina parking charge airport ang ngai bagi aina pibam thokte noi gi receipt to the including all taxes and charges high pibam thokte and some argument torokanda mana number ama pira kana saijira torokanda haina biro on hai my service provider ne ai number du thaja de na moi gi application du gi customer care da call to bakanda ju paikhatre adagi de aina website amada changa kanda moi gi adagi customer care amada call torokanda hai je mana wari du mangonda haira kanda mana mo haire je hojiki di pithokro aduganda moi check torake details to haipiro aduga moi amu follow up torakanda
kaino tawraga di refund tawrake na haraga call je thame after 5-6 minutes call back tawre aduganda ngasai gi fraud ki manner mayam am ulle video call paikhatlu adai si namu adu taw ada taw haibagi mayam ma haire adai ai singnare website si fraud male aduna ai ji maunda disclose tawdre ai gi kaino mayam jingje ada aina hangjaningi bo question di ngasai gi offense tu budi commit tawgidre aina disclose tawgidre adaida ngasai gi pot se impersonation man bagi ngasai gi website to fake man bagi ai matam du da URL du budi check to hodre ado hojik se check to rakanda masi complaint to ragadi cybercrime da oina tawgadra natraga na police station da tawgadra masai ji da effective weba result ma phangba ngamgadra sini question disa.
Yes, cybercrime. That I got. And one thing that because of the paucity of time, I didn't mention. Whenever we use any service and have some problem with it, for example, you book a flight from Indigo, you have a problem with it, or you use a GPay, you have a problem with it. When you search the customer care number, never Google search it, never search from the YouTube, never search from any social media platform, how to complain it, what is the phone number, customer care number of this Indigo, what is the customer care of this Ola drive. Never Google search it. Search from the website that you have done. That's the right thing. Search from the app itself. Search from the, if you have a problem with the Amazon, we use a lot of Amazon booking, Amazon online service. Go to the Amazon website, go to the contact us, then from there, contact them, not from any other social media. That's another fraud that are quite prevalent these days.
Thank you, sir. We are behind 2 minutes past the schedule. 2 questions left. I think we'll reserve it for the prosecution. Prosecution, we are not expecting any questions. Prosecution,
excuse me, sir, I've got a question.
Prosecution, sir, sir, time late or is it?
Just one question, sir.
Please.
Okay, I'm from the academics. I'm a second-year student,
Okay.
LLM student from Manipur University. So my question is regarding the very relevant AI tools. So right now, this AI tools such as ChatGPT and Grok and Gemini. So there are ways where you can. Hello. So you can go past these filters where you can jailbreak. There are prompts where you can go beyond these filters that they have provided. So the law enforcement agency, what can you do? Like, how can you monitor against these filters where they can go past and they can ask questions which are illegal?
What exactly is your question? You want to ask whether using AI for illegal purposes is an illegal activity itself?
No, there are ways you can go beyond these filters. Like you can jailbreak, you can write prompts where you can ask questions which are illegal on these AI tools. So what steps can be taken by the law enforcement agency to monitor such things?
I think that is a policy decision to be made, sir. Just can you please refer to that?
Exactly, that's a policy decisions. If anything, something on the website or anywhere is found against the unity and security of our state, of our country, then obviously law enforcement will take up necessary action.
I have a question.
I think no more questions, please. So we reserve one for the law department and prosecution. That is the only sector which is not covered. Anyone from the law department or from the prosecution? The last question is reserved for you. Before we commence for the next session. Any questions? Okay. So any more questions?
Yes,
any
sir.
more questions, sir? Please.
Yes, sir.
Please identify yourselves to the last question.
Yes, sir. I myself, Nila Chandra, I am from the RI. I just wanted to ask one question regarding dark web. In what way the drug traffickers or drug dealers can use the dark web platform for their smuggling activities or their sale activities?
Dark web is a common, now becoming very popular. In dark web, it is not controlled by any law enforcement agency. You can find, you can search anything, you can do anything in that one. It's a different kind of world out there. I'll just mention only that thing.
Thank you. With that, I think we wind up the first reflection of the first technical session. Thank you all the participants for such a wonderful accents. Your reflections at that vital ground level context to the important topic. And Sir John, thank you again for your sub-analysis and practical insights. Now I think we proceed to the next technical session, which will be focused on the domain of electronic and forensic evidence, and from where the scientific evidence, particularly electronic evidence, can be analyzed and how it can be preserved, and whether it will be how it can be presented in a court of law. Some pressing questions arises whether those evidences, the forensic electronic evidence, would be admissible, how it is properly collected, whether it is tamper-proof or not, and most importantly, can it stand up in a court of law. So setting up with this tone, may I have the privilege of introducing Mr. Nato Locktongbam, scientist from Central Forensic Science, Directorate of Forensic Science under the Home Ministry. Sir, I think we can proceed with the next session.
Good morning, everybody. My learned friends, seniors from all enforcement agencies and from forensic communities. It's my privilege to be here and sharing my experience of 32 years in the field of handling electronic evidence. Before I go to the session, the real session, I just wanted to hear you a clip. इसका sound है? Well, there's some problem in audio. This is a clip which is generated by artificial intelligence. She is singing a Manipuri song, and the singer is nowhere available in the globe. And we cannot recognize her, who she is. This is the technology now. Now, I'll stop the clip and go to the real session. Sí, que no es. Sí, te siento. Yes, slight change, so we are three. She will help. Drive your river. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good. Yeah, this is the. One second. Okay. Sorry, there are some issues in the multimedia part. Well, let me come to the real session. Electronic evidence, tools and techniques. In today's session, we'll talk a little about the digital forensics and the digital evidence. We are talking about digital evidence synonymously to electronic evidence. What we talk about electronic evidence, cybercrime, whatsoever it is, all are coming in the form of digits. And since we used to address it as a digital evidence, right? We'll talk a little about the latest trend in combating digital crime, more about forensic process, where the missing link the missing gap are linked together. This is the forensic process. I'll talk about the search and seizure, what are the different types of the gadgets, commercially available in the market, and how to seize those gadgets. Then we'll talk about do's and the don'ts while search and the seize. We'll talk about seizure list and the seizure memo, how we differ, what is the need at the moment, whether do we need a seizure list or do we need a seizure memo. We will talk about the extraction and analysis of digital evidences and their limitations. Every science has got its limitations, has its own limitations. So what are those certainties and those uncertainties that we'll discuss a little bit about it? And what are the legal issues of handling digital evidence? There are so many legal aspects, without which we are not in the position to submit this as a piece of evidence in the court of law, and the court is not ready to accept it as admissibility is concerned. And last but not the least, one of the important impact during the process of investigation is the preparation of questionnaire. What we basically looking from a particular gazette, maybe from a mobile phone, maybe from a CCTV footage, or maybe from any gazette, what we are basically looking for and what type of evidence that we are going to extract, going to submit it. So this is the part. Now, digital forensics, I'll talk a little about the evolution, how it has evolved. We are talking about so many terms like electronic crime, digital crime, computer crime, cybercrime. what makes the difference in between all these terms and how it evolved. So the first term that ever come into existence in academic platform is basically computer forensics. So computer forensics was the first term that exist. Okay. Now after this computer forensics, what basically happened is, at that time we have only one standalone computers. We don't have network, we don't have this mobile phone, what we see commonly today. Right. So when we are dealing with those standalone computers and trying to find out what are the relative evidences that can be extracted from this particular gazette, then the term computer forensics will lead. Now, after this computer standalone, so many standalone computers are coming into existence and connected, sharing the information from one terminal to another terminal, developing a cyberspace in between the two terminals. Then, the crime can be committed using this medium of cyber medium. Then we started using the term cybercrime. Now, after this, there are so many gadgets coming up in our market. Like we have smart TV, we have cameras, we have many other gadgets like drone. We have so many gadgets. You can start looking from your kitchen to a high-tech hub of industries. You can see a lot of digital gadgets. But whether this cybercrime, the definition of this cybercrime, really address those gadgets also? No, they are not. So what are? Then the entire form of digits, the entire nature of the digital device can be clubbed together if we address it as a digital crime. So the latest term, what we basically use is digital evidence or digital crime. So evidence is basically those evidence retrieved from those digital gazettes in the form of digits. These are digital evidence. Now, this is a little about evolution. We'll talk about perception. Is in early session also we have come across that it doesn't have any jurisdiction. But one important aspect that we can perceive in this particular term or in this particular crime is that in traditional crime you can find a correlation theory of accused, victim, and the crime scene. There is a correlation theory. The victim must be, or the accused must be, in the crime scene. This is a correlation theory. But in this digital crime, this correlation theory never exists. So, additionally, it says that it is a lack of visual evidence. There is no visual evidence in this particular type of crime. The evidence what we are going to extract, the evidence what we are going to deal are all in logic. There is no physical world. This logic is interpreted into a physical form, and this is how we can feel, we can see, and we can hear. Now, another perception is all about its jurisdiction. A person who is in Imphal can commit a crime in Australia and the crime scene might be somewhere in USA. So there is no jurisdiction. Right. Now, a brief about the classification. Classification of digital crime is different, it depends on the nature of what we classified, on what basis we are going to classify it. Whether it is classified on the basis of the attack, or it is classified on the basis of the data available, or is it classified on the basis of the nature of the train in the classical way of laboratory management. So I will classify this from the way how we handle in our laboratory. Right. We classified digital crimes into three major categories. The first one is the disk forensics. Any disk, any storage media where any digital informations are stored and analysis of this particular data are basically coming under the category of disk forensics. The second is mobile forensics. So in mobile forensics, any mobile gadget, we have three different types of mobile phones available commercially in the market globally. So all these mobile phones, if we need to extract and analyze the data from this particular mobile phone, then it is categorized as mobile forensics. And the third one is network forensics. It is basically any information which is rendering in the internet, in the network. It may be a social media data, it may be email data, or it may be any form of data rendering in a network. And if we sniff the evidence and we extract the evidence either from a server, either from from a ATM booth or whatsoever the machine, when net data is to be analyzed from the network, then we call it network forensics. But in addition to these three major classification of digital crime, new three more crime come into existence. The first and foremost is cloud forensics. The information that is stored in the cloud, we have to retrieve it from the cloud and we have to analyze it. And moreover, most of the gadgets now, what we are using, basically store in the cloud, because the storage capacity in your mobile phone or the storage capacity, what you are using in the computer, is not sufficient enough to handle that much of voluminous data. So all these informations are backed up in the cloud and it is stored in the cloud. Now, if a person who has deliberately stored that evidence in the cloud, then we have to go to that cloud and we have to retrieve it and we have to analyze it. So this is what we call it cloud forensics. Another term, the newly existing term, is drone forensics. Drone, we all come to know, drone forensics. So what sort of information is that we can extract from a particular drone? What is the GPS movement? What sort of information is gathering? Which type of mechanism is using to render the data? So all this information can be analyzed from a particular drone. Right. And apart from it, one new trend which has recently come up is cryptocurrencies, or it is called cryptography forensics, where the informations are stored in a protected manner using some sort of cryptographic technology. That is basically encrypted data, and we need to decrypt the data to analyze those particular evidences. Now, these are the broad classification of digital crime. Now, let's go to a principle. Each and every science is based on a specific principle. And without having any principle, we cannot accept that the particular theory or the particular process is subject to the reality or subject to the truth or subject to the fact. So in order to avoid all sort of impact that can give a false impression towards the investigation of the digital crime, we strictly follow principles. And what are those principles? I think that most of our community belongs to forensic community, basically deal with this. But unfortunate part is that other community, whether it may be from the law enforcement community or maybe from the legal community, missing this particular principle, because all the evidence, what we extract, what we analyze, and what we preserve are basically based on this principle. Let's see what is this principle. I think everybody is familiar with this image. This is black box. And now, after the Ahmedabad crash, this particular term is also very commonly occurring in everybody's house. we are looking for black box. The principle of digital forensics or digital crime, digital forensics basically is based on the concept of black box. So what are the concepts? There are three concepts that is immensely required and followed. Being in the black box, what was the first principle? The first principle is saying that any activity, let's suppose that a flight is ignited, then loading, then taxiing, takeoff, at how many height, at how many altitude, in what speed, what is the outside temperature, what is the inside temperature, what is the weight, any sort of activity is automatically recorded without any command. There is no any extensive or particular command to be given for recording this evidence. So all the entire events is automatically recorded. Similarly, any digital gadget, what we are using, are automatically recorded any events. Whether you delete a particular data, whether you compose a particular data, whether you copy a data, whether you do anything, all the events, all the steps were automatically recorded. This is the principle number one. Now, the second principle is all about safety. The data which is recorded and stored in the black box is safe from the extensive human or water. Humidity is one of the problems. Now, or water, or from the extensive shock, or from the extensive heat. This data is protected. Similarly, all the gadgets, what we are using in digital devices, all the informations are protected from the extensive shock, heat, and humidity. Now, the third and the most important principle is that the data stored in this particular device is not stored in such a way that a layman can come down and extract and read it. No. The data stored inside the device or in the storage media is in encrypted form. In order to analyze the data, you need to decrypt the data and you can analyze it. That means all the data, whatever you are using, whatever you are handling, are all encrypted form. What you're using in your mobile phone, what you're using in your computer, all are in encrypted form. And you need to decrypt it so that you will be able to cipher it, you can read it, you can present it in physical form. So this is a three basic principles followed in digital crime. Right. Now, we'll talk about the digital evidence. If we talk about digital evidence, any form of crime, which can, which is involved in all the using digital gadgets, have only two elements, no third components, only two elements, that is 1 and 0. We call it binary. We call this binary. And the entire world of digital world, in this entire world, we are going to consider only the sequence of these two elements, zeros and a 1, and nothing more than that. We don't have any third component. And this is what we call it digital evidence. It may be from your laptop, it may be from your computer, or it may be from any digital gadgets. Right. Now, let's see what basically makes the difference between the physical and the logical world. You can see over here the word physical and logical / logical. Now, the word physical / logical is in blue color, and this is an English script. But this physical word, this physical writing is not available as such in this machine. It's not available as a physical or logical, or even the images. The images of the revolver is not available here in this machine physically, but it is available here in the form of zeros and ones only. There's no physical word. This is totally lack of visual evidence. We call it love also. Now, we will talk about this other gadgets. We consider that, sometimes we consider that if we have mobile phone or we have computers, these are the digital evidence. Basically, it is not. This is physical evidence. The digital evidence, you will get it in the form of zeros and ones only. Not in the form of a computer, not in the form of mobile phone. But they are the source of those digital evidences. They are the source of the evidences. Right. Now, I think that most of you might be having some issues in ciphering out this particular sequence. This is the sequence of zeros and ones. It will be very difficult if a person who is basically dealing with binary, binary laws and the binary codes, then it will be very difficult for us to understand what this sequence means. Now, this sequence is one of the examples for a machine to communicate with a machine. I used to communicate with you people with a language using the English language. I utter some voice from a mouth, you perceive it, and you process it, and then you reflect it, and you review it, and then you respond to me or respond to others if necessary. So this is how we communicate. But how do this machine communicate? This machine doesn't understand who is Tom, Harry, Dick. What is blue, what is white, what is red, what is green? This machine doesn't understand anything else. What this machine understands? This machine understands only what are the sequence of zeros and ones, how many sequences leading it. And this sequence is ciphered by this machine only. So the job of this machine to communicate is to understand the sequence of zeros and ones only. Right. Now, you can see here, this is the table of the binary code. If we talk about the letter A is sequenced with 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. If the sequence is running in this, it says that this is a capital letter A. Similarly, all the things exist. Whatever we feel, whatever we consider within the arena of digital world, all are coded, all are encrypted. And this codec is used for everything. The very interesting part of the technology, latest trend of the technology is that now we have started from the from a modem to have an internet work, that the signal is converted from analog to digital world. Now, starting from those primitive technology, today we are achieve Neuralink. One of the term that is recently invented and they recently give application to all the different directions of the human welfare. Like it can use in medical. A blind man will never be able, will no longer be ever a blind man now. A dumb, he will be no longer a dumb now. This is the Neuralink. And one of the most interesting thing is that we never thought of, we have stereo sound effect, it just gives you immense, enjoyment, enjoy. Now, in addition to this, you can have digital smell. We never heard of it. Now, you can have, if you wanted to have, say for example, nowadays what you can do is that you can talk to Alexa, Alexa give me that music. Lata Mangeshkar ka you do music or that will give you. Now, similarly, if you wish to have a smell in your room, give me a rose flavor, rose smell, you will get it. So this is the height of this technology now. Now, why do we need this digital evidence? Why do we need to understand what is digital evidence? Why? Because these are the different forms of crime. You can see it's a homicide, suicide, rape, arson, whatsoever it is, in any form of crime. Let us see. It may be in drugs, It may be in social media, it may be in extortion, it may be of any hit and run cases, or it may be arson, or whatsoever it is. Let's see what all form of crime now have already been in the dump of digital world. If a girl or a person commits suicide, you may get a mobile phone. You forget about getting a mobile phone in the crime scene. The person who is going to suicide is rendering rape images and committing suicide. This is the height. Now, from where you will get this? You can get some evidences, you can get all these evidences to prove that she is committing suicide, or whether she is better to commit suicide, that can be revealed if we can analyze the mobile phone. So, in any form of crime you can say, now digital world is augmenting and digital evidence is augmenting. So, we need to understand every aspect of digital crime and the digital evidence. Now, trains. What are the trains now? Earlier we have petty crimes. I used to say pretty crimes because it is not so difficult for us at that time when we handle it. But now, the trains is that a gazette, we call it drone. This is going to be one of the most dangerous things. One of the most dangerous things. I'll give the reason why. Some of the drone, they are hardly 0.3 grams weight and 2 mm in length, and can camouflage themselves like a mosquito. And they can render images of 400 megapixels non-stop. Another form of drone. It can fly at the speed of 500 to 600 kilometers per second. It's faster than a bullet. Now, this drone is capable to record the entire movement of the bullet. The moment when it comes out from the muzzle of the firearm, it can start recording, and it can record it in 360 degrees. Look at this technology. Let's forget about those bullets. If the same drone is hitting someone in his forehead and in his head, what will be the final outcome? What will be the impact? So this is drone forensic. Now, so many incidents, so many cases, some of the criminal syndicates, they used to sell drugs using in a defect, they used to deliver drugs in drone so that police cannot intercept them. Now, second is all about dark web. I think that a few words was also discussed in the previous session. We have dark web. Dark web is nothing. This is a centralized shopping center. We have malls, we have malls, so many malls. You can find anything from a needle to, you can even have a spacecraft even. Now, this is one of the places where most of the unknown and the sensitive informations or the product are sold. One of the most common in this particular dark web is sales of human organ. If you want to buy a kidney, you can purchase it from here. If you wanted to buy a heart, you can purchase it from here. Right. So this is dark web. Now, as I talk a little about the cloud also, cloud forensics is now, cloud is one of the major concerns now. The reason being that, if we have a mobile phone, we can extract the data from this mobile phone and we can analyze whether this particular data is available here or whether this particular data is deleted or whether this particular data is formatted, whether we can retrieve it or not. We can do it. But here in the cloud, most of the data are encrypted in more than, not less than, more than 256-bit. I don't know how many of you are aware about the term 256-bit. This is the encryption level. It started from 2, 4, 8, 16, so bit it started. Now, this data stored in the cloud are basically encrypted into 256 bits. That means it is very, very difficult to decrypt the data and analyze it until and unless we got the key. So the key is maintained by this particular service provider. And without having the knowledge of this service provider, we will not be able to access data. You can download it. You can download it from the cloud, but you will not be able to see what are the contents, whether this image is available, whether this particular piece of data is available, you cannot see. Until and unless you can get the key, we call it digital signature or the private key from the service provider. Now, one of the spec that we talk about, I think that some of our learned friends have put up a question about the cryptocurrencies also. Now, this technology is what we call it blockchain technology. Blockchain technology, if we think in a very technical term, it will be very difficult to digest it. So let me tell you in a very simplified manner so that even a layman can easily understand. It is basically a ledger that we have seen in the banks, a ledger, where the name of the account holder, the age, address, and every information or its credentials are recorded or entered in a particular register. How much money he has encashed on which particular date and time it was said. Now, similar to this physical ledger, this is a digital ledger. One important aspect is that this is decentralized. No one is not the ownership of this particular data. Once it is returned, you cannot delete it. And nobody cannot pinpoint from which particular block or which particular sector the information is rendering or the information is residing. No one cannot say. It is almost like what we call it Swiss bank, where who is the account holder, how much money is having, how much money, how many times is the amount, so many amount is transaction number, transaction history, you will never be able to see. And this technology is used for cryptocurrencies also. Now, one of the important things that we can mention over here is that all this technology, the drone technology, the deepfake, blockchain, clouds, now it is again enhanced with an additional technology, what we call it artificial intelligence. Now, it assists the work of the technology, and it makes us more challenging and it makes us more complicated in digesting or investigating the crime. Now, coming to forensic process, what basically we do in the forensic process. Some people might be, some organizational setup, some institutions, or some sort of, setups. They have their own mandates. They have their own standard operating procedures. They have their own way of, dealing or handling the situation or investigating the crime. Now, similarly, we in the forensic community have to have specific mandates and specific procedure to follow, and that will help us to reveal the real fact in a repetitious manner, in a retraceable manner, and in a solid proof manner. Now, what does this process say? The first process is identify. you have to identify what type of evidence is and what is the evidence. Without knowing the evidence, you cannot proceed to the acquire. The first step is identify. It includes verifications also. Now, in identify and verification, I'll give you one example. I have a blood sample, and I have instructed the scientist or the analyzer to analyze this blood with a particular person XYZ. Now, we cannot compare either the blood group or the DNA directly with this person, because we don't identify this blood. We need to identify this blood. The first question is whether this blood belongs to human being or animal. If the blood belongs to animal, how you can continue to the second part, second step? You cannot follow. Now, if you compare an animal blood with a human blood, this is against the law or principle in forensic sciences. It says that like should be compared with like, and the law of the analysis in forensic sciences says that you should prepare a proper standard for comparison with the question items or the question exhibits. Now, in this process, after identifying this, why, again, one more point that I wanted to include over here is that why do we need to identify, particularly in digital data, digital evidence? The reason being that you cannot compare, you cannot treat this physical evidence like digital evidence. Physical evidence and the digital evidence is basically totally upside down. Totally upside down. If you treat this digital evidence as a physical evidence, you will find nothing, and the entire process will be not admissible in the court. Now, you need to authenticate it. Now, you have to verify that. After that only, you can proceed for the next step. This is the second process. Now, we don't work on the original media. For example, if you are providing me a mobile phone, what we do is, after identification and verification, we have to take a clone of the data from the mobile phone. We don't work on the original media. We clone the data, and the clone data is analyzed separately without disturbing the integrity of the data in mobile phone or original hard drive whatsoever. Now, this is what we call it acquire. Now, after acquire, we have to authenticate it. Here, the previous verification and this authentication has two different meanings. This authentication basically means that whether the data you have duplicated or acquired is of the exact replica or not. If it is not exact replica, again there is a problem. So in order to avoid this, we have to authenticate it. How to authenticate it? That whether the data available in this particular question, set or mobile phone is having this value, this algorithm, this hash value algorithm. Whether this very algorithm is also available in the duplicate data. If it is same, we are going to say that it is authenticated, and now we can proceed for analysis. And if this authentication process fails, then you cannot analyze the data. Right. Now, after analyzing is basically, it depends on the query or the questionnaire wherein the IO investigation officer has drafted or the frame. So the entire process, the entire fate of the crime will depend on this particular part. And the very query, what he or the IO wanted to find out, wanted to link, if it is not in that query, then the entire fate of the crime or fate of the case may be in vain. Now, after that, we have to document it. Now, as far as documentation process is concerned, we are using certified tools. I have some tools, if time permits, I'll show you. So we have specified and certified universally accepted tools. These tools, The moment when we analyze the particular data, the report is auto-generated. You cannot put A, B, C, D, you cannot delete, you cannot remove, nothing. These are all automated processed. And the software or the tool will develop, or you need to produce a report and generate the report, and you can simply sign on. Okay, so there is no manual process of documenting any part of it. Right. So this type of forensic process we carried out in two different manners. The first one is offline, and another one is online. The offline mode are basically when the IO has seized and submit the exhibit in our laboratory and we analyze. At the time, we call it as offline. An online examination, forensic process is basically concerned with particularly the server machines, the ATM booths, or the medical equipment used in the hospitals. I think that some of might be, little strange, feeling surprised at how it comes to medical equipment. There are so many medical equipment I have examined so far. Ultrasonography, then CAT scan, PET scan, MRI, all these machines, we used to examine it. But we cannot do it in offline mode because I cannot ship that MRI machine to my laboratory. So what I have to do is, I have to go in that spot and then I have to examine it when it is online. Similarly, in case of server, in case of ATM booth, you cannot, cordon off, you can put the, remove the ATM machines and bring it to the lab. So what you have to do is that you have to examine in that spot while the machine is running. Okay, now this is online. So this is the two different approaches in forensic process. Now the next slide will be search and seizure. Here, I think that we have already discussed a few about the search and seizure. What is the explanation of the interpretation of 63 subclause 4 subclause C certificate? Basically here I wanted to put two important aspects. First aspect is that either the 63 subclause 4 subclause C certificate never mentioned about the primary and the secondary evidence. There is no word about the primary and the secondary evidence. Now, there is a word within that certificate. The certificate is divided into two parts. The part A is basically by the party, in the sense that it should be provided by the IO and his team or the people who are involved in generating the data or generating the exhibits or generating the standards. And this is part A. And the part B is basically given as a mandatory by the reporting or the experts who have examined, analyzed it. So there are two parts. The first part is part A and the second part is part B. Now, here comes the point in part A. In part A, the word is saying, I don't have the slide with me, and anybody, I think that anybody who has already accessed this particular certificate, you may find the word a device or recorded. A device or recorded. What does it mean? It means that either a primary or recorded means secondary. But it doesn't specifically say that it should be primary or it should be secondary. Now the point here is, why we are confusing over here is, now let us suppose that if a mobile phone is found near a suicide or near a dead body, now who will give the certificate of part A? Either the family of the deceased or the police, the IO who is investigating the crime. Who will? Who will give it? Now, in Annex D, they have given 4 options. The first option is own. The second option is manage. The third option is maintain. And the fourth is operated. So, according to these 4 options, you have to manage your certificate and you have to provide it. But it doesn't specifically say that it should be primary or secondary. This is the part. Now, as far as search and seizure is concerned, what we do basically and what we need is entirely depend on the nature and the gravity of the crime. What was the nature of the crime? Say, for example, if it is a case of a simple mobile phone, you can wind up with a team, a small team. You can call for a photographer, you can call for a person who is dealing with, and then you can wind up. But let us say a situation wherein wireless network is there. There are more than 400 terminals, and they are connected with wireless network. Whether this type of things can be overcome by a mere I/O, the answer is no. Because he should have an idea that it is wirelessly networked. Then he must invite or he must call for a person who is technically sound in handling this wireless network. Similarly, there are so many cases we have received as far as DVR or CCTV is concerned. But the way how they seize it makes the case spoil. Number one, in case of DVR, what is the basic difference with all the gazette? Whatever we have gazettes, like laptop, mobile phone, they are working on common platforms of operating system. What operating system basically mean? A mobile phone may be having Mac or iOS or maybe Android. Right? But what is happening in your DVR? Each and every DVR is independent of operating system. So you cannot remove the hard drive and put it in a similar machine and you can analyze. No. So what is the requirement now done? You need to seize the DVR machine itself. And without that, you cannot have a timeline of the events. Now, in order to find out the timestamp of a particular incident, we cannot get this timestamp from the removed hard drive. You can get it only from the machine, the native machine. So, if you are not in the position to provide us a native machine, we are not in the position to give you the real timestamp. Right. Now, similarly, we have a response team. We need a team wherein the nature of the case is concerned, whether do we need a technician for or an person who is acquainted with the DVR, or whether with the, say for example, I have given one example like investigation of crime relating to medical equipments like MRI. I don't know how to operate MRI. Then how can I proceed, without having an expert in the, handling this MRI machine? How can I proceed? I don't know where the storage media will be, where the hard drive will be there. I don't know. So I need a person who is technically sound in for that machine. So we need to include him in this response team. Right. Now the second point is all about the verification of the incident. In most of the cases, the IO, they used to, frame or draft the query in such a way that they are nowhere in the case. In the sense that a girl has lodged a complaint that someone has created a fake account using his or her photograph from the Facebook. Someone has created a fake account and she was defamed by uploading some pornographic images, some obscene images, or some obscene words or something like that. Now, what the IO have to do? IO have to find out whether the incident have been really taken place or not. But how to prove that? How to prove it? how to assess that the incident has really taken place. So we need some sort of evidence, some sort of standard in order to prove or in order to access, in order to find out the relevant or the similar data, whether it's available in a mobile phone or not. Similarly, if she lodges a complaint that this is a fake email account, then where is that image? It's not by simply saying that, the girl has lodged a complaint that she has found one fake email ID created and you please register the case. What I am going to do with that after submitting that mobile phone? Which fake icon, ID number, which fake images, where I am going to do that? So similarly, we have to verify the incidents. Now, the second thing is the crime scene environment. I think that I have already discussed a brief about the crime scene environment, wherein I have told you that there are so many virus routers. In one incident, I have investigated one case is concerning with 2,800 computers in one building. So, will it be feasible or practically possible for me to seize all 2,800 computers? No. Then, depending on this crime environment, you have to apply the exclusion and the exclusion and the inclusion theory. So by adopting or by applying this inclusion and exclusion theory, you can reduce down the number of the computers and you can narrow down to 0 or to 1, right? Now, potential user. Who is the potential user that we have to think a little about? Then gadgets involved. What type of gadgets are involved? Batteries, Goals of incident response. What is the goal for this response? Is basically to collect the accurate information. Establish controls for proper retrieval and handling. Here, establish control. Without this, you cannot proceed. You cannot proceed. Then avoid minimum disruption to routine business and the network operations. There was a case, incident happened to me that in a tribunal appellate in Kolkata, there was some incident was something like that, some Supreme Court order was, manipulated in that particular tribunal, then they have circulated it along that, within that network and they have misused, manipulated data. So CBI has initiated that matter and investigation would carry out. But the court, what happened? The court is not allowing us to work on the normal days because they don't want to disturb the normal working days. So what do? We have acquired all the, we have, duplicate all the hard drive from the computers in 48 hours, that is in Saturday and Sunday. And on Monday by 9:30, I have to maintain the same environment where they left on Friday evening. So that was the situation. So we have to avoid minimum disruption to the routine business and the network operations. Now, role and responsibilities, I think that I had better to skip this because it doesn't have that much impact on it. I'll skip this also. Now, let's come to these evidential principles. Now, the principle number 1 says that no action should be performed by the investigator at all. But the unfortunate part is that if a mobile phone is found in a crime scene, the first thing first, what they do is they will try to find out whether any relevant image is or the data is there in the mobile phone. Or otherwise, they will come down and then they will try to access the phone or access the system, whether that relevant data is there in the system or not. This is totally not advisable. Okay. So, individuals access original data must be competent to do so and have the ability to explain their actions. then an audit trial or the record of the applied process suitable for independent third-party review or examination. But this practice is not here. It is not practiced in our, domain at the moment. The person in charge of the investigation has overall responsibility for ensuring the above mentioned procedures are followed in compliance with the governing laws. We have our governing laws. Then interception here, I think that why I'm giving you these slides, the basic reason is that there are so many people who are conducting sting operations. They used to put hidden cameras, spy cameras, and they record that, and then they record it and investigate the case. Now, they cannot submit this as evidence in the court. The reason being that this is not an authenticated cliff or authenticated process involved while collecting the data. Now, in order to avoid this, some of the government organizations, central government organizations are given or permitted or allowed to sniff or intercept any data. And these are the agencies: Central CVI, Intelligence Bureau, NIA, Enforcement Director, and here comes your NCB. And NCB is also allowed and authorized to intercept Directorate of Signal and Intelligence, Central Board of Direct Taxes, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, and Delhi Police Commissioners. They are the organizational setups or the institutions where they are allowed for surveillance. Otherwise, other people can do it. Okay. Now, sequence of surveillance. Now, why I am showing this slide is one basic reason is nowadays a new concept of fixing the person has come up, and this technology is what we call it speaker identification. So, during this process of speaker identification, what do we need is basically how to collect the samples from the suspected person. Maybe suspected, maybe innocent, we don't care it, but how to collect the samples to be compared with the question items. For that, we need a memorandum and we need some sort of process, and that process is what I have given you over here. Planning. What is the planning? What you are going to collect? Voice? Or what are your requirements? What are the devices you need? Can you do it with any other recording, gazettes? Or whether it should be comply with the data in the question items? So, for example, recording which is found in a mobile phone. We are not aware which type of recording device is embedded in that mobile phone. What is the hertz? What is the buffer rate? We don't know. Then can we record it in any other recording device without knowing those parameters? You can do it, but the result, the report will come negative. Why? Because the required parameters are not considered at the time of preparing or collecting the sample. Now, another thing is setting, then recording, then we have to prepare a memorandum and the preservation. Now, this memorandum, I will come in the next slide about the admissibility as evidence. Now, primary and secondary evidence. What are primary? What are secondary? How do we consider primary or how do we consider secondary? Now, here, as per that 63 subclause 4 subclause C, device or the record. Now, I am coming to that, I am referring to that word record. Now, hello. Any data any data, which let the slide come, it needs some warm off. So any data which is duplicated from the original source, once duplicated it, we have to perform specific informations to be recorded. What are those informations? This is what I wanted to interact with this in the secondary evidence. We cannot simply copy a particular data and give it in the pen drive. No. Second, similarly, in most of the cases in CCTV camera or DVR, what happened? The IO simply back up the data from the DVR machine, stored in a pen drive and sent to our laboratory and asking me that whether this particular clip is continue or whether this is tampered or whether this is genuine. The data, when he backed up from the DVR machine itself, is changed into a format. The original format is no longer available. Then how can I say that this particular data is in original or genuine? The process involved, the way how he back up the data itself modifies the data. So we need to know how to back up a particular data. So for example, in most of the DVR cases, the data is stored in H.264 format. Or it may be in MP4 format, or maybe in AVI format. Now, the moment when you back up the data from H.264 file format to a pen drive, and the software is asking you that you have given options how you wanted to back up the data. Either it is in AVI format, or SAM format, or MP4 format, or whatsoever it is. Now, some of the people, they thought that MP4 formats are very loosey and it doesn't occupy so much space, so better to back up in MP4 format. And it is very common, everybody can see it. Now, what happened? When this H.264 format is compressed into MP4 format, most of the data, the loosey informations are all destroyed. The original information of the particular clip or the particular video footage is already destroyed and modified. Now we cannot tell you that the genuinity, the authenticity of the drive or the clip. So at the time of considering the secondary evidence, what we have to take precautions is that we have to do all the similar formats. We have to back up all the similar parameters, whatever it is available in the original media. Now this is all about the primary and the secondary evidence. Now I'll talk about the relevancy and authenticity, whether the particular data that you are going to extract or whether you are going to seize is relevant to the fact or relevant to the event. That we have to verify that. Then authenticity. Then we'll talk about the objectionable areas and the tactics. I think that recently Ramaswamy and the Supreme Court recent verdict it is saying that when you are going to extract a particular data from a particular machine or particular mobile phone, you are not allowed to access the remaining data. You are not allowed to access the remaining data, which is not concerned, which is not relevant with the fact that with the event. There is a ruling recently. Now, what do we have to do about that? This is concerned about this particular statement. Now, do's and don'ts. Number one, first thing first is that anybody, whether it is from the enforcement agency or legal community or any other agencies, have to keep in mind first that if you are handling digital evidence, never compare or never mix up with physical evidence. Never ever. If you mix up with physical evidence, I have seized a revolver like this, I have submitted it. It's not that way, because revolver is a physical. And now you are handling here as a digital. Any moment of time, the chances of manipulating the data, the chances of modifying the data is very, very high, and it's very risky to handle these digital evidences. And you cannot treat like physical evidences. This is the first thing in do's and don'ts. Now, seizure list in the seizure memo. Why do we need seizure memo now? What is the difference between the seizure list? Yes, most of the agencies, they are using seizure list. Seizure list is basically, give a temporary term in the, a permanent term in the, physical world and physical and traditional crimes. But now, in this type of crime, we cannot no longer use only seizure list, because we need memo, because of the reason that, because of the fact that, in any search and seizure, we will be requiring a lot more of person involved in it. Maybe a technical expert, maybe a forensic expert, maybe an expert from that particular person who is operating the equipment, everything, all will be hand in hand. So we need to identify each and every person. We have to record each and every person, the presence of each and every person, their role of duties during the process of collection of the evidence that has to be recorded properly, and this will come under your seizure memo. Not only the list of the item you have seized, the procedures, the method, the person involved, all should be included. And after all, if you are duplicating the data, again, you have to additionally, mandatorily and additionally required one hash value of the duplicate data in your seizure memo. And without that hash value in the seizure memo, you cannot think of yourself that you cannot treat that particular data is maintaining the integrity or not. So in order to avoid this type of confusions or this type of misleading concept, you have to include this hash value as a part of your seizure memo. Now, I think that...
Sir, sorry we have limited time left, around 5 to 7 minutes we can put in.
Yeah, I'll wind up in this slide. Extraction of data. How do we extract the data from a particular device? Now, the first one is replication. The term is basically used in biology also, in DNA fingerprinting and genetic sequencing and all. So here we are giving the same interpretation but a different perspective. Now this replication is basically of three types. One is clone, image, and copy. The very unfortunate part is that all these three are different in technology and process. The technique applied during the process of cloning, during the process of imaging, and during the process of copying is entirely different. If anyone who is not aware about the technical differences in between the three, one should not use colloquially or a common word like image, please image the drive, please clone the drive, please copy the drive. No. They have different meanings technically, and you will be in trouble if you don't know what basically cloning technology, imaging technology, and copying technology reveals you. You cannot simply use as a synonymous to each other. They are different. Now, the second part is of retrieval. How do we retrieve the data? The data which is already deleted, already formatted, we used to retrieve it. How to retrieve it? We have process like physical and file system retrieval. Physical and file system retrieval, logical retrieval, chip-off and manual. These are the different processes involved in retrieving the data. Now, the physical retrieval is basically the entire data from a particular mobile phone is retrieved. I cannot say that this is 100%. The reason being that you cannot say that please clone the data of the mobile phone exhibit A. No, because mobile phone data cannot be cloned. It can be copied, it can be extracted, and mobile phone data cannot be cloned. The data with a particular system file will never be able to copy it. And a system file, basically it's keep on working in the background. And you cannot give a clone copy. Clone copy will give you exactly like, there will be no difference. Difference of dot, difference of gap even. Now these are the retrieval process. We have physical, we have file system, logical, chip-off, and a manual. Then analysis data. we used to analyze the following data like multimedia. Multimedia comprises of all multimedia data. It may be audio, video, images, snapshots, whatsoever it is. Then word processing files, any word processing files, it may be in form of text, it may be in the form of docx, it may be in whatsoever it is, word processing, financial and spreadsheets, social media related files, text messages, charts, email, database, executive and system executive files and system files, registry files, hidden data, encrypted data, and program files, all are extracted and analyzed. And what we do basically, include with the analysis of this particular, data, we used to include metadata. The metadata is the data where we are basically focused on, because it will give you whether the file is genuine in nature or whether the file is modified, everything, all the information will be given. This is particularly with the metadata are concerned with the files with, word files or any other related files. But in case of videos and audios, we use the word exip tool. So we have to analyze the exip tool particularly for multimedia files, and for other files we use to provide metadata. And there are active files in this particular type of files. It may be deleted, it may be overwritten, or it may be formatted. Even the formatted data can be retrieved. But new technology coming up, from the magnetic hard disk to the solid state hard drive, the SSD. Now there are two different concepts, and the two different approaches are there, and we at the same time we are facing two different challenges. In SSD, if the data is formatted, it's very hard to recover. But in magnetic drive, it's very easy for us to read. So there are certain technologies. So SSD is having a NAT file system. That is why it is having some sort of problem with us that may overcome in the coming future. Now limitations, what are the limitations? Number one is compatibility. Whether the gazette, it's not like that, you give me a system and analyze it, you can plug it in a particular tool and then you can know. A specific tool has specific functions. And if these functions are not compatible with the data that you are going to analyze, then there will be a compatibility factors involved in it, and you will no longer or not be able to extract the data from the particular device. Now we can talk about the storage media. See, nowadays most of the DVR machines are coming up with 8 TV data. We are talking sometimes we are talking about 1 TV, 2 TV data. In order to duplicate 1 TV data, it requires minimum 3 hours. Minimum 3 hours to duplicate this data. We cannot analyze it directly from the original media. We need to duplicate it. So in order to duplicate this 1 TV data, we will be requiring minimum of 3 hours. That is also depend on the speed of the data transfer rate of your duplicator. But practically, what we do is we have 3 hours. Now imagine that if a DVR is coming with 8 TV, how many hours it will take? 8 into 3. Now, who can, then I have to sit in front of the machine until and unless this work is completed, this job is done. And unfortunately, sometimes, there are 2 8 TV data are coming up in the DVR machines. That means 16 TV data. So, storage size, storage media is also one of the, limitations. Then gazettes. Then we can talk about, say for example, in gazettes. Nowadays, I have received one drone under the brand name Parrot, and that was submitted by some BSF team from Kolkata. And then when I tried to examine that Parrot brand, it was launched 2 months before. It was just launched 2 months before. But within that period of 2 months, nobody cannot prepare an analyzing tool that can be effectively extract the data from this particular drone. So the gazette, once it is common in the market, next day it might be involved in any crime. But if this gazette is sent to me, I'm totally helpless. I don't have the tools to analyze that. And this is one of the limitations. Then system security. System security, as we talk about the security, in mobile phones also security. In most of the cases, we can understand the mental level of the criminal syndicates at the moment when we examine the mobile phone. The way how they protect the specific apps, the way how they protect the data inside, the way how they transfer the data. So that is all depend on that system security also. Then multifaceted in the sense that digital gadgets, as I told you, starting from your kitchen to the hi-fi institutions, there are so many versatile and so many varied. I cannot be the master of all these gadgets. I can master for a particular one or two gadgets, that is modern. But I cannot be, I will not be in the position to handle all types of gadgets what is available in the market. Nowadays, most of the vehicles, four-wheelers, these are e-vehicles, EVs. They are embedded with a chip. And everything what you wanted to analyze is, you can analyze like a computer, like a mobile phone. So everything is in a chip. Has a motherboard, has a storage media, then all the information about the vehicle, when it was running, when it was serviced, what is the requirement, how much in the speed it is driving, all the informations are now stored there. So we need to examine that. But I don't have that idea. I got the information, I got the knowledge only that, I got the information only that now the EVs have started embedding this. But I will not be in the position to handle that. And this is the multifaceted. Okay. Now, I think that, I'll take up these slides in the wind up. There are two critical legal issues. The first one being determining the extent of authority to search and what additional legal process may be necessary to continue the search. Warrant, amended consent form, if evidence is located that was not authorized in the original search authority. I'll give you one example. In a case of Dunlop company, this is a rubber tire factory company, there was a complaint lodged that some data are manipulated in this particular building, and then the IO has turned the consent or the permission from the court for search and the seize. And then they call us for assistance. We go there and we find that there is a wireless network, and then there are 4 different stories, and all the stories in the last in the basement there is they have kept the server which is connected through wirelessly and the wireless network. Okay, and then all the 4 floors are accessing internet connecting to this server. Okay, now what was the mistake of the IO? The mistake is that he didn't take the consent for seizing or searching the entire floor. He has taken only one floor, which is mentioned as Dunlop. Now, when we go there, we didn't find the server, and we find the server, it is out there in the basement, and each floor are having more than 80, 100 computers, tables are there. Okay, then we are unable to seize it. And next time the IO goes to the submit a submission to the court, and then take the consent from the court, and when we go there after 7 days, even the server is not there, all the machines are emptied. So this is one of the things that we have to keep in our mind. Then identifying possible concerns related to applicable local policies and laws and the international or national or state status, such as IT Act 2000, re-amended again on November 30, 2023. This is the thing that I wanted to share for the day, as time is not permitting me to continue and complete my slides. Let me wind up for the day. Thank you for listening. Thank you for Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. That was a wonderful performance. You have comprehensively covered all the aspects of electronic evidence and the way where limitations might come up, sir. Sir, we are running out of time, but since the topic is so interesting, I think we can add another 10 minutes for the question and answer session. So the floor is open now, so quickly we can have a couple of questions before we break for lunch. Anyone from the law students or anyone from the... Yes, please.
Excuse me, sir. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, I have a question. I want to repeat the question that I've asked earlier because I'm not satisfied with the answer. So the question that I asked earlier was AI tools can be used, like they have filters, and I get that they have the policy that Sir Zon have told me. The policy, if these policies are bypassed and through jailbreaks, these policies can be bypassed through jailbreaks and prompts. So if this policies is bypassed, then informations which are illegal, such as methods for making explosives and hacking systems and producing narcotics, child exploitation materials can be assessed. So when these policies are bypassed, what steps, what measures can be taken to effectively monitor and control these threats?
You are putting the questions from the previous session or this running session? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello. Are you putting the question for the previous session or this session?
I think like it is relevant for both the session.
But as of now, we don't have specific policies for analyzing or determining the artificial intelligence. Any technique, any process involved in artificial intelligence.
But sir, these threats do exist. So what steps can be taken? What measures can we take to prevent these threats?
No, this could be done by the policymakers only. Like we have a IT Act. That IT Act was drafted in 2015, and it was amended in it was drafted in 1919 and amended in 2000. So it will take some time because the policy is, you cannot make a policy in the overnight. Okay, because we have to find out what are the basic, porn and the crowns, and then what are the technique involved, how much it affects the social justice system. Then they have to include all this entire parameter, and then they will draft the policies, and depending on that policy, we will, keep applications.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I think yes, please.
Sir, you have...
yes, we have a question back there, please.
Sir, you have talked about blockchain technology, which is a technology used in cryptocurrency, and you have mentioned that it is a decentralized. So there is no one sole particular master or platform to complain or to ask for query. So if there is a need of digital evidence or data connected to an offense, then how do you retrieve such kind of evidence and data?
Hello. Actually, as I told you that this blockchain technology, this is a decentralized, there is no ownership of it. Now, in physical world, as I told you that there is, information that was registered, recorded in the register, the policy holder, the account holder, address, age, everything. Now, what happened in blockchain and what happened in cryptocurrency, the entire information is, transferred into a algorithm, and we call it in hash value. So there is one, basically this is coming in, SHA-1 and SHA, 256 hash value. So all the entire information is, hashed. Then the algorithm is the account number. Okay, so if you wanted to trace a particular cryptocurrency transaction, then first you have to find out what are those, hash values. So there will be a set of hash value, and this will imply for each and every account holder. But you cannot find out from that particular hash algorithm that this is Mr. XYZ living at this particular residence age of this, nothing. Only the hash value. But you can trace the transaction. From this hash value on this particular date and time, this amount is transferred, that you can do it. But you cannot find out who is the person and whose account it is. This is the problem.
Thank you, sir. Sir, your question, please.
Sir, hello. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Myself is SK Tyagi from NIA. basically my question is with you, sir. You have rightly said that making questionnaire is a very tedious job. But whenever we are sending across our exhibits to CFSL, they are simply saying that we can give an answer of only one question or two questions, and they are returning back. They are not saying that they are giving the answer of these questions and analyzing over those questions. They are returning back. So the thing is this is right now when new law has come, the importance and requirement of CFSL labs are becoming more important in investigation. So if we are making the questionnaire after taking lot of efforts, they are simply saying that we can give the only response that whether the explosive is there, whether this thing is there. This should not be limited actually. So my question is this: the examination should be exhaustible. And one more thing, we are sending the exhibit to a CFSL. We are not sending to some particular department of CFSL. Like if we are sending to explosive department, then they are saying that this will be examined by, next question will be examined by physics department. The exhibit should be examined in totality, not by individual thing. So what is the take about this?
These are, this situation is basically depend on the, environmental and the setup of the lab. In some of the lab, say for example, when I have been assigned to establish the National Forensic Science Lab in Guwahati, I used to club all together I used to consider all the entire, digital platform as a digital, evidence lab. But in some other lab, audio video analysis in a different department, then image, analysis is in a different department, mobile phone is another, then similarly, there may be different departments involved in it. So there may be some, what to call that, issues concerning the, getting a proper report from a particular division that cannot be, for the timing, that cannot be, overcome with the relying situation. And as far as questionnaire is concerned, if you are thorough about the situation and what you are basically looking, what type of evidence, then you can draft the questionnaire properly. Otherwise, if you are not aware, and if you are making a hypothetical question without any specific reason or specific standards, then it is very difficult to process the or answer the query. Even the fate of the case will determine from this query only. So drafting the query must be if you are if you think that your idea is sufficient enough, it's well and good, go ahead. But otherwise, you can discuss with any of the expert for a few hours, and you can consult with him that how to draft it.
Thank you. We have only 2 minutes left. A couple of questions, please. So we'll pass into the other groups if it is there. We'll come back to you, sir.
I'm Daniel from Tamenglong.
Yes, please.
Panel advocate.
Yes.
Daniel Kamswan. Sir, this question is to Sir Nato. Sir, in your presentation, you have mentioned that there are 3 types of mobile phones. So I just want to know what are the names, what are the different types of mobile phone? Thank you.
Hello. There are 3 types of mobile phone. The first one is, keypad mobile phone. We call it featured mobile phone. We have here in some mobile phones you can find keypads. Using, you can access internet, but you cannot do any multimedia activities. You cannot, store, videos and images. You can, store it. So this is one type. We call it featured mobile phones. And another mobile phone is what we call it smartphone. And then the smartphones are the phones that, you can access, compatibility up to 5G now. You can download, you can upload, and then you can, utilize a lot of apps inside the phone. Even you can use it for medical purpose also, medical, investigation, histopathological investigation. Everything can be done using this smartphone. This is what we call it smartphone. And this smartphone is divided into two types. One is integrated and another one is disintegrated. So integrated mobile phones are those smartphones that you cannot remove any part of the phone. Okay, and the disintegrated mobile phones are the phones that you can remove every part of the mobile phones, segregate and separate it.
I think that would suffice, sir. So next question, last question from the police or the paramilitary or the army, please. If there is any before we break for lunch.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Sir, my name is Himawati from Police Department. I would like to pose a question, sir. Sir, if my email account has been pwned and I am not aware of it, and it is widely circulated in the dark web, and it is being used, misused, what technologies do we have to trace the IP address in the dark web, and what liability do the account holder have, sir?
Yeah, it is particularly, your question is particularly with tracing of email. Is it? Tracing of email?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, there are two concepts that you are mixing of. One is in the defect and the, defect and dark wave. Another one is tracing the email. One thing that you have to keep in your mind is that if any data which is coming in the dark web, or you cannot access anything else. Okay, this is totally decentralized, and there is no one else. And as far as tracing of email is concerned, email tracing, we have a separate technology adopted for tracing the emails. So email is basically, the person who has composed the email, and upload it, then it will come up with a particular IP address. And this will be found in the headers of the email. And then this IP address, if you rerouting a particular email to another person, then that IP address will come up. And where it was distributed, or where it was dispatched, all these informations will come up along with the IP address in a sequential manner. And finally, who received it, and even in that level, we will be able to track it. Okay, it's all in the IP address. Tracing the IP address is similar to tracing email ID.
So, if while analyzing the data, if the IP address is if we are not able to trace it, and suppose we say that the attacker is using the dark web, the onion router, then are we able to, do we have the technology to trace the IP address?
Yeah, we have, but it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time in the sense that, say for example, in one case in Mumbai serial blast, when I was trying to trace the IP address, the first IP address was rerouted from the Surat, and we go to Surat and we track down that particular what do you call that Cybercrime. Then from that data, when we analyzed it, it was found again in Allahabad. Then Allahabad we came down, and ultimately the last source of email was coming from the Namsi. So we track them. So this is the way we have to track them, because once it is rerouting, you don't have any other option left. You have to track down IP address manually.
I think in that case, if they use VPN network with the onion router, is it possible to do that as well?
Yes, yes. Whatever it is, once a particular gadget, one thing that we have to keep in our mind is that once a particular gadget is connected in a network, so you cannot send an email, you cannot send anything else without network. So once a gadget is connected in a network, it automatically assigns an IP address. And this IP address is running parallel together with the MAC ID. MAC ID is the machine ID, which particular machine it is. So MAC ID and the IP address go parallel, and each and every connectivity, each and every rerouting, it will go parallel, and we can trace it. Similarly, say for example, in case of encasement of a particular gadget or say it is the particular amount is transferred from a bank to a particular account. Now within half an hour he can transfer in thousands of accounts, but we can trace it, but it will take time. But the moment when we trace the last 1,000, the money might not be no longer available in that account.
So I want to discuss an insight with you. Sir.
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Registrar. I'm a student from Bisalo Institute. I want to discuss an insight with you.
Yes.
As far as my knowledge in Indian context, merchant doesn't accept transaction with cryptos such as Ethereum, USDT, Bitcoin, and so on. Therefore, even I used to transfer or withdraw the amount from the nationalized banks such as ICI, SBI, Central Bank. So then, can we trace those money launderers in our Indian context?
As far as this technology is concerned, we can. The available technology is concerned, we can. We have crypto traces, we have tools like crypto traces, traces 1, traces series, we are having it. But the problem is that once the cryptocurrency account is converted into a physical bank, there will be a link. But if the cryptocurrency account is converted into physical bank, in physical bank you will find the physical data. But in cryptocurrency, you will not find the physical data. That is the problem. How you can prove that this particular data is transferred from this cryptocurrency to this bank? Until and unless, one thing is that is why I told you that there is a hash value algorithm. If you got that algorithm, you will be able to fix it. If you don't get the algorithms, to whom you are going to point it?
But sir, I point out that for every crypto's trading platform app, they have their own depository system. Likewise, for the stock exchange, they have central depository service like that.
Yes, yes.
I think we can continue with the discussions during the lunch session. So I think with that we wind up with the Q&A session for the second technical session. So with this, we conclude this morning's two highly significant technical sessions. My sincere thanks to the speakers, Shri Nd and Mr. Nato, for the clarity, expertise, and sharing of the real actionable knowledge. And also thank all the participants for the engaging and having a fruitful discussion. Let's now break for lunch, and then we'll reassemble here at 2 p.m. for the third technical session of this day. Thank you.
Karigomta ningsing jage moirang mayum rosan yawi bro. Khangna biba yawi bro.
Hoi sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start the post-lunch session. So to commence the third technical session, I humbly request respected Sir M. Manoj Kumar Singh, Joint Director, MGA, and respected Sir Yumkham Rotha, District and Session Judge, Imphal West, and respected Sir Sorokhaibam Sadananda Singh, CGM, Imphal West, and respected Ma'am Neeraj Sinam, JMFC, cum Civil Judge, Junior Division, Kaksing, to have on the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now to proceed with the felicitation ceremony, I would like to welcome respected Sir M. Manoj Kumar, Joint Director, MGA, with a traditional Langyan. For honoring, I humbly request respected Sir Khairakpam Nirojit, Secretary, High Court Legal Services Committee, to do the honor. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Father, I would like to welcome respected Sir Yumkham Rotha, District and Session Judge, Imphal West, with a traditional Langyan. For honoring, I request again respected Sir Khairakpam Nirojit, Secretary, High Court Legal Services Committee, to do the honor. Again, I would like to welcome respected Sir Sorokhaibam Sadananda Singh, CGM, Imphal West, with a traditional Langyan. For this also, I request respected Sir Khairakpam Nirojit, Secretary, High Court Legal Services Committee, to do the honor. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome respected Ma'am Neeraj Sinam, JMFC, cum Civil Judge, Junior Division, Kaksing, with a traditional Langyan. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. To proceed with the third technical session, I am pleased to hand over the technical proceedings to our moderator, respected Sir M. Manoj Kumar, Joint Director, MGA, to proceed with the session.
Very good afternoon to everyone here. First of all, I'd like to inform you that we, Manipur Judicial Academy, has issued a pen drive to each of you. So, first, I want to inform you what are the contents in that pen drive. For the day one, day one, session one. So in that pen drive, this is a lecture given by the Dr. Zain Baruwalaya about the Nd&Ps. Then, session 1 get to kapo hana, my yate yawrim kapo case law. Some case law are given by the Dr. Zain Baruwalaya. Then others, 8 case laws of Nd&Ps is prepared by the MJ. All things are included in that pen drive. Then for the session 2, we have included the lecture given by the Moderator and then case laws. Then coming to this law, I think the next law, last second day law. For the second day, we have provided about the speech given by the resource person and John. And I'm going to do the Yaudabra. We also provided the speech given by the Mr. N. Nato Singh, L. Nato Singh. Then about this section, session 3, we have included the speech to be given by the White Doctor Singh and the judgment given by the White Doctor Singh. Then we have included 29 case laws from Manipur Judicial Academy. All these things are included in your pen drive. Now coming to this last session of the 2 days conference, we will discuss the difficulties in implementation of 3 new criminal laws at ground level to all the stakeholders involving in criminal justice system and the way forward. Now we have 3 resource persons amongst you. One is Mr. White Doctor. He is presently serving as a district and session judge in Imphal West. He will take on the topic of Bharatiya Saksha Adhiniyam, solely BSA. And we have Shri Sadananda. He is now serving as Chief Judicial Magistrate in Imphal West. He will talk on Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanita, solely BNSS. Then we have Ms. Nira, Judicial Magistrate First Class Kaksing, and she will speak on Bharatiya Nagarik Sanita, short BNS. So we all know that these 3 criminal acts came into force from 1st July 2024. And the enactment of these 3 new criminal laws are not completely changed the old laws, that is CRPC, IPC, Indian Evidence Act. Only these 3 new criminal laws only inserted some section and deleted some sections only. So it does not completely change the old laws. So in CRPC, we have section 484, 1 to 484, and now is increased in 531 in BNSS by inserting some sections. Then IPC, we have 511 sections, but now it's decreased to section 358. Some sections are amalgamated to one section, other section, and some are deleted. So we are decreased to section 358. Then Indian Evidence Act, we have section 167 sections, but now it becomes 170 section, inserting some sections regarding technology and technology evidence and all. So since the three criminal laws are only 1 year old, so there are many challenges faced by the investigating officer, judicial officer, advocates, and other stakeholders. Therefore, the topic we suggested in this conference is difficulties in the implementation of these three criminal laws at the ground level to all the stakeholders involving in the criminal justice system and the way forward. So we have to discuss about these new three criminal laws. MJ has prepared the changes made in these three criminal laws, but we are sorry to say we could not include in your pen drive on those changes made in the three criminal laws. But that the changes made by the MJ is now available in our technical staff. If anybody wants to have that changes made by the three criminals, what are the changes, what are the insertion, what are deleted, if anybody wants to, he can collect from our technical staff. We have provided to them, they can put in your pen drive. So, instead of taking more time as a moderator, first I request Shri Rotrasi to take his time in his topic. He will speak on VSA.
Members of the bar, police officers and delegates, nominees from the central forces, teachers and students of law colleges, my colleagues, judicial officers, ladies and gentlemen. As you can infer from the topic, we are here to discuss about the difficulty faced in implementation of the three criminal laws. We will not be delving into the jurisprudence and philosophy behind the legislation. We are more concerned with the practical aspect. My effort here is to identify some of the difficulty faced by the police, the prosecutors, and the defense lawyers. I'll be speaking on Evidence Act, that is Bharatiya Sakshya Abhiniyam. Two of the objectives sought to be achieved by these new two procedural laws are conclusion of proceedings in a speedy manner. For this, they have set timelines for completion of investigation, submission of charge sheet, even trial, or pronouncement of judgment and orders. Second point, second objective, I should say main objective is use of technology. It is all pervasive from the investigation to the trial. We have to appreciate electronic evidence, and for this reason, I have put emphasis on appreciation of electronic evidence. Not much major changes have been made as regards Evidence Act, except for the electronic evidence part. So I have classified the topics under two broad heads, where mistakes or omission during investigation may lead to infirmities in the evidence. And second is where there is uncertainty as to the interpretation of the law. Because this is a new law, especially with regard to evidence, there has been uncertainty in certain areas which I would highlight during the course of my presentation. I would begin my, the first topic, subtopic, I would begin with case identification period. As you know, it is commonly known as TIP for short. Case identification period is relevant under Section 7 of the BSA. It is equivalent to Section It is equivalent to Section 9 of the Evidence Act. Many of us here are lawyers and judges. They are familiar with the provisions, but I also noticed that some are law students. So for their benefit, I would like to read out the section first. Facts necessary to explain or introduce fact in issue or relevant facts. This is the heading. Facts necessary to explain or introduce a fact in issue or relevant fact, or which support or rebut an inference suggested by a fact in issue or relevant fact. You may put notice this continuing portion, or which establish the identity of anything or person whose identity is relevant. Here, this particular phrase provides the relevancy for TIP period. TIP. In this regard, there are certain provisions in BNSS, Section 54, identification of person arrested. The police can seek permission from the court, and the court can direct the person so arrested to subject himself to identification. For certain persons who are mentally or physically disabled, there are also certain provisions where the magistrate has to make certain arrangements. We may skip that for the moment. And Section 327 of BNSS, there is another provision where identification report of a magistrate can be admitted in evidence even without calling the executive magistrate. However, court has the power to summon him if necessary. If there is any controversy, court may summon him. But I should point out to you that even though it is not illegal if he is not examined, there are certain judgments of the different high courts where non-examination of the magistrate who conducted the TIP has resulted in rejecting the evidence. Therefore, we should distinguish rule of law and rule of prudence. Even though, strictly speaking from point of view or point of law, it is not necessary to examine the magistrate. Still, it is prudent to examine him so that the defense will not take advantage of any infirmities as a result of his non-examination. TIP is, however, not a substantive evidence. It can only be used for corroboration. Substantive evidence means, in a very simple language, evidence which requires no collaboration, that is, which can stand by itself. whereas corroborative evidence is something which is merely to support the substantive evidence. There is no legal obligation on the part of the police to conduct TIP. In fact, it is part of investigation, but it is not illegal if TIP is skipped entirely. However, there are certain cases where failure to hold TIP could seriously affect the credibility of the witness. If witnesses in the court has identified an accused who was not previously known to him, the evidence regarding identification can be acted upon only when the prosecution is able to clarify as to how the witness came to pick out that particular accused person. This was ruling of Supreme Court judgment. We have another important judgment of the Supreme Court. It's regarding delay in holding TIP. Delay in holding TIP may not necessarily result in weakening the evidentiary value. However, in certain cases, it seriously corrodes the credibility of the identification process. After all, in this age of modern technology, if the witness has already seen the accused or suspect even before the TIP, then there is hardly much weight to be attached to such TIP. One particular question we have to take is regarding presence of police officer. In one particular case, TIP conducted in the presence of police officer was held to be inadmissible in evidence because of section 162 of CRPC. As you may be aware, evidence recorded under 161, now it has become 180 of BNSS, is inadmissible in evidence. It can be used only for limited purpose, which we will be discussing later on. So we have to ensure that police officers are not present. Otherwise, defense may raise the contention that it was indeed hit by section 62 of the CRPC. If the accused identification has taken place after the accused is shown to the witness, then not only is the evidence of TIP inadmissible, even an identification in court during trial is meaningless. So, faulty identification process may even have an impact during trial also. Now we come to section 180 BNSS. It is the old section 161 CRPC, which every police officers are familiar with. Even though this is very basic, I have included it because it is the provision most resorted to. There is no charge sheet without recording evidence of witness under this section. I will read out only the main points. The IO can examine any person supposed to be acquainted with the facts and circumstances of the case. Here we should notice that IO can examine any person. That includes accused or suspect. There is no bar in examining any category of person. Such person shall be bound to answer truly to all questions relating to such cases put to him by such person, other than questions the answer to which would have a tendency to expose him to criminal charges or penalty or forfeiture. So this is safeguard against the self-incrimination. Even though the person is bound to answer truly, he can remain silent to questions which would expose him to criminal charges. So it is something similar to Article 20, Subclause 3 of the Constitution. You may be wondering what would happen if the witness refused to answer a question. For this, there is a separate chapter both in the IPC as well as in BNS, Contempt of Lawful Authorities, where a person duty bound to answer questions, if he failed to, he can be prosecuted. Regarding its use, this first we have to notice that it cannot be signed by the person making it, and it has to be used only for the purpose specifically provided in the section. It can be used for contradicting witnesses by the accused. This is often resorted to by the defense to check the credibility of the witness. It can also be used by the prosecution if the witness turns hostile. Then the statement made to the IO, recorded by IO, can be confronted to the witness to check his credibility. It can be also used in re-examination, but to the limited extent. You may notice that it specifically mentions that signatures of the witness should not be taken. You may be wondering why it is so. It is because witness not to bound the witness so that the witness may speak freely before the court at the time of his examination. That is the intention behind it. However, I was wondering, there is a provision for video recording of his statement. So if his statement is recorded, it is more or less like signing the statement because he cannot resile it. So whether it will be possible for the defense to ask the prosecution to produce the video recording, assuming video recording has taken place, and what would be its use? I haven't found across any such, I don't know whether this recording has indeed taken place in Manipur so far. It's optional. It doesn't say it shall be recorded. Maybe what has been used. I think one particular circumstance under which it would be desirable to record through video recording is if it is likely that the witness may succumb to some injury, and where there is possibility that the statement may later on be deemed as dying declaration. In such cases, it would be desirable to record record it also. There are a few points I would like to sensitize the IOs regarding this recording of this statement. First, there is consequences of delay in recording statement. There is per se in law no consequences. However, under circumstances, there may be some consequences. For example, in Ranbir and others versus State of Punjab, it was observed by the Supreme Court that factum of delayed examination of a witness ought to be specifically put to the IO. That is, if the IO defense want to take advantage of the fact that a particular witness has been not examined promptly, then the IO, this question should be first put to the IO, why there has been delay. Unless you put the question to the IO and given him a chance to explain the situation, then the witness cannot take advantage of it. It would be material only if it is indicating and suggestive of some unfair practice. So generally, delay is not fatal. Not much, no adverse inference can be taken, except under certain circumstances. Another important aspect is omission may amount to contradiction. This is provided in the provision itself, but prior to this also, there were Supreme Court judgments reiterating the same position of law. In Darshan Singh versus State of Punjab, the Supreme Court held that testimony of witness during trial regarding accused involvement in the incident cannot be trusted if they did not previously mention the same in their statement under 161 CRPC. However, in another case, where the prosecutrix in her statement did not disclose that she was assaulted for 3 minutes, that does not contradict any statement made by her. In that particular case, she has stated in her examination chip that she was assaulted 3 minutes, but in 161, she stated that it was for 1 minute. The court held that it is not material, in fact. The principal fact that she has been assaulted has been stated in both 161 as well as in his examination chip, so it is not material contradiction. I have mentioned this statement not to establish the position of law, but only as a demonstration of how such reasoning can be can be sustained. It is not mandatory to record statement of witnesses, not every witness. However, when the witness was available and cited in the charge sheet, and the prosecution failed, has to explain as to why his statement was not recorded on what point he was going to be examined. So it doesn't mean that if a witness statement has not been recorded by the IO, he cannot be examined. That is not the law. Now we may come to dying declaration. I include this topic because dying declaration is very crucial in some cases, and because of its very nature, you can't defer the recording of dying declaration. Time is of essence. So it is relevant under section 26A of BSA, equivalent to earlier 32(1) of Evidence Act. So it is, in fact, an exception to the hearsay rule. It is also an exception to IT1 of the BNS. The statement can be written or verbal. The person, may I read out the provision? Statement neither written or verbal of relevant facts made by a person who is dead or who cannot be found. We may skip the other parts. For the purpose of dying declaration, we may stop at person who is dead. So if a person has given statement before his death, his statement is still admissible. The general law is that only those direct statement given by the witness, direct evidence can be admitted, not hearsay, not derived from other sources, but this is an exception. For a statement to be treated as dying declaration, the statement has to relate to the cause of his death or any circumstances of the transaction which resulted in his death. Therefore, if the witness subsequently died because of some other unrelated cause, then it is not dying declaration. In fact, some of you may have come across the concept of dying deposition, which is prevalent in some Western countries. It is different from our concept of dying declaration. In dying deposition, the statement is in fact recorded in presence of the accused, but so far there is no provision, and I haven't come across any instances where statement of the witness was recorded in presence of the accused. If the person ultimately survives, then the statement is not admissible in the evidence. However, there is one exception. Suppose if the statement was recorded by the magistrate under 164 CRPC, then if he survives, it may be later on used for corroboration or contradiction. On the question of how to record the statement, there is no specific format prescribed by rules or by the Act. Narrative manner of recording the statement is generally preferred because it seems more natural. However, in certain circumstances, question and answer form are more appropriate. For example, in the famous Nirbhaya case, the statement of the victim who in the end succumbed to the injury was recorded 3 times because the nature of her injury was such that it cannot be done at one go. But third instance was recorded by the magistrate. And the magistrate did a very clever thing. He devised his own manner of recording because the witness has difficulty in speaking. So he prepared in questionnaire for multiple choice form, and he put the question to the witness, then the witness through gestures and notes, through sign, indicated the answer. So the contention was raised during the trial that this is not proper manner of recording, then because questions are framed, a questionnaire frame is more like suggestion. But the Supreme Court ultimately accepted that it is the proper manner of recording the evidence. The only caution the court has observed in such cases is that the court ought to take is to ensure that the person recording the dying declaration was able to correctly notice and interpret that gesture. So it is a case of communication through gesture. The person who is recording should ensure that he correctly interpreted the gestures. Regarding who can record dying declaration, there is no bar as such against recording to any particular class of persons. Doctors normally, because they are the person who first respond to injured witness, they record, and their witness, their testimony also in many instances are regarded as reliable. Recording of the statement by IO general is discouraged, even though there is no bar, in fact. But there may be exceptional circumstances where the disposition of the IO is such that it inspired confidence and he have withstood the rigorous test of cross-examination by the defense. Then it may be an exception. But recording by magistrate is generally preferable. If its evidentiary value is that if direct declaration is found to be truthful, it can lead to conviction. It can also be the sole basis for conviction if it is found to be true and voluntary. But one aspect court need to consider is mental fitness of the witness. Court should consider if the statement is result of tutoring or product of imagination. If the witness is, have sustained some injuries, then it is possible that she may have some hallucination or difficulty in recalling her memory. But the absence of doctor's certificate is not, strictly speaking, necessary, even though it is desirable. Now we may move to confession to police. This is also very familiar. Even law students must be familiar that confession to police cannot be proved in view of Section 25 and 26 of the Indian Evidence Act. But now, under the new BSA, that three Section 25, 26, 27 has been clubbed together. It provides that no confession made to a police officer shall be proved as against person accused of any offense. No confession made by any person while he is in the custody of police officer, unless it is made in the immediate presence of a measure, shall be proved. For example, let's take the case of an accused himself lodging an FIR. It happens in a real life situation. But the content of a FIR is such that it amounts to confession. Whether that can be proof, it is barred by the section because you are giving it, accused is giving it to the police officer. However, the fact that he has approached the police may be relevant as subsequent conduct under Section 8 of the Evidence Act. Previous and subsequent conducts are relevant facts. If the accused gives the statement to the doctor after he was arrested, after the FIR has been lodged, that is not admissible because he is in the custody of the police. Normally, confessions are very rare, but the most common occurrence we found is accused disclosure, leading to recovery of materials such as weapon of offense, blood-stained clothes, or dead body of the victim. So we are more concerned with this practical aspect of discovery on the basis of statement made by the accused. The proviso may be read out, provided that when any fact is deposed to as discovered in consequence of information received from a person accused of any offense in the custody of the police officer, so much of information which it amounts to, whether it amounts to confession or not, as related distinctly to the fact discovered may be proved. So we have to emphasize the word as distinctly to the fact discovered. Only this portion may be proved. So often we come across cases where the IO, while recording the discovery statement, he records the entire confessional statement, in fact. So what will happen if the entire statement is recorded? For example, instead of simply saying, I hit a knife under a tree or something, the accused narrated everything, that he went to the spot, he met the victim, he stabbed him, then he hid the knife, then deposed the dead body. So what will happen? This question, whether the confessional portion can be separated and proof, whether the different acts, statement may be separated into different parts and proof. That was question came for consideration before the Supreme Court, and In Aknu, Nagesha versus State of Bihar, this was considered. If the confession consists of several parts and the statement disclose, for example, motive, preparation, opportunity, provocation, weapon use, can this be separated? Individually taken apart, this may not amount to confession, but the cumulative effect of considering this statement may incriminate the accused. So in such cases, the Supreme Court held that confession, if the confession is tainted, the taint attaches to its part. You can't separate it. Doctrine of severability does not apply in such cases. So the entire confessional statement cannot be proved. However, those statements distinctly leading to the recovery of the fact, only this portion can be proved. This discovery statement is very important in cases entirely based on circumstantial evidence. On the question, can the accused be convicted solely on the basis of recovery made, consequent to which actual discovery was made by, on the basis of statement made? Generally, it is not. It is only one of the piece in the chain of circumstances. The other chains of circumstances has to be proved, but there is one exception. If the possession of the things recovered itself is an offense, for example, based on the disclosure statement made by the accused, some illegal arm has been recovered, then it may be conclusive in such cases because possession itself is an offense in such cases. There are certain guidelines prescribed by the Supreme Court on how to record this statement of disclosure. First, he has to be in custody of his own free will. Custody means he need not necessarily be arrested by the police. If he submit to the custody, that is also custody. If he stated that he would lead to the place where he had hidden the weapon, then what the IO should do is, the IO should call 2 independent witnesses. Then, after the witnesses arrive at the police station, the accused should be asked to make the statement, appropriate statement. If the witness made the statement while in custody, the exact word used by the accused has to be recorded. This is very vital. There are certain case law where failure to use the exact word used by the IO has led to rejection of the entire statement in the evidence. Then this Panchanama has to be drawn. Panchanama memorandum has to be drawn about what has been stated and has to be attested by the witnesses. There are in fact 2 processes. First is the statement given to the IO at the police station. But after the statement has been given, the accused will lead to the place where things are hidden or things are concealed. Then after the weapon or whatever it is, but the stain code, etc., are recovered, then another Panchanama is drawn, attested by the witness. So it consists of 2 parts. If you are wondering what will happen if recovery was actually made after the witness lead to the spot, but the first part has been not accepted by the court. For example, witness has turned hostile, or there is some irregularity in the recording of the statement. What will happen? Where the entire evidence will be lost. It's not the case. If it is, the court found that the testimony are not reliable, that there is no disclosure. But still, if it found that actually accused has led to the place and recoveries happen, then once again, Section 8 of the Evidence Act, that is subsequent conduct, will come into play, and it will be relevant. How much weight to be attached is another different thing, but there is no bar in law to accept this discovery as a piece of evidence. I would like to sensitize the members of the bar. One particular case, Jakaran Singh versus State of Punjab, because this case has misled many even high courts also. What happened is, in one case, the signature of the accused was not in the Panchanama. So the question arises whether this has destroy the credibility of the Panchanama. Supreme Court, in fact, rejected entire evidence, saying that since the accused signature of the accused, in fact, in this particular case, it's not signature, it's thumb impression. Accused was illiterate. Thumb impression of the accused was not there. Supreme Court rejected entire evidence. But interestingly, Supreme Court later on come to the notice that there were many cases prior to these present cases where it was held that signature or thumb impression is not necessary, in fact. So Supreme Court sumoto reviewed this case after 1 year. But this fact was not published in most of the law journals, and many, so as a result, many lawyers or judges were not aware of this fact. So relying on Jacqueline Singh and many trial court has rejected the evidence where there is absence of accused signature. Fortunately, the Kerala Judicial Academy, they publish a journal, and they come to notice about this review, the fact that this judgment has been reviewed. So they publish it, and it comes to the attention of Madras High Court. So in this particular case, Natarajan versus Union of Territory of Pondicherry, the court specifically observed this fact that this particular judgment, problematic judgment, has been reviewed by the Supreme Court. I have dealt this topic in detail because from my practical experience, there are many problems in proving, even when the recording has been done in the manner prescribed by the Supreme Court, there is no lapses, no irregularities. But still, it may happen that because of ignorance of the Supreme Court guidelines, it's proving the discovery and recording the statement of the witness may not take place as per law. Recently, in one judgment, Sahajan Ismail Muhammad Sheikh versus State of Maharashtra. In this particular case, what happened is, these attesting witnesses were called to witness. They are simply asked to identify their signature. They exhibited it. That is all. And the prosecutor did not take the trouble of, in fact, reading out the content of the Panchanama to the witness. So what Supreme Court says is, make an observation that substantive witness evidence are those made before the court. This Panchanama is not a substantive evidence. It is can be used only corroborative evidence. For that to happen, the witness has to depose the exact word used recorded. But it is not physically possible because of lapse of memory. So in such cases, the Panchanama has to be read to the witness first. And he has to be asked what he has got to say. And if the witness says that it is not correct, I don't remember recording in such a manner, then his witness evidence cannot be accepted. But if he affirms, then it can be used. So reading out the content of the Panchanama is very important. And some of you may be aware of our criminal rules and order, which has been framed in the year 2022. There is one provision here about recording of evidence of the disclosure statement. See, if, as I mentioned earlier, if the IO has, for some reason, mixed up everything, recorded the entire confessional statement in the discovery statement, in such cases, court should not exhibit it directly. Only those relevant portions should be first reproduced in another sheet of paper and marked as exhibit. This is to ensure that court's mind is not prejudiced. No unrelated inadmissible evidence should be put on record. In fact, there are many cases where Supreme Court even observed that even in the charge sheet, confession made to the police officer should not be mentioned in the charge sheet itself. Because after all, we are all human beings, we are influenced. Whether it is admissible or not, we are influenced by what we read and what we heard. We may proceed to hostile witness. I have chosen this one of the topics because this is frequently the experience. There is no cases pending for 10 years or more where witness has not turned hostile. It's very difficult to ensure that the witness stick to their first testimony. This is relevant. Actually, the word hostile is not used in the Evidence Act, but it has become popular, and even Supreme Court uses it. But in one of the cases, the Supreme Court specifically mentioned that this concept is not found in the Evidence Act, and the concept of hostile animals, it's not matching with the wording of the provision. Hostile witness, simply put, is someone who has not supported the case of the party calling him as a witness. So often the witness resile from his earlier statement given under 161 or 164. In such cases, the public prosecutor would request the court to declare the witness as hostile and permit him to cross-examine just like a defense counsel would do. The court has the discretion to allow in such cases. Normally, it is not contested, and if his statement is not in tune with the 161 statement, then permission is promptly granted. But it doesn't mean that every statement which doesn't support the prosecution is a case of hostile witness. Speaking the truth may sometimes be not always in favor of the prosecution. However, the discretion given to the court is unfettered and unqualified. The fact that the court has given permission to cross-examine doesn't mean that court has given an adjudication, has determined the credential of the witness. It is simply giving permission to take certain steps. I will explain shortly how the hostile witness has to be contradicted. It is important to properly contradict the witness because hostile witness, just like other witness, has to be evaluated. Their statement has to be evaluated. And even hostile witness, if their statements are found to be credible, to the extent their statements are corroborated, they can be acted upon by the prosecution as well as by the defense. How to contradict hostile witness? The Apex Court discussed this in B.K. Mishra and another person, state of Uttarakhand. Normally, the normal practice is for the defense, for the public prosecutor to ask question to the witness on those relevant part where he has resiled. First, he is asked, his attention is drawn to the particular portion in the 161, and he is asked if he had made that statement. If the witness admit that he has made a statement, then there is no need for further proof if he has admitted, but he denies. That portion is marked specifically. But this does not amount to contradiction. For the contradiction to really happen, the prosecutor has to put the same question to the investigation officer later on. They has to be asked whether the witness has given such statement or etc. This part sometimes is skipped by the prosecution for some one reason or another. It is for this reason that investigation officer are best to be examined last after the witness has been examined, so that if any witness turn hostile, he can the prosecutor can use the statement of the public investigating officer to contradict the witness. So the provision for contradiction is 148 BSA. This is equivalent to 145 of the old Act. This is general. In fact, it applies not only to hostile witness but to any other witness. The contradicted part must be reflected in the cross-examination by reproducing it. If it stands proved, then the witness is said to be contradicted. Sometimes a witness may, from the inception, from the moment he is called to depose before the court during his examination, resile from his earlier statement. The entire statement he may deny. For example, he may say that I was not present, I don't know everything. In such cases, it's not necessary to contradict drawn the attention of the witness to every part. You only need to read out the whole pages, whole portion. You need not put the questions separately. Reading out the entire part would be sufficient in such cases. Now we come to the most important and in fact the most difficult part, electronic evidence. In the morning we have session and we have touched about section 63. I'll be touching on them. I've included this because it is currently the subject which gives the maximum trouble to both the lawyers and to the court, because it requires understanding to have some rudimentary knowledge of both electronic devices, how evidence are stored, as well as the fundamentals of Evidence Act as given in section 63 of the BSA. Certain changes have been brought. Section 22A of the Evidence Act has been entirely omitted. Earlier, it reads that oral admission as to the content of electronic records are not relevant unless the genuineness of the electronic record produced is in question. So, if there is admission made, then those admission can be proved as relevant, but this has been entirely omitted by the new act. I will draw your attention to section 57 BSA regarding definition of primary evidence. Section 57 says primary evidence means the document itself produced for the inspection of the court. There is no change as far as this part is concerned, but for explanation has been added. This is the part which has been a subject of debate among lawyers and juries. Let me read out explanation for where an electronic or digital record is created or stored, and such storage occurs simultaneously or sequentially in multiple files. Each such file is primary evidence. So this concept of primary evidence has been introduced. Where an electronic or digital record is produced from proper custody, such electronic and digital record is primary evidence unless it is disputed. 6, where a video recording is simultaneously stored in electronic form and transmitted or broadcast or transferred to another, each of the stored recording is primary evidence. Lastly, where an electronic or digital record is stored in multiple storage spaces in a computer's resource, each such automated storage, including temporary files, is primary evidence. So if you borrow the concept of primary evidence as applicable to paper documents, you will be completely misled. As far as the paper documents are concerned, we know primary is the original document. If copy is made from the original, it is secondary evidence. If the primary evidence documents are made by one uniform process, for example, carbon copy is considered primary evidence, even though it is only carbon copy, because some of you may not be familiar with carbon copy, but at one point of time, before the advent of computers, carbon copy is usually maintained in offices. So carbon copy, because the process, it is not copied from the original, but it is created in the same process where the main record is created, so it is a primary document. But here, if we compare the documentary evidence, paper documents, in fact, as far as electronic evidence is concerned, there is no such thing called primary evidence in the strict sense, because as pointed out by our eminent speaker in the morning today, every information in the computer is recorded in binary figure, 1 and 0, 1 and 0. So there is no such thing called primary evidence. But because of this explanation, there has been some confusion. In fact, the question arises, if these are primary evidence, whether it will be necessary to produce certificate under section 63(4) of the BSA. If it is primary evidence, what is the need for certificate? Because we have, we assume that 63(4) applies to only secondary evidence. But we should note that 63B starts with a non-obstante clause, notwithstanding anything contained. Therefore, it has been expressed by some observers that even though it may be primary, it is not good to take risks. As far as possible, certificate should be obtained. Section 63 BSA deals with admissibility of electronic records. I need not read out the entire portion, but there is one important part here. Certain conditions have to be fulfilled before it is admitted in evidence. That electronically recorded record, whoever wants to admit it, either the prosecution or defense, has to issue a certificate that certifying all of these four criteria. That is, the computer or electronic record used to admit as evidence must be in regular use for the purpose of creating. So it should be in regular use. Number two is regular use for input. See, there is some slight difference in the word, but it has a great significance. The use of device must be regular during the period of time. So the emphasis on the time, regularity of use during the period of time under consideration. And the fourth essential condition is that must be reproduced and derived from the evidence as part of ordinary activities. You may be wondering why all these conditions has been put, but I attended some webinar recently and it was pointed out that in one cases in United States, you may be aware of the breathalyzer. That is a device used for measuring the alcohol percentage in the breath of the drivers. One person was charged with having content beyond the permissible limit, but this person challenges this breathalyzer was examined by expert, and it is found that it has some defect. The defect is this: the starting point should be 0, and the percentage of alcohol would be reflected. But if from the initial point is not 0 but something else, then if you add the percentage of the driver, then it will be beyond the permissible limit. Just like if you are measuring your weight, the starting point should be 0 kg. But if it is already 5 kg, then your weight will be added another 5 extra. That was actually what happened. So it is necessary that all conditions are fulfilled, because the electronic records are such that it may malfunction for some region. There may be some malware also. So if it is in regular use under lawful position and during the relevant period, then there is some certainty that it is free from defect. That is the reason. Even CCTV footage, I have been told that in some cases, battery may be down, it may not be functioning properly. Then it may happen that the footage was taken just after repairing. It is very important in such CCTV footage evidence to give that timestamp. That is, at what time it was recorded. It may be crucial in some cases, but that time may differ if there is some problem with the CCTV. That is the reason why these 4 conditions have been added. Now, the heading itself says admissibility of electronic evidence. So we are talking about admissibility. As you may be aware, there is the difference in the concept of admissibility of evidence, relevancy, and proof of document. Admissibility is only a preliminary screening. It refers to mode of proof. So the fact that it has been admitted in evidence doesn't mean that it has been proved. Regarding this requirement for producing a certificate, the question arises: what happens if it is not produced, and if it's exhibited without objection by the defense? So at the time of exhibition, for some reason the defense has not objected. What will happen? Can he raise the objection later on? I think this point is more or less settled, because it applies generally not only to electronic evidence, to other documents also. Admissibility may arise under 3 conditions. First is admissibility because of certain defect which are curable. For example, the document is not sufficiently stamped. In such cases, the defect can be cured under Section 35 of the Stamp Act by payment of penalties. So in such cases, if the defense has not, other party has not raised objection, he cannot raise it subsequently. Second scenario would be regarding mode of proof. For example, if, instead of producing the original document, you produce the carbon copy, or no, you copy the photostat copy, but objection has not been made at the relevant time, then the party cannot raise the objection later on. But there is the third category, where the document itself is inherently inadmissible in evidence. For example, privileged communication made by husband to wife, objection or no objection, it is inherently inadmissible. Or Section 161 statement, it cannot be used for substantive evidence. So it is inherently inadmissible. In such cases, objection can be used, can be raised even later on. But as regards this Section 63 certificate, if the objection is not raised at the proper time, the defense or the other party cannot raise it subsequently. Regarding this electronic evidence, the landmark judgment in this regard is Arjun Pandit Rao Khotkar versus Kailash Hussain Rao Goyan Riyal. It was delivered in the year 2020. Earlier, before this judgment, there was some difference of opinion. There was differing verdict of the Supreme Court. One verdict says, even without a certificate, the content of the electronic document can be proved by other secondary evidence. Such statement was Safi Muhammad and Tomaso Bruno judgment. But there was also another case, PB Anwar case. So the Supreme Court in this judgment ruled that because the provision start with a non-obstantive clause, it lays stress on this aspect and says that without certificate, you cannot prove by any other means. There is no other way of proving secondary by other secondary evidence, except in case where the device itself is produced. For example, you want to prove the content of the mobile phone. If the mobile phone itself is produced before the court, there is no need for the certificate. That is, or for example, laptop also. If the laptop itself is produced, there is no need for the certificate. But if you want to produce the copy, then certificate is always necessary. Now here are some concerns which I feel they exist with reference to Section 63. As I mentioned earlier, there is a potential conflict between the explanation added to Section 57 regarding primary evidence and Section 63. But so far, my recommendation would be, even if it is a primary evidence, it will be safer to insist on production of the certificate. And second situation which I think will pose difficulty is if it is difficult to produce, it's not possible to produce the certificate. For example, CCTV, let's say CCTV footage is vital to a particular case. But if the owner of the CCTV refuses to give the certificate, what will happen? He's the owner, he's the right person, he knows whether the four conditions which I mentioned earlier are fulfilled or not. I think as far as third party obligations are concerned, this has been settled in this particular judgment Pandit Rao. In such case, the police can issue summons under Section 91 of the CRPC. Now it is Section 95 BNSS, summons to produce. So it can require the person to submit the certificate. But what will happen if the device was recovered from the possession of the accused? That is one area. But in the Arjun Pandit Rao case, the Supreme Court also recognized the well-settled principle that court cannot compel the parties to do the impossible. For implied is saying that if it is impossible, then it cannot insist the party to produce the certificate. ꯀꯌꯥꯝ ꯌꯧꯔꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯦ ꯀꯌꯥꯝ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯀꯌꯥꯝ ꯌꯧꯔꯒꯦ
323.
There is one particular judgment which I would like to mention for those who are interested in this subject. It's Kamal Patel versus Ram Kishore Dogne. It's rendered by Madhya Pradesh High Court regarding chain of custody. Suppose the electronic record was recorded in successive stages from one copy to another. Say, the High Court says that in each instance where it is recorded, certificate has to be produced. There has to be chain of custody. Another difficulty as regards procuring electronic evidence is uncertainty as to the law on the question of whether password accused can be compelled to share the password if mobile phone or let's say his Facebook account the IO requires it. Can the IO force him to disclose the password? So there is no settled law on this. In this regard, two differing divergent judgment has been rendered by two High Court, one by the Delhi High Court and another by the Karnataka High Court. According to Karnataka High Court, the accused can be compelled to disclose his password. It reasoned that disclosing password is like requiring him to give his specimen signature, etc. There are provisions in the BNS as well as in the CRPC to force the accused to give password or voice sample, etc. So it equated. However, the Delhi High Court took a different view, and this is a very serious view because what Delhi High Court says is there is a rule against self-incrimination. One cannot be compelled to be witness of himself. So it is hit by this rule. It's a constitutional provision, so it doesn't matter whether it is CRPC or not. So if we take the view of the High Court, Delhi High Court is correct, it will have far-reaching consequences. Many investigations, I don't know how the password is obtained by the IO, but if the accused during the trial is able to prove that he has been forced to disclose his password, and ultimately the law is that password cannot be shared, he cannot be made to disclose his password, then the entire evidence will be rejected, and what would be the basis of the prosecution case in such case? So this is, law is not yet settled on this. So IO has to be careful while accessing password account on through password. You may wonder whether without the accused, can he hack into his computer, Facebook account, etc. See, the law is also not certain in this regard. There is one doctrine, fruit of poisonous tree. This is, it means that if the tree itself is poisonous, then its fruit is also poisonous. That means if the evidence is procured from illegal source, then the evidence itself is illegal, it cannot be used. This doctrine is the law in many Western countries, but so far in India, the majority of judgment is that even illegally procured evidence can be used. However, in this particular cases, reasoning adopted by the Delhi High Court, we should note the fact that the reasoning is that it is hit by Article 22(3) of the Constitution. So if that is the case, then if it hits by the constitutional provision, then it becomes illegal. It is for the Supreme Court to settle this. In the morning also, our distinguished resource person mentioned one case, Ramaswamy and others versus Union of India. He mentioned that certain guidelines have been framed regarding electronic evidence, that when the IO have access to the computer or electronic devices of the accused. Only those portions which are relevant to the case can be accessed. But as far as my knowledge is concerned, this particular case is in fact a PIL filed by some academicians. They are concerned with the fact that raid has been conducted by the police. Many people are arrested or detained, and they seize the electronic devices. But in certain cases, in fact, it will be the most of the cases, our electronic devices like phone does not simply contain the document they are looking for, but it also contains many private informations, confidential in nature. For instance, for journalists, it may contain a list of his sources from whom he derived his information news. What will happen? So, in order to address this concern, the Supreme Court has framed some guideline, but that guideline is not yet enforced, and it's not yet the law. This guideline has been sent to the central government to take the appropriate decision. This is as far as my knowledge is concerned. So at the moment, it is not very clear whether accused can be compelled to share the password, and if IO can illegally hack. I don't want to use the word illegal. The purpose of mentioning all these issues is to sensitize only. Lastly, I want to point out certain provisions for speedy disposal, speedy trial only. There are certain provisions in the BNSS. For example, evidence of officers of Mint, section 328, then report of certain government scientific experts. It is not necessary to examine the expert. Document can be admitted in evidence. Of course, the court always has the discretion to examine them for justifiable cause. Unnecessarily examine this witnesses cause protect the trial unnecessarily. And another provision which I find it very useful, I'm of the opinion that if the prosecution use it, it will reduce time and avoid unnecessary protected trial is section 330, no formal proof of certain documents. See, the list of documents can be furnished to the defense, and they may be asked whether they admit it or not. If they admit it, they don't dispute, then it can be admitted to evidence. There is no need for, again, trying to go the lengthy process of calling witnesses to prove the authenticity of the documents. And there is also another provision, 332, evidence of formal character on affidavit. Certain witnesses which are not material, which are only there to demonstrate or to establish incidental facts, not related to the fact in issue or even relevant fact. For example, taking thumb impression to prove that thumb impression of the accused has been taken. Such evidence can be given on affidavit. There is no need for examining them. So these are some of the provisions which may reduce our time. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you all.
Now, I request Sadananda Singh for taking his time on his topic, BNSS.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll ask the topic which is shown in the slide, in the screen. suggest, I'll be giving a brief overview of these topics: FIR, arrest, seizure, and investigation. I'll just give a brief overview of what the changes have been brought in by the BNSS and what are the difficulties or issues we are facing at the ground level. So I'll start with a quote it's a well-known quote by Justice Felix Frankfurter. He said that in any event, mere speed is not the test of justice. Deliberate speed is. Deliberate speed takes time, but it is time well spent. He made this remark in one of the cases he presided over. So I just want to emphasize that not only speed is the mere test. The speed should be deliberate, means that proper procedure should be followed. It should not be hasty. Due compliance of the procedure. So I'll be coming to that as my presentation progresses. So we'll begin with the initiation of the investigation itself. So it begins as we all know, registration of the FIR, arrest and seizure. So usually in most cases, FIR usually precedes arrest and seizure, although in certain cases, arrest and seizure can precede FIR. For example, if a person is arrested with a stolen vehicle on the spot, and if no FIR is registered, then we can say that arrest and seizure precede the FIR. Then we'll come to the changes brought in by the BNSS. I'll stick to just 2 points. One is the concept of the zero FIR, which is introduced in the new law. It gives that information regarding commission of any offense, cognizable offense that is, can be given to the OC of a PS, irrespective of the area of the commission of the offense. But in Manipur, I think most of the police officers are well aware of the registration of zero FIRs because of the unfortunate violence that ensued engulfed Manipur since May 2023. So I think I don't need to go much into this thing. Another concept which has been introduced is the electronic FIR. Means that information can be given electronically, provided that they are signed by the informant within 3 days. Of course, there will be some practical difficulties whether how much this limitation of 3 days is given. That will come to that. So another changes which has been brought in the FIR is a proviso to the section 173. In case of the complaint which is made by the differently able people, then it is mandated that the complaint should be recorded at the residence of the complainant itself or the place or the choice of the complainant. Then in case of the sexual offenses also, if the complainants are women, then it has to be recorded by a women police officer. Then another new concept which is introduced is a preliminary inquiry provided under section 173 BNSS. But that should be we should treat it with a caution. It is provided that if for offenses which are punishable with more than 3 years, but less than 7 years, then with the prior permission of an officer not below the rank of DSP, a preliminary inquiry can be conducted within 14 days. But however, the general rule is in every cognizable offense, we should make it without undue delay. We should register an FIR as is mandated under the Lalita Kumari case. So we have to we have to see. Like it depends on the police officer whether any preliminary inquiry will be required or not. So that is a matter. But this should be treated with caution. So I'll just jump into some questions. First question is, can there be multiple FIRs over the same incident or the cause of the action? Second question is, what can be done by the police station registering the zero FIR? And then in electronic FIR, if the person making the complaint cannot come within 3 days due to just cause, so like if due to sufficient cause, if he cannot come to the police station. Regarding the registration of the question regarding whether multiple FIRs can be lodged over the same incident or course of action, the Supreme Court is very clear. It says no. Of course, with some exceptions, but the general rule is that second FIR for the same incident could not be registered because it would be tantamount to reinvestigation or de novo investigation, and it would be violative of the Article 21 of the Constitution. The same has been held in these following cases of the Anju Chowdhury versus the state of UP, as well as T.T. Anthony versus the state of Kerala. So an example can be given regarding if an FIR for theft already registered under XPS, and if the accused with a stolen vehicle was arrested under YPS, YPS cannot register a second FIR. He should transfer, the YPS should transfer the person along with the recovered stolen vehicle to the XPS. But in 2 cases over the similar incident or same incident, there can be 2 FIRs. First instance is when they are rival versions of the respect of the same episode. like if there are cross FIRs, like if the accused is alleging the same offense against the complainant itself in the FIR over the same incident, then the second FIR can be registered, which will be treated as a cross FIR. Then in another instance, if on further investigation, if it was disclosed that a much bigger crime has occurred beyond the scope of the original FIR, then a separate FIR over the same incident could be registered. This means like in cases when an FIR was already registered under for the less for the offense of theft, then on further investigation it revealed that some organized crime or theft on a large scale or interstate criminal activity is going on. In such cases, the second FIR can be registered because it contains investigation. It will constitute investigation of much bigger scope beyond the original FIR. The same has been held by the Honorable Supreme Court in Kari Chowdhury versus Sita Devi, as well as Upkar Singh and versus Bed Prakash. So after the reportage, naturally we'll come to the arrest and seizure. I have treated these two topics similarly because arrest and seizure can happen simultaneously on most of the time. There will be arrest and seizure as well as there will be seizure and arrest in most of the occasions. So what major changes have been brought in? In case of the arrest law is concerned, some protection is given to the persons who are infirm or above 60 years of age and who have been charged with offenses punishable with less than 3 years of punishment. For the arrest of such persons, charged with cognizable offenses, prior permission of the official not below the rank of the DSP is required for their arrest. This is given under section 35(7) of the BNSS, and this is a new section. Then regarding seizure, I think the same has been covered in the previous sections and yesterday also. There should be mandatory audio-video recording through electronic means and transmission of the same, means transmission of the recorded audio-video recording to the magistrate without delay. This is provided under section 105 BNSS, and this is a new section. Of course, there is another section which provides for forfeiture, attachment and forfeiture of the property of the accused person who is suspected to be from the criminal activities, but I have provided under section 107 BNSS, but I have not included it in my presentation as of today because we are dealing with the challenges we have faced. So now we'll go back to the basics itself because regarding arrest. So naturally, like regarding arrest, we have to see like who to arrest, why to arrest, and when to arrest. And on the other side, from the police side, we can see who can do the arrest and how to arrest and what to be done under other. These are basic questions I think most of the audience are familiar with. And section 35, 36, 37, 38, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 of the BNSS have deals with the procedures and the rights of the arrested person, which I will not go into the detail, but the basic concept is when a person is arrested, he should be informed of the rights of his arrest and the grounds of his arrest before, and he should be produced before the magistrate within 24 hours of his arrest. This is the basic concept we have to understand. And we should follow, and this should not be violated at any instance. So providing grounds of the arrest. Nowadays we come across, I think we have come across many case laws and many occasions regarding the debate about providing the grounds of arrest in the, and mandatorily in the written form. Actually, under section 47, apart from the constitutional safeguards we already have, section 47 and 48 BNSS already stipulates with providing grounds of arrest to the accused person and to inform about his arrest to the family, friends, relatives, or a nominated person. Regarding the information to be given to the family, friends, relative, or nominated person, I think it is provided itself in the section that it should be given in a written form. Recent Supreme Court rulings from the Bihan Singh to the Pravir Purkayastha only emphasize these statutory provisions and the rights of the arrested persons by making mandatory that written intimation should be given. Here we should make it very clear that grounds of arrest should also be provided as well as the reasons for the arrest that also in the written form. Reasons for arrest we will usually find in the arrest memo, and the grounds of arrest has to be provided also in the written form. So now to make a distinction, a short distinction between what are the grounds for arrest and the reason for arrest. Basically, we can say that grounds of arrest are usually involves facts which precedes the arrest, and the reason for the arrest are the facts subsequent to the arrest. So for grounds of arrest, we have to provide like what are the basic facts of why the person was arrested to understand his curtailment of his liberty, like the circumstances leading to his arrest. That means he should be given an opportunity to defend himself. Like he should be given enough information to have an opportunity to defend himself against a custodial remand and to seek bail. For example, we can say that an example for providing grounds of arrest, we can say that X person was found in possession, that you were found in possession of an unlicensed 0.32 pistol without sufficient cause during routine frisking checking by the police of Imphal at Konungmamang near City Convention Center at about 9:30 am of 24th August 2025, and hence you are arrested for being in possession of illegal arms under section 25(1)(b) of Arms Act. This is just a sample of what will constitute the grounds of arrest. As far as the reasons of arrest are concerned, we have to see, as I have said, it gives us facts subsequent to the arrest, and these are for the police to justify the arrest and to seek their remand. These are mostly formal parameters, like we can say, as mentioned, mostly in the arrest memo, like to prevent the accused from committing any further offense, prevent him from causing the evidence to disappear, or otherwise tampering with it, to prevent him from making any inducement, threat, or promise to any person acquainted with the facts of the case. So this is a basic, simple differentiation between grounds of arrest and the reason for arrest. And both has to be provided. The Supreme Court has made it very clear. Both has to be provided in written form to the accused as well as to his family members. So regarding the production within 24 hours, this has been much debated and much concern in our state. Different, as far as production within 24 hours is concerned, different production within 24 hours before the magistrate upon arrest. Here, different high courts have ruled that the time of the 24 hours shall count from the point of the initial detention and not from the time of the formal arrest. Some high courts have made it very clear that the countdown of the 24 hours will start from the point of detention itself. But in Manipuri language, I don't think we make a distinction between arrest and detention. Like koi hai matam da koi phaba ina loina hai. Adubu koi ki irakanda di differentiation se maputhore police na ahama detain tawani, like he was detained first and then after he was arrested. But high courts have made it very clear whether he was detained or whether he was arrested, that does not count. But he has to be produced within the magistrate within 24 hours. Now we come to another question which has been about the security forces operating under the APSPA. APSPA provides a special provision that once a person is arrested by the security forces, he has to be produced before he has to be handed over to the nearest police station without undue delay. Here, nothing is mentioned about whether he should be produced before the magistrate or within 24 hours or not. But for this, though, we have to come to the Article 22 of the Constitution, which provides that safeguard against this. Which provides the production of the arrested person before a magistrate within 24 hours. So Article 22 of the Constitution overrides all the special laws, including APSPA. So even in case of the arrest by the security forces operating under APSPA, the arrested person has to be produced before the magistrate within 24 hours. Of course, here we have to deduct the time for the journey taken for his production from his arrest and before the magistrate. Here the magistrate, in cases we have to involve both judicial as well as executive magistrate, because the law is very clear. A person can be produced before the executive magistrate also, in case no judicial magistrate is available. So that is the law. Okay, some questions again. These are questions because this law is very new regarding seizure and regarding audio-video recording. I think most have been covered in the earlier sessions. Like when regarding recording during the seizure, the questions are when to start recording, how long to record, and what to record, and how to maintain the chain of recording and the chain of the custody later on. I think these are some practical questions we have faced, and I think our officers on the ground, the police officers who are on the ground, can share their information, the best practices about it during the reflective session also. So, and what articles to be seized? Another question is there. Provided under section 106 BNSS, and what happens to seizure by the unauthorized person? Usually, I think this seizure by unauthorized person, I think it has been dealt in extensively yesterday during the Nd&Ps session, because in seizure by unauthorized persons relates mostly to Nd&Ps as far because the Nd&Ps gives special powers to empowered officers to force arrest and seizure. And another question is like, can there be seizure during illegal custody or detention? And what about the admissibility of these seizures? And can there be seizure before FIR? This too, I think, has been answered before. So, What articles to be seized? The most basic question. Section 106 BNSS provides that any property, first is property suspected to be a stolen article, stolen property, or if the property is found under circumstances which is suspicious of which gives suspicion of the commission of the crime. Only under these two circumstances a property can be seized. So a question is, can an IO release custody by executing a bond if continued retention of property in the police custody may not be necessary for investigation? Yes, the IO can release definitely by executing a bond. Section 106 provides the same. So for properties which are seized from the accused but which are not required, for example, if accused is arrested for commission of murder, and if property from his body like watch, wallet are seized from his possession which have no relevancy with the crime he has been charged with, I think there is no need for the police or IO to retain custody of such property. That can be released by executing a bond, by making the accused executing a bond, or some other members of his family members execute a bond. I don't think there is a separate need for the accused or his family members to go apply for the GMA applications before the court, because such property will not be required for the investigation. Then I'll present some hypothetical case studies and I will wind up my presentation. So the first hypothetical case study which I like to present is a person is detained and arrested by the ex-police station for being in possession of an alleged or suspected stolen vehicle, but there is no FIR of the theft of that seized vehicle. So the question which comes up is like, can the ex-police station register a separate FIR based on that detention and arrest? There was no previous FIR, or shall the arrested person be released as there is no report of theft of that vehicle? Or can it be a simple case when the concerned police station failed to register the FIR on time after complaint of the theft of that vehicle was made? These are practical things which we have come across, and I think the audience and mostly the police and the other persons in the audience can give an answer during the session. Okay, another case study which I like to present is, few persons were arrested by the ex-police station for being members of an unlawful assembly, rioting, and other associated offences punishable with less than 7 years. On first production, the magistrate have released them on bail, finding no prima facie case to justify their further custody. Then what happened is like they were arrested by another police station, Y police station, let's say, over another FIR of the similar offences, not same offences, of the same similar offences of unlawful assembly, rioting, and other associated offences on the same day, which occurred on the same day but in another place. During their first production, they were arrested after they were released on bail, and they were produced before the magistrate on the next day. Let's say it's a hypothetical case scenario. Then during the production, the first production on the next day, before the magistrate, charges of the terrorist activities were also added, supposedly based on their interrogation in custody. They were arrested, they were interrogated during custody, and charges of terrorist activities or heinous crimes were added. Now the question is the second arrest by the Y police station, the second police station which arrested, vitiated because no notice was served to the accused persons for their appearance, as they were already on bail for similar offense. They were already released by the magistrate on bail. Then no notice was served to them, but the offenses were similar, as far as FIR was concerned. Then, or can it be argued that as the FIR registered under the second police station, that is the Y police station, added more serious offenses, no notice needs to be served? Although the rider is that at the time of the arrest and the original FIR, no such offenses were added. The offenses which were added were based on the interrogation of the accused, which comes after the arrest. After the accused persons were arrested, only the offenses were added on. But at the time of the arrest, no such offenses were added, and as the accused were already released on bail, at that time, notice should be served or not, that is the question. So this is a question I think all of us can ponder upon, whether it will be vitiated or will it not be vitiated. So while pondering the question, we can always think about the image of the background of the Nelson Mandela in the serving in prison. So for a speedy investigation justice, or investigation of the crime under BNSS, this topic I will not cover much. I'll just give a slight overview. and with a case study, hypothetical case study. So some of the changes brought in, some of the major changes brought in with specific timelines are now introduced. That's why the concept of whether speedy justice comes in. For sexual crimes under the POCSO Act, investigation has to be completed within 2 months. Even the trial has to be completed within a certain timeline. Then permission of the magistrate when investigation in a summon case cannot be completed within 60 days. Then forensic data collection for offenses punishable above 7 years, mandatory forensic data collection. Then audio-video recording of the statements under Section 180 BNSS, and special provisions for the women and the vulnerable persons. Same like for the recording of the FIR, even for the audio recording of the women and the specially able persons, some specific provision is given. Oh, sorry. Big project. Big project. Last, yeah. And new criminal law has also give emphasis on the rights of the victim. Apart from providing compensation and all sort, the victim has to be informed of the progress in the investigation, and he or she has to be informed about the submission of the charge sheet as well. So I'll come to my hypothetical case study, and then I'll run at my this hypothetical case study is a bit long, so I'll just explain. It's a case of the two similar cases of homicide in two different police stations. This is a hypothetical, so it's not exactly a real case scenario. So I'm just giving a hypothetical situation. So two similar cases of homicide in two police stations and the progress of the investigation in each case. In each of the cases, one person was assaulted grievously, which later turned fatal. The person died as a result of the grievous injury, but that came later. And in each of the cases, both the deceased victim and the accused were young adults, and they were known to each other. They were locality people only. After the assault and before the demise of the victims, the family members of the accused and the victims, in both the cases, tried to resolve the matter between themselves. Sometimes it used to happen here in Manipur, but not in cases which involves that. So, but anyhow, like FIRs were already registered in each of the police station a day after the assault. No, so now what happens is like both the victims died some 5 days after in the hospital after the injuries. So for the FIR, now the person has died, both the victims have died. So for the FIR, which was registered in the ex-police station, the IO of the case recorded the statements of the victim, including the audio-video recording in the hospital. Accordingly, as per his statements, he had identified all his assailants and described how the assailants had assaulted him and the roles played by them. Further, also, he had also mentioned about some of the friends of the assailants who had witnessed the assault and who had tried to stop them. So he had identified, during his statement, he had identified the assailant, accused persons and the role they have taken against the assault against him, as well as some of the probable witness who had witnessed the assault. Now, in the other FIR registered under the Y police station, the IO of the case didn't record the statement of the victim because while he was alive, because he was thinking that the matter will be resolved between the families. Now, after the unfortunate demise of both the victims, their respective families demanded justice, and they started forming JAC and everything, and they started shouting in. So what we'll do? As far as the IO of the ex-police station is concerned, he had sufficient material to proceed with the case, cause arrest of the assailants, and identify probable witness to take their statements. That he has sufficient materials to investigate the case and to bring the case to its logical conclusion. But what happens to the IO of this Y police station? After the death of the victim, he have neglected to record the statement of the victim on time. So he have no materials to proceed with the case. So what happens is like he could not pinpoint the assailants and could not differentiate between the accused as well as the witness. He arrested all of them who are suspected to be with the deceased victim at that time, and their custodial statements were recorded. But what is the point of recording their custodial statements as accused? Because they will be rendered inadmissible. During the remand stage, yes, you can further the remand, the custody for investigation of the case, but for the trial purpose, it is useless. So he didn't do follow the due process on time, as such, the case cannot be built up properly and the investigation cannot be brought to its logical conclusion. So this is the case study. Then, yeah, we come back to the speedy investigation. Whether speedy investigation by itself doesn't mean justice. BNSS lays primacy on the speedy investigation. However, we have an inherent contradiction. Because BNSS have introduced more paperwork, video recording, forensics, everything. That means more work for the police, more work for the forensic agencies, more work for the investigating agencies. So on one hand, BNSF have laid emphasis on speedy investigation. On the other hand, they have introduced more sections, more work to be done by the investigating agencies. So do we have a contradiction or not? That is the question. Whether the justice will be speedy or not. That's how we come back to the original quote of the Justice Felix Frankfurter. Justice does not mean mere speed. We have to be clear. Speed means deliberate speed. That speed has to be done. That investigation has to be done complying with all the due process and all the effect and closing all the loopholes which can be used by the accused for his acquittal. So speed means deliberate speed, and that deliberate speed entails that all the process of the law has to be complied properly. That investigation has to be done timely. All the reports have to be submitted on time and done with properly, so that all investigation can be brought to its logical conclusion, irrespective of whether that will result in the conviction or the acquittal of the accused. Because as far as the criminal laws are concerned, we are not actually supposed to be consider only just conviction or the acquittal of the accused. We have supposed to find out the truth. What happened to the crime, what exactly occurred, so that we can come to the truth, and for the victims, they can have a finality. So that winds up with my presentation, but I have not included this because I thought that this will be covered in the earlier sessions. Because I just want to point out one regarding one aspect of regarding the digital evidence and everything, because I think this is very important, pertinent for the investigating officers, investigating agencies. New laws and these new evidence laws or the BNSS or the does not actually they ignore the another law. This is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So which deals with the personal data, privacy of the personal data of any person, every person. So in every investigation, all the investigating officers or the agencies should ensure that the personal data collected for the investigation, that may be any personal pictures or photos or even the financial data which have been collected during the investigation is not misused. That even the rights of the accused to defense are balanced with the privacy rights of the third parties, that is of the victims, and that mass surveillance tools are not used to criminalize innocence. So we have to be that custody of the digital data, the evidence we have has to be carefully handled so that it does not end up, we do not end up with a situation that it leads to the furtherance of the other crimes as well. So with this, I would like to finish my presentation and thank you all.
So now I request Neera Devi for your presentation.
Good afternoon to the respected organizers of today's program, respected office bearers, respected office bearers of the High Court of Manipur, respected office bearers of the Manipur State Legal Services Authority, respected office bearers of the Manipur Judicial Academy, moderator of today's session, respected Sir M. Manoj Kumar, my supervisors of today's session, respected Sir Y. Rotha and District and Sessions Judge Imphal West, respected Chief Judicial Magistrate Imphal West, Sir Sadananda, respected senior judicial officers, fellow judicial officers, participants of today's function, today's conference, which includes both investigative agencies from the central and state, and also the forensic experts, legal aid defense counsels, public prosecutors, law students. My name is Neera Sinam, as you can see from this slide. I'm currently the Judicial Magistrate, First Class Kapching. The topics that I'll be dealing with today is with regards to general overview of BNS, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023, which replaces the Indian Penal Code 1860. And also I'll be dealing with certain offenses, which there are 23 new offenses which have been added, but I'll be dealing with certain offenses which you'll be seeing a lot, which will be in FIRs a lot of times in the state of Manipur. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the first definition that we'll be seeing, I find there are two definitions which are very progressive in nature. The first definition being section 2 subsection 10, the definition of transgender has been included in the BNS 2023. It was not there before. What is the repercussion? What is the consequence? So one of the examples of consequence of adding this definition is that section 96 of BNS 2023, it deals with procuration of child for sexual intercourse. Before, under section 366A of the IPC, it used to be procuration of minor girl for sexual intercourse. Now a minor boy, a minor transgender who is being procured for sexual intercourse can be included. They can be deemed to be a victim under the BNS 2023. It is known to us that BNS has a lot of gender neutral offenses now, but it is to be known that for adult males and adult transgenders, there is yet to be introduction of offenses. For instance, there can be rape of adult male, there can be rape of adult transgenders, which is a grim reality. Hopefully in the future, we will see incorporation of these changes and amendments duly. The second definition I find to be very progressive is the definition of mental illness, which have been introduced in section 2 subsection 20. It takes the definition from the Mental Healthcare Act 2017. What is the repercussion of this? Under the IPC, under section 309, attempt to suicide used to be an offense. But the Honorable Supreme Court, the lawmakers also, they started to understand that when a person attempts to commit suicide, there is an underlying cause, which is usually mental illness. However, and therefore it is no longer an offense, attempt to suicide. But there's one exception, section 226 of BNS 2023. If there is an attempt to commit suicide to compel or restrain exercise of lawful power. For example, there is a public servant who wishes to pass an order. It's an exercise of his lawful power. But there are protesters who are attempting to commit suicide to prevent that from happening. That itself is an offense. Okay. The second overview that I would like to present is with regards to enhanced punishments. There are 33 offenses, as we can see, where imprisonment has been enhanced. One of the most common examples in Manipur, one of the offense would be curfew tugarapagumba, disobedience to order duly promulgated by public servant. Before it used to be 188B IPC, now it's 223B IPC. From 6 months, it has been increased to 1 year. This is one of the many examples. Then we have 83 offenses where fines have been increased. So simple hurt, voluntary causing of simple hurt, section 323 IPC, now section 1152 BNS, 1,000 rupees ticket, 10,000 rupees in Hengalakpa. It is with regards to the times, with regards to progress in times, where our economy is also developing very fast, so we also feel the need that the fine amount has to be increasing accordingly. Then we have 23 new offenses with mandatory minimum punishment. So culpable homicide not amounting to murder, which under the IPC did not have any mandatory minimum punishment, but under section 105 of BNS, now it has a mandatory minimum punishment of 5 years. It cannot go lower than 5 years, the amount of sentence that can be awarded for culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Okay, it's not here yet. Okay, the second slide, which deals with community service, if we can go back to the first slide. So we have community service as a form of punishment which will be relevant for the judges, for the prosecutors during the time, and the legal aid defense counsels, which is relevant during the time of sentencing. Section 4F has introduced this as a form of punishment. So when we look at community service as a form of punishment, there is a question that arises. There is no clear description of how it has to be awarded, but the High Court of Rajasthan, in a bail application extending the scope of Section 4F, has laid down the structure. You give a specific period of time, which is 2 months, which is laid down here, I've underlined it. You give a specific purpose, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. You give a specific time within that day also, 2 hours per day. And who has to supervise that he is doing that community service? The SHO where the FIR is being registered for the case for which he's being convicted, and also the municipal corporation or local administrative authorities concerned. So this is like a landmark decision of the Rajasthan High Court. Then we have very minor offenses where community service can be awarded. I have underlined one of them, which is Section 356, subsection 2, which deals with defamation, which I'm sure everyone is aware. And Section 209, I believe, will be very helpful for fellow judicial officers. It makes community service as a form of punishment when there is non-appearance in response to a proclamation under Section 84 of BNS 2023. Okay. Sige matang dadi ay na hosik hai gi ba koi offense kharam di. Manipur, new offense offense. So the first 3 offenses, a lot of them will be used by police officers, while the last 2 offenses will be used by the central agencies. So I'll be speaking a little bit in Manipuri for the first 3 offenses. Section 69 BNS, sexual intercourse by employing deceitful means. Manipur hairaga na ayamba matamda nupi chenba gumba thokpa, elopment se thokpa. Elopment se thoa matungda lohongge na promise toramba se ma se lohong promise se ma se kairaba. Adui matamda hana di 376 IPC makada women police officers in the register investigation torami. Section 69 BNS, sexual intercourse by employing deceitful means. So highlight the other means, deceitful means, false promise to marry khaltana taba. Aiga lay minaragadi ihak se employment pini na promise toramba. Aiga lay minaramagadi promotion pini na promise toraga. But haziki hariba third C column se there is no intention of fulfilling the same. Honorable Supreme Court na di Niem Ahmed versus State and City of Delhi, they clear distinction ang piba. False promise to marry haibaga, breach of promise to marry haibaga difference e khangbi hoina ko. Accuse how badagi ma se nupi se sungrong lohongoy na khanba. Aduga lohong su lohong daba. Laiminara matungda. That is a false promise to marry. Breach of promise to marry di ma taseng na lohong gen di khanba. But mana uhoda ba circumstance. For example, future the mana di imai pan yani khalag imai pan yarakta bagumba. Adugumba circumstance kumba the breach of promise to marry ni. Other than Section 69 palak payaro for offences occurring prior to 1st July 2024 akoigi IPC ki 376 pan payaro. Bhupesh Thakur versus State of Himachal Pradesh kitang oina at torok poina hosiki hariba Section 69 se asigi ingredients sida person haide women khak haiba. So akoigi hariba transgender sing se sometimes akoi Manipur di thok payai lohongge na ichelamba transgender gasu, but Himachal Pradesh ki High Court na di high grade transgender na di benefits law bayaro inako women kalta high banina. So I just want a very quick answer from women police officers. English study sida laire. I'll just translate this to Manipuri. Ega biga se relationship 5 years laire me moi bani se outing mapan thokmi narure aduga nupa se na nupi se mai yumda thamu yadre mai gari se thore mai mama na bagi yumda pure aduga nupa se na haire sigi agreement se soitau akhoi bani se court marriage torabani adugi matungi na moi bani se laiminare bako aduga b se na akhoi gi chatna bagi matungi na mayum hale mayum halaba matungda di nupa se nupi atopam ga chengre hai bagi pau se phange ba aduga magi mari mata thoba ukilam da so hojiki putho eba ma hojiki agreements aise court marriage to bane matubo mari mata ni ma se court marriage document natti hai biri eba. Women police officers am fast in answer to siko see Section 69 ta agadra. Any women police officer? Okay, Section 69 ta agani ko they have all the ingredients ma se hojiki hai riba agreement ma samak se mai vakil na so hai reba. This is not a court marriage document. He did not intend to have this to fulfill his promise to marry her. Okay, state government of NCT of Delhi versus Gaurang Kadian. City akoi Delhi High Court kumbadadi moigi discussion de caste basis to talk pati ko. Akoi Manipur we are state filled with so many different communities. Tholak pa ya akoi gi different communities ani mag se nushinaraga lohongge tauba. Adu bu nupis na handai so haiba. Akoi bani se jati manadam ni imung na yarak tabasu yai na akoi bani na lohongni na promise story se. Nupas na yani khangna yani haijina laiminaraba. Sigi judgment sigi matungina Delhi High Court ki judgment matungina di yani khangna haijinaraga laiminaraba. Asi Section 69 of BNS 2023 palak bayani. Section 1032 mob lynching, akogi Manipur context ta, sige aina highlight to base column number 3 da ko. Personal belief aina highlight, atay grounds ay kya highlight to. I'll give a very simple example. Akogi community se news ta so flash to re. Sige nupa se asina pokso victims e manani commit se tai crimes se commit to ne. Mayam se pull up na thazamina re ba. They have a personal belief. Adu hojiki nupa se 5 or more person, obviously a mob gathers and then they kill him. Manipur dadi am talk about context ni. This comes under section 1032 BNS, which is mob lynching. And this comes from the directions. Sigi section se kamai la ino hai but there is an S Punawala versus Union of India Honorable Supreme Court direction. Kogi Home Department, Central Government, kaino mayam the state government da kogi take prevent as highlight or say identify the measures for prevention of more violence and lynching hai ba sigi directions the git holak section. Then finally koi state ki am relevant to section 106 BNS Death by Rash and Negligent Act. The contents are on the slide which is here, but I'll just give an example again for a type of offense which occurs a lot of times in Manipur. Gari se am thuna thorakpa, mi thome, mi shire, sige section da laani. Gari se signal phazana lawdaba, mi thome, shire, she section de palapaya. Gari se akoi ki proper signal reflectors gum am te yawda na ma se khama thamama amamba jagada, mi thome, shire, she amuk palakpaya gani ba. But ground level difficulty ko aina panjaningbam na. Section 106 subsection 1 BNS haibam section 106 2 BNS haibam khaidokre ba handakti. But what happens is 1062 BNS makha da thoma maga mesi shishu shiraba. Police officer to report oram de magistrate to report oram de mas escape to greba. I have come across some FIRs so koi sige 1062 ze yorokba. But I want to tell you that Gazette of India ge notification am leba. All of the offences under BNS 2023 comes into force except 1062 BNS haiba. Guwahati High Court na so Ritu Mani Deka versus the Union of India so high grade DGP the direction speed FIR 1062 makha the register rakanoina. But there is a reason why police officers are registering under 1062. Kogi public iho am layeba. Kogi mi je thoma shira matungda Misi Sigra Matunda 1061 available neba. And the police na may kiti thado kadabani. Adugi kiboy gawi sometimes 1062 palapasya. But there are police stations who are aware that 1062 is not in force. Then they start adding offenses like akogi murder gumba, attempt to murder gumba. But state of Punjab versus Balwinder Singh da, it's very clear. Either choose death by rash and negligence or choose murder. They cannot come under the same category. Have say. See his Honorable Supreme Court judgments the yaw griba. Okay. Now I'll start speaking a little bit in English because this final two offenses, the central agencies also, they are very much involved. The first being section 111, organized crime. Organized crime, which relates to, as you can see from column number 2, it can be kidnapping, it can be robbery, it can be vehicle theft, it can be extortion, it can be drug trafficking also. But the first column, it says that all this organized crime being happening, it should be a continuing unlawful activity, which a lot of FIRs which have registered so far has not taken note of. So what is continuing unlawful activity? We can see that first of all, there has to be an activity for which the current FIR is being registered, that there has been a commission of offense, which is punishable with imprisonment of 3 years or more, it's a cognizable offense. However, that person belonging to an organized crime syndicate, either this person or a previous person, should have committed an offense for which there is one or more charge sheets which are already registered before a competent court and within the preceding period of 10 years, and that court has already taken cognizance of such offense. So this is one aspect of organized crime which has been neglected a lot. We have an illustration here. This is from a real case. The allegation was that the petitioner, along with other accused, committed a serious economic offense by smuggling contraband gold from abroad. The petitioner was arrested at the international airport and liquid gold capsules were found in his body. Multiple FIRs are pending right now against the petitioner, whereby he has been arrested on possession of contraband gold. So I hope there will be an answer from the Central Investigative Agency. Anyone? Will this come under organized crime? Anyone? Okay, since we have like a constraint on time, I'll just answer this question. No. Because as you can see from the last line, it says multiple FIRs are pending. There's no charge sheet yet. We require one or more charge sheets at the time of consideration whether organized crime is made out or not. Since there are only multiple FIRs, it won't come under organized crime. This is a case, this case example was from Mohammed Rashid versus State of Kerala. And with regards to a charge sheet being registered, the Honorable Supreme Court in the matter of State of Maharashtra versus Shiva Ali Shivaji Ramaji Sonawane has also made it clear that 2 charge sheets are a requirement for registering an offense under section 111 of the BNS, which relates to organized crime. The second type of offense, again, which both the state and central investigative agencies. So with regards to section 131 BNS, which is very similar to section 15.1 UAPA, there's a glaring question. How does the superintendent of police exactly decide how the offense should be registered under BNS 113 or should be registered under section 15 UAPA? So we look at the ingredients with regards to this. I have underlined this particular intention. To make it easy, we look at this intention which says in 113, disturb public order. We look at this intention in 15.1 UAPA, it says strike terror. The acts also overlap a lot. That was with regards to mens rea. This column is regards with the actus reus. The actus reus also, they have like this bombs and firearms, all this destruction of property and all, they are very similar. So we look to the mens rea mostly. So how exactly will we differentiate what is terror and what is public order? Terror has not exactly been defined by the Honorable Supreme Court, but we look to the judgment of Ram Manohar Lohia versus State of Bihar. So if we look at this example, it says that when 2 drunkards quarrel and fight, there is disorder but not public disorder. But suppose that those 2 fighters are of rival communities and one of them tried to raise communal passions, then there will be public disorder. So if we put it in a simple example, a person uses bombs, firearms to kill people who are members of a particular community. The superintendent of police, going by these definitions, can use 113 BNS to attract it as a terrorist act under this new definition. The final new offense I would like to talk about is with regards to section 152 BNS, formerly section 124 BNS, 124A IPC. It's very contentious as of now. But the major difference here is, in 152 BNS, the endangering is regarding a sovereignty or unity and integrity of India. With regards to 124A IPC, it's with regards to government established by law in India. So to make this clearer, there's an explanation saying that if a person, for example, we make a comment on social media saying that I do not agree with what the government is doing, you cannot apply section 152 BNS in that case. That is merely an expression of disapprobation of the measures or administrative or the actions of the government. We look at this case law, it's with regards to a person who was said to be pro-Khalistan. Everyone is aware of that movement, I believe. Tejinder Pal Singh versus the state of Rajasthan. The Honorable Rajasthan High Court recently already said that this is a very contentious provision because it says that prima facie, it appears to be rather reintroducing section 124A sedition by another name. It is rather debatable as to which of 2 provisions, that is the one repealed, sedition, or the one reintroduced is more stringent. Facts of the case are this. The person in this viral video has basically proclaimed, the mischievous person has come, he will go to the gallery of the parliament and he raised the slogans of Khalistan. And it is also said that the manner in which the swearing ceremony of Amritpal Singh was performed, that his photos, videos are being prohibited. It shows that there is a fear of the Dashmesh community, that this fear should be there. But the Honorable Rajasthan High Court has basically said that this petitioner cannot in any way be said to be pro-Khalistan. He is just merely commenting and expressing disapprobation of the measures which are being taken up by the government. So 152 BNS cannot be applied to such a person. Then we look at Balwant Singh and another versus state of Punjab. This is again it will be very pertinent in the context of Manipur because it says, it does not appear to us that the police should have attached much significance to the casual slogans raised by 2 appellants. We know that the public of Manipur, they have a rather democratic spirit. They do not agree with something. There will be a protest suddenly and there will be slogans being shouted, which may be against the government. But we have to be careful because this judgment from the Honorable Supreme Court clearly says that just merely raising slogans does not incite to sedition, and therefore this reintroduced provision being section 152 BNS, it cannot be applied here. And finally, we just come to this judgment of the Supreme Court, which there are FIRs, I believe, in all police stations where section 124A IPCs has been registered. Maybe there are trials in courts also. But the Honorable Supreme Court in this judgment, which I've laid out on the slide here, has said that all pending investigations, all pending trials which relate to section 124A IPC cannot be taken up at the moment. Why is it so contentious? I just end this with this note. There is a case, Emperor versus Bal Gangadhar Tilak. We must remember that offenses like sedition, which is section 124 IPC, and 152 BNS, rather reintroduced right now with a differently worded term, just as the Honorable Rajasthan High Court has said, it was used to convict people which are freedom fighters like Bal Gangadhar Tilak, which is here in this case law. With this, I end my speech. Thank you so much for being such patient listeners.
So, this is the question and answer session. Because of time constraint, we will take only 10 questions from the audience. Please.
So I would like to ask a question.
Yes, please.
Honorable Sir Rothar and your team, my name is Rishlip Marangtham. I have a topic to be discussed with you. In relation to the recording of evidence or complaint as the new law mandated, I physically had witnessed a critical procedure taken up by the IO of the concerning case, video recording through his own personal smartphone, which I think that this mistake should not be took place, which may render to effect the case. I recommend that the police station should maintain an official videographing device. What I recommend on this, sir?
Hello. Hello, is the objection to recording by personal phone, or do I get the question correct?
Sir, recording by the personal phone from the IO itself.
Okay, the law as it is does not specifically bar recording by personal phone. However, I do agree that there should be some policy for the government to arrange for the mobile phone, because in fact, during my presentation, I want to mention this, but somehow I forgot to. Sometimes it happens that the phone has malware and other technical problem, which may affect the integrity of the material recorded. Secondly, we should also be concerned with the quality of the video footage and whatever is recorded. So I think there should be some standard to be maintained, and it will be better for the government to provide phones exclusively for official purposes.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, the question of Ma'am, the say section 69 the chain which section 69 palm chill sexual intercourse like ni have the Adam lay ni have the isum to land gadran.
Okay, as a time constraint, I spoke a little fast, so you're missing a key ingredient which I mentioned. When elopements are when they have eloped and they had sexual intercourse, that are the two ingredients which was there in your question. But the ingredient here is the person promised to marry her, but he had no intention to fulfill that from the start. This is an ingredient which is missing from your question. When that ingredient is fulfilled, then section 69 BNS will be attracted. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, good afternoon. Good afternoon here. I'm Bilasini from the forensic. I just want to highlight two challenges that we are facing as an expert who visits the crime scene. So I will just put this for the floor to for suggestions. Like often we visit the crime scene in a very odd hours and so many like holidays or whenever we are required. But often IOs like left us on the scene alone and they left for some other work, like because the IOs are involved for the law and order, then VIP duties and investigation officer. I think at this moment, like there should be a dedicated IO so they don't hesitate, hurry off to the other works, so that the quality of the investigation improves. And the second challenges that we are facing right now is due to the this NCL, the new criminal law. The new criminal law says that the visits of the forensic expert to the crime scene is compulsory for the punishment of 7 years and above. So sometimes what happens is, I think the IO should be given some power to decide whether the experts are required or not. The crime is increasing like anything, and we don't have time to sleep or eat. This is 8 cases per day. Such a situation has arisen, but without the necessity of our visits. Because the law says so they requisition us for the investigation. But on the scene when we visit, for example, I'll give an example, the kidnapping, which is not an actual kidnapping, but the elopement. With the consent or willingly, the girl gets into the car. The next day, the parents of the girl has filed an FIR as a kidnapping. And because of the section of the kidnapping, the requirement of the forensic expert has come to light. So the IO will definitely go to the scene. There will be nothing because the girl was willingly entered the car. So in such situations, if some powers are given to the IO, whether the forensic experts are required or not, it will be very beneficial for both the IOs and the forensic experts, I feel. I'll leave this for the suggestion from the floor. Thank you.
So, any other question?
Sir, I have Sir, third question ahom nang resource person among sir. I question say expert opinion say sina record cam help to work have smina lovely side amaram whether the expert opinion binding the court or not sima or science lobby how far expert opinion help the court sina sizna ko sir third way aduga aina muk sir kanoki akoigi sadaran nagida hangingisina akoigi handcuff ki ama businesses yawidana ko and what are the offenses under businesses regarding the akoigi handcuff se aduga akoi karam ba offenses se handcuff to ya bagi ya do gi haibuduni aina sir sadanandagi khangingisina aduga madam dagi aina khangingisina what are the offenses under businesses regarding community service that court can punish? I will explain to Biramta.
Big question. Expert opinion gido. Number one, keep in mind number one, the expert opinion eba. Opinion je test to whether me hane accept to tringa. Ground of magi opinion do kari the basis to a ground amadi sangnidra. Normally quick cross examination di yankum hangniba. ID ground of founded or brain. Adu kan the kataneba. Ado karam bada masina kayam helpful ogedo. Adu the experts in Makaliamida, Kari handwriting expert le adu labra. Adugi matung ille. Normally asagi ground do man pasina furnish toraga kano Imphal yawe do utba namaga diba or expert opinion do akoi accept the web.
Supplement over the expert opinion as a piece of evidence. Evidence may am like a piece of evidence, the kind of material evidence, forceful way. I think evidence you look the way at it. Expert opinion look, I think it's not the way at it. We have said no, it cannot like a dobany. Evidence like a dobany. Expert opinion at a piraga, lairaga, a lot of way up with some say no evidence. I think it's Hakina, Kamai Torino, Kamai to have a Kanmakan like a one of the piece of evidence. Go, it's better to preserve. Yeah, the second question.
Hajiki handcuff kilo the section 43 subsection 3 the clearly idum haireko BNSS ke police officer may keeping in view the nature and the gravity of the offense use handcuff while making the arrest of a person while producing such person before the court who is a habitual offender or repeat offender, number one. Number two, or who escaped from custody or who has committed offense of organized crime, terrorist act, drug-related crime or illegal possession of arms and ammunition, murder, rape, acid attack, counterfeiting of coins and currency notes, human trafficking and sexual offense against children or offense against the against the state. See, section 43.3 that clearly crime offense that handcuff tawgadam no or tawroidam no I have to the yar. Adu so many ko loina tawni have the light. The handcuff tawbaya and loina tawni have the light. But depending on the circumstances of the case and depending on the actions of the accused ko adu the 43.3 BNSS that list out tawre ko.
Illegal arms possession se. Sisu yawri neba. Adu handuk Manipur phagal imayam jidi ko. Illegal arms possession si handcuff tawbagi.
Adu the discretion neba may have a police officer the discretion am periba. Every the tawni have not but depending on the every case to tare na ko. Mai do the carta and police na justify to target the ma season of yare ko. Adu the justification am DP betab. Yarnika.
Thank you for the question. Community service ki matang ding asai slide am di utki bane. Koi ya minor offense ko. Examples hai ki defamation gumba. Koi ki theft yam petty oiba below 5,000 kak oiba. Adagi public servant am illegally trade dominaram ba. Hosiki hai ribana traga even koi ki proclamation laura kan dama se appear tork taba. Sigum offense community service award ta way.
Ju thapri avna.
Yeah. Yaubane. Koi ko drunken person or a nuisance create or a lambida. Minor offense na to so community service yawe.
I question am that obsage. My name is P. Premsa, Chief Legal and Defense Counsel in Imphal West. I get question si that is the link at Piriba session sigi member Punamakta Thamsage. As per section 23 of the BNSS, sentences which magistrate may pass high than a yabudu the koigi to the first class magistrate among a sentence to where was imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years or fine not exceeding 50,000 rupees or both or community service 7. Aduga from the BNS the section 139. Section 139 clause 1, the kidnapping of poor child for the purpose of begging. That is section 140 clause 3, kidnapping or abducting with intent secretly and wrongfully to confine a person 7 years. Ahan bagisina rigorous imprisonment not be less than 10 years. High adagi 338 forgery of available security. Adagi 342 clause 1, 342 clause 2. Imprisonment for life or 7 years. Adoidi Sigi case si aina panjariba section ama ni ahum mari manga si koi khakang khangat chabada si judicial magistrate first class na trial to godabni haire. Adoidi somda section 20 clause 23 ki clause 2 da clause 3 da piri si kadi law si contradiction leibadong na tawre. Si matang da ekoina Kanodasu, schedule the Yang Matamda, available and available Kaido Pagesi, my imprisonment, the Supiram, Laini Habelated. Situna Yang Aganda BNSS the High Siga BNS the section 6 punishment Siga Taugodreba trial, Taugodreba Mestre, Siga Sana, the Bugum Tawi, Sigi Matanga, Equina Carito, Wayabage, I have a Kitantabi. Sometimes Equina Tenazabada, a chief judicial magistrate, Imphal West the Gi, Agi Sarothargi Kota, Nahan, at a section Karayaga, session trial over case Karayaga, Tagala, commit or Podi Papa, Adunataba, session trial case, Suga, the one to the imprisonment trial to the court to give imprisonment Sango, Sahi, Tereki Matak Hele, Tara, Yore, life imprisonment Yaure and Tagalapa Yaureba. So the Kanodu magistrate by judicial magistrate first class high able law Kanodana. Other I need to get conflicting like Pakasu Sagi court Matasu Tangaba, the Yao Regina court case conduct only Japakanda. So I see that quickly to way abage, have to kitten elaborately, ma'am, so come not.
Number one was the Habido. My power of judicial magistrate, chief judicial magistrate session just in a period. I couldn't understand the Udabza. Sentence with Canoza. Power with the Aduki bar, Madi Lake Revaco. Adubu, Akuna, table schedule, Lakuna, tribal by a first class magistrate or session tribal and Kaido Ebaco. I couldn't understand the Udabza. Adu the Kaido Saragazu kanoje session just na magistrate tribal case trial to we are the have expressly high deba adi mathak ta sumai yengo ba chief judicial magistrate tribal have why amu thengara moi ba karigino da magistrate na trial to gadi ma ju ya na dum lowbagi sense ne ba ko aduga power of session just haragade sentence authorized by law in yawone ba except in case of that sentence or gana high court of confirm to godam ne haibne adun haibadi magi power je plenary power mas high leje je loinak trial to bi ai ba even though schedule khai to ojo sigi matang da kano je criminal breach of trust by clerk or kano to adu su life imprisonment oi bane ba but schedule the yang but the first class magistrate tribal high bane ba aduna haibadi mana punish to gado first class ki 3 years to life imprisonment ko maina ma hangwai kano sentence pi do rinova sigi question da koina yeng da je session just na magistrate tribal kano si bar labor law da sineba sigi matang da koina yam two section ama sidagi koina kana ba phangni ba magi correct interpretation to the number 1 magistrate na session tribal exclusively tribal haibo haise haibli ko aseng di law da haibdi adu thengraga di mana commit to godam ne haibne ba adu season ba haise sell haibne ba he sell commit haibne ba adu bu karigma commit to kanda session just na to kanda mana charge framing gi to kan sida exclusively tribal oitre haraga di mana he may haibne adu season ba haise na may haibne ba khena baje magistrate na session that commit to the sale never obligatory never compulsory never aduga session na di mana exclusive trial to the yare haragadi me remand after framing charge have never charge to frame to ga amu thada gi bi aiba adu mo the discretion never me mana to gi su ke su ga ideba sigi matang da ain hoji haiba case keno do criminal breach of trust to adugi case lo su leiba neba even though mana haijera ga su session na trial to godab ne amna kai gino the magistrate na magi oithokpa yadaba punishment piramnina asengmudi handaki bns semdo hobo yabane ba sigi kenu to anomaly am leise semdo hodre ba supreme court ki judgment do laibanina magi definition kai do chap mana banina hanagi judgment do perimeter ya adum apply to bom thoeba aduga ngasagi magistrate tribal to case the supreme court kenu session to we are have question da asisu case leise da yai yari je mangona magi khara exceptional case khara adu yengadam ni haibane ba example oina haraga ngasagi cross complaint gumba lakhre khalone ngasagi satananda haibra cross fir la eba ko party ani khanare amana ju fir tore amana ju fir tore investigation tore amadu di offense pikna pal eba ko magistrate tribal oreba but amadu na session pat toreba adu ani du di related oeba aduguma matang oragadi mana discretion do magistrate trial to haibi mota magistrate ki tribal do mana to bune chumeba one of the kanone city illustration gi one eba and my power later ready leiba aduga same case criminal breach of trust to logic to season raga hojiki kidnapping do mana life imprisonment oragadi magi kano do yadamne session na to bom thoi adu illegality leite
aduda sir aina hanjari bana Masagi session tribal over case ka pulla gadi phaba nataba magistrate of first class na khatang trial to dong ne have I khudam oina 342 clause 1 se hajar age on sir counterfeiting a device or mark used for authenticating documents described in section 338 or possessing counterfeit mark material have say only see section se gak pale eng khala se ba sidadi magistrate of first class high ba aduga non compoundable non cognizable bailable imprisonment for life or imprisonment for 7 years and a fine high ba adu ita ardi session judge na trial to bagi port to di supan pandre ba sigi section sidadi adu ita ardi magistrate na madu
adu I know ji hagiro criminal breach of trust by kano cashier banker adu ju samane ba adu ki magi offense ti yengoba trial bal harga magistrate hangoni session yaugde ba yaugdraga ju supreme court haija kanone session just na trial to guna chumi sineba hairi si maram se kanone ngasai gi haido session court ki power dum leiba moina exclusively haiba wahi do season adam ni na ne ko makhana to bosi mana su adum to bu yaiba adi wabadi sigi logic se extend to gadi even high court su to bu yaiba ma su adu to do bai wane ba mai power de dum leiba adu hosiki kanu siga chamane ba sigi case smai to offense khara yaw ba koi mana tribal di haraga mai poverty leitaba adi punishment ki poverty leitaba adu for some reason smai di hapsang raba adu nain haije
adu ta gadi sir हाइब सेक्शन सिंसे समदोक दरकार लेब्रा सिनी आइना थमजनिंग
adudi legislature wisdom ni aduga logic ti kemta udeba kari maram gino sumaina life imprisonment di pisalaga trial na magistrate to maram sulai leiteba at least mana 7 years po yaramaga di mana punishment pb adaga di mana cgm da refer to wi aina provision ma yawidna man pd ngam darga di adu sunate basidi aduna aina khambra di singasagi criminal breach of trust ta gi judgment gi logic to same toroga to boda kemta illegality leiten khalle
My question is directed to Sir Rotter. My question is, if a person desires to file a photograph or voice recording without certificate, would it be admissible as evidence in the court? Is section 63(4) C.
Hello. Video recording, voice recording have.
Voice recording or any photograph.
Photograph to the digital lagi number photograph hoy ne ko. If device itself is produced, there is no need for this 65B certificate, but that is settled in Arjun Pandit Rao case. But if you copy it to pen drive or another device, then 63 is certificate 63(4) is necessary. How? You know
Suppose by simply saying that photograph, that pen drive is copied from the original data, like for mobile phone or whatever it may be. So by simply saying that this photograph, this pen drive is authenticated and this has integrity or reliable, by simply saying that in the certificate, will it be admissible?
No, because there are 4 conditions to be fulfilled. It's that section 63 subclause 2. I think that 4 condition has to be. There has to be regularly used, and the data has to be regularly fed. That 4 condition has to be verified. And actually, the original device belongs to whom. That has to be. If it is the owner, then the owner has to give the certificate.
Owner, supposing I'm the owner. Today I have clicked the photographs and I want to submit to the court.
Yes.
And when I could not submit my mobile to the court because I have only one mobile.
Yes,
so
yes.
I will transfer the data to the pen drive, and I'll submit the when I submit the pen drive to the honorable court, then I have to submit as per the certificate according to the section 63 C
Yes.
that this original transfer this is my original, this has been copied from the original, my mobile number, a mobile this big number this, and this has authenticity and this is genuine and integrity and this is relevant. Will it be sufficient?
See, the format of the certificate itself is given. You have to use that format. And what I find in searching the web is in some other state, they use the format, but if they want to put additional information, for example, the device was transferred successively. For example, you have received one message in WhatsApp, but instead of printing it directly from the WhatsApp, you first transfer it to the Facebook, etc., etc. See, they file in the form of affidavit also. I think that is also proper. So you have to at least fulfill the ingredients given in that certificate, in the form of that certificate, the 4 criteria mentioned. But this is only for the purpose of admissibility, as you may be aware. At the time of cross-examination, if you are unable to satisfy that you have fulfilled the 4 conditions, then the evidence will be again be rejected.
So, and one more question is, in respect of section 223, subsection 1 and the proviso of BNSS, whether the notice to the proposed accused has to be issued after pre-summoning evidence or before, as per section 223 subsection 1 proviso, or is it to be issued the moment the complaint has been received or registered or after some basic inquiry into its merit? Sir.
You are talking about issuing notice before cognizance is taken, isn't that?
Yes, sir.
See, I think first you have to go through the material. You have to apply your mind, because only if there is possibility of disclosing some offense, only then the question of issuing notice to the accused will arise. But I am only giving my opinion. I have been discussing with my colleague what will happen if the accused turns up? Whether he will be entitled to produce evidence of, for example, if he want to produce evidence of its own, whether that will be permission. If that is the case, it may amount to conducting some sort of pre-trial. So we have to look for the case, but for the time being, I believe that it is only if he want to issue summons. I think other steps have to be taken before him. It is not the case that as soon as you receive the complaint, you are obligated to issue some.
But sir, as per section 223 subsection 1 proviso, the chance of being hurt has to be given to the accused. So how will the accused give his evidence, or how will the accused say that that is my question.
Actually, regarding the, if suppose before the statement of the complainant is taken and pre-cognizance notice is issued to the accused and accused turns up, I think that was the original question. I think Supreme Court has ruled that even in case like before the statement of the complainant, if the accused turns up, there is no irregularities and he can participate in the proceedings. I think the Supreme Court has ruled on that. But apart from that, as per the section, it notifies only the chance of hearing should be given to the accused, but no specific other details are not mentioned in the section itself. So chance of this has to be considered only for the purpose of cognizance after the taking of the statement of the complainant, as well if any, or other witnesses if any. So at that time the court is giving an opportunity to the accused to see whether sufficient materials exist or not, or whether the accused has his side of the story, whether any special cause is there for not taking cognizance. I think that is the only method that has to be decided during that.
Sir, how will I submit my my story, sir, as an accused?
That has not been let down as far as the BNSS is concerned, as the section is concerned.
Yes, there
so
are
I
three
think
areas in this. That is why I'm confused. That is why I'm asking you before the honorable judges.
That has to be decided first by the Supreme Court at first. Then, as of now, some high courts, I think the Karnataka High Court has issued some directions regarding that, but we have to see, because it's a new law and we have to see. But the point is like no prejudice would be caused. I think that is the intention of the legislature, I think, so that no frivolous complaint is filed and no case is pending against the accused and no cognizance is taken unnecessarily. I think that is the intention of the legislature.
The judgments given by Karnataka High Court is a different thing. Just, anyway, thank you, sir.
What's the question to go? Question the accused lagama hearing budia ko ma argument to be, but magi material put hodi kaduguragi senior asing with clear oitija. Ado at the time of charge hearing the accused ki magi right late up can to bogi. City settle on never magi material put hodi go. At I question the charge hearing matum da magi evidence put hoko kana ba yadragati precognizance stage di kana ba yagadra anomaly amala oidra have a question on the list.
Aduda sa ay na mga question amtanga kay ako si hana cognizance law with my statement lawrani aduga ID atopa ako na nagay 200 CRPC da tawnare sidi cognizance law matamda complainant lawre other witnesses lawre kay gumbada witnesses law draga su sa adum ya gaduira aduga kay gumba ako na lawro matungda magi ako da hanagi tawnagi ba dumaina ako da not cannot see a good chance of being a cross examined over Yagadra, Taugadra Natragana, after that, Aquina Amukas, Kanugi complaining, other witnesses, statement Lauraba Matam, the Queen Nagi, Tonabadumina, Aquida cross on the cross examination, Tawagi Matam to the Taugadra, Hauziki before Sigi 223, as I provide Sigi Matung, and it is also being heard, some gray areas are there.
Oh, I look. Cross examination gumba tawragadi adu di pura trial mong dala aniba adu aina khamna city limited purpose kine na khale ka samna idane case ti layeba samana accuse yar magadi cognizance law roidaba haidi hana already complaint amagum laibugumba mana facts suppress tobugumba adu gumba limited di adum yani khale du cross examination ki expressly haidamina tobum thokten khale.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I supplementary okay ko hojiki 2 to 3 ga hana gi 200 si ga kadang kenaba laiba haibabu Hanadi Koina Tarogo to the 200 Taroga, Econone, accuse complainant examine Taway, Magi 200 examine Taroni, Adudim, winners, Pute, winners, Taroni, Adu Matunda, 202, 203 will PA, Monaco, 202 the Koina 3 Amuma, Nataway, complain police at Hadabi, Mataway, Koina investigation Taway, Magistrate Natra. To jo three the mulani to jo three the material funded this piece of movie. I do matungi to jo fraud magi issue process like a doing ever. I do the hojik and over to jo to the 223 the Harris in a kind have the only magi big of heart city and have any conized stove together. I do the administrator to go to she can have the Ahamada complaining examine the only winners so get a royal way man Ahamada Magi satisfaction permafisila Ibrana Yang Wiki. Adubu Marconizing stove yade heaven. Until unless a Kuzuda Magi being of a heartbeat again conizing so yadre. Aduki says you like Anamana, a Kuzu Tisani, a Kuzulani. A Kuzlaka, a Kuzamana Samita Woody, a Kuzan Samita Duisi, Maduki conizes so we may tell Amatalate Hina. Courtamana Samita Wudiani. Aduna Taviade, Aduna Saito Dramana Piriba, complaining, Jamita Riba, Winneski, Jamita Riba, Mayam Sinja. Winnes another accuser notice, haven't but them do yoga over. As per the case law of the Kera High Court, Konataka High Court, Mayam the Gimatung in a call. Mana Winneski, Nodune, statement Dune, complaining petition Dune, accuser notice have the Yogani, accuser Lagana, accuser. There is no material for taking conizes. Hibasibuki the mana, submission to be any quota. Mana conizes to be cannot only have the corner satisfied the organa conizes to this piece of Kibi. And do the corner do the Yangani, and do submission to Matunga, Matunga, conizes to we are do the conizes, Mistrana locally. I do Matunga the Masai question number Hanadi to job for the conizes over the process habani. Hojikti conizes Han Loksanga, accuser Hana already notice speaker. Do it at the equipment to get to your photo can any tiny, I leave it to your photo. Garlic Madusa take it at a Makata, we said. Madudan Hannigan notice, he can win skill giving me and the gross over corporate question. I'm the was it only to your three the candidates, the whether it should be taken conizance or not. For the accused defense counsel, when there is no material for taking conizance. I will give submission to the end. At the end, the arrow to Makadi to show for the Gedi session, tribal by the warrants, Gaski Matang, the Satur Hanedo. She need ladies.
Sir, I do that. I get questions, sir. Karigumbamana, Heidi, a quick accused counsel, sinner. There is no material for taking cognizance. I was by Igi Kamina submission, say, will it be in the written form or shall I have to submit in the as per legally? I did whether there will be a hearing or not.
Yeah, now return when a PGC, Kasukai do with it. Adubum, bigger material law. There is no ground for taking conizes. Have a Magi, Kanodi, Yang Tare petition to Yang any winners, Kilo, Taragatare, or the base orga, Masiki Pum City, Masiki labor material city. There is no ground for taking conizes. Other Masiki Kuzi disaster of you. Hanana to Tavia. Adu with the Kanagadu corner, Kanagadu say, whether there is payment PC evidence for taking conizes. I will see Katan Kanagani.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, question Mahange. Last question.
I know
So, in your view, are the police and the judiciary institution sufficiently equipped, both in terms of infrastructure and capacity, to implement the provision of BNS, BNSS, and BSA?
Hello. So for the purpose of implementing these two new laws, your question is whether the police and the judiciary are equipped in terms of infrastructure. For the police, I can't say because I don't have personal knowledge. I can only speak based on some impression, but that won't be a fair comment. But for the judiciary, I feel that as far as electronic evidence is concerned, we are lagging because to properly adjudicate on any issue, you need both to have some idea about computers, networks, terminologies, it is very difficult to understand even perusal of section 63. It's very difficult for us to understand what is the difference between magnetic, optic, etc., etc. So if you don't have this basic foundation, at the time of cross-examination regarding the reliability and of the electronic evidence, it will be very difficult. So I think this is an area which we need to invest and focus. Yeah. Regarding other infrastructure, of course, that is general. We also have some issues regarding preservation of electronic evidence. Apart from the police evidence produced, we also receive evidence in civil matters also. But unless there is proper space, proper storage system, then how to preserve that is also a challenge.
Sir, question ka tan jaga. Sir, I ming sir Kyle Kumar ko sir. Commando bidal jam sir. Sir, khoi ki khudak ki paw ma lak pada sir. Human da sanga khoi mi pha ba sang ma kan sir. Yum du da khoi mi ji yam da bani khudak ki paw ba ni sir. Mi mari manga sange. The mi du di phar pu thore sir. The videography is compulsory. Videography to get the mobile mul ho sir. Ado consult PS da khoi na report to ba sang ma da sir. Videography out of the machine low and top. Although this accused him Tadoki with Tara, Messisa, I would have solved a problem. Was it clear and top inside? Thank you, sir.
Hello. I covered the Imphal the videography, specifically BNSS the Yaudomali, only seizure Matang Yaumale, and covered the day. I do Masagi, I do also a more so compulsory order, I do not to be questioned. Mobile guma mulhoragadi samna da seizure tore mobile tore mobam thola mulhoradi adi kari to gadagi evidence sum tong na laitre habi question oragadi na akoi law dadi sima tawdragadi fail oiba yadi khote have strictly tawse yamna rare ne ba Nd&Ps case kumba da procedure karagadi aduna maram oidana fatal oido adu reason piradi loi yabani aina khambadadi even masagi mobile video recording tahodre khalorba Kaudre Kalos Togdaba circumstances to Carino and a coin Haragadi Adum Yabam to Eva. Carino the Hanadi oral evidence to Lutorin city real life situation never. Me, I know I am zoo among the Pangibdo. Though court doesn't law doesn't compel to do the impossible Hibama Ladana. Tawangam the Tabako compel to Buyadeva. At minor evidence of Manghoragadi properly proved Toragadi. Based on oral evidence, that don't prove the way still yaganiva. Sina yadamale.
Sir, Mahatara, sir, Hojiki does a videography talk, and has below the late trainer. Although talk in the Castle PS, Nasar, Ahoiki case, register to give Sumaya Logata, Machine would say some talk later. Although the oral get to this, I couldn't complain to which the oral didn't yaw of them. CC to CC, my son and call.
I do think I know ESP to the Kai the Haragan with Tonobutari. Could a mamma hire with the I do Tenegrek and another police officer and Hangakuya who on the show. Suppose Nupisi Nundang the Pavia de Hareko, Natra. Sunset of this and rising into Pavia de Hare. I don't know. I don't know Nupi Malay, Pamjak and Nupi Malay, Nupisi Yorome, what they put second and we can Yorome in the pizza. I don't want Nundang Paya de Nupi Tato. Come I told the game. They Tato then Paya, then we Tato, the police Tato, key and Tato police, not going my party and the Tato Cremo, Nupido, Mandung Paya de Hayana. I do not, I do move down the Catherine Nupijum upon the 10th of them. I couldn't when I have that. I shake a single fact of irrigate Madugi explanation to already I have. Remember, Wakanangi was a gig, Cononda, Lambi, Jungle Lama, the meeting, the Parure, and Atoremi, Sasut only Mizu Party has in it. Nangi mobile, Petri out there, my out the video copy, command to I draw some real pics of trophy. I do didn't fake me and read a do over there.
Sir, last one, sir. Hosiki is a Sungam Yaudo support the Didum Sarah, which case is that the way Sanaganiposa.
Cognizable offense make out a report to the Wata Vanikano, Magi Bitu Kano Yaga, Duganasagi has value out into Patando. Has value say, even a coin generator of Panam like careless who change the wheat sans at labor. Has value Manadan Hector evidence of Langsekato Unateva. one explanation adugumba recommendation lay expert mayamgi view the ko so mina in spite of our best effort and intention his value is changed to by accidentally or by mistake or adu mistake to explain to over evidence people can hang way adu accept to ni badu
okay sir thank you sir
question lady bro ate lady bro
sir question to hang sir
yeah
quickly sir what are the mandate action under the BNS during the arrest of the person regarding section 36B 47 clause 1 48 clause 1 of BNSS akoi da mi ma phab matam da sir akoi na arrest intimation ground of arrest ki matang na kitang akoi police department da hayang tung koi na akoi ta kana ga do advice kra review sir
adu di nga sai sadanandana akoi sadanandana yamna pi hradai ne
police marakta sar district tonga district 36B ketang provide to busulai aduga 47 clause 1 na chat busulai 48 clause 1 na chat busulai ani mak chat busulai aduna chap chap specific oiba koina tawdaba ya mandate oiba section amani tang hai view ba regarding this 36 clause B 47 clause 1 and 48 clause 1 of BNSS thank you sir
See 36B is memo of arrest arrest warrant P but never not throw. See the P the way other report nay. I think as I hike the loiter with the grounds of arrest P and a reason of arrest to P the Yaro any P they never go. The what to Maggie Harry say, my party was it, me as a party high target my right and shoot away, but heck power with a heck power matam dagi. Police na paro na traga topa na paro hek paba matam dagi mase custody da thammam neba adoi targa di adui moment tu dagi mase magi right line laire mai kai right lai ge di magi family da inform tauba magi na traga relative or magi any other person mai nominate tauba adai mase ukil unaya bagi opportunity piba mai medical examination tauba darkar lairaga adu myam do loina laktai neba adugi piriba provision me amdo loina follow tawdai neba aduka haiba 36B is the arrest memo arrest warrant pi badu neba arrest warrant pi se compulsory ne pi da ya deba arrest warrant sina pi da isna magi maru oina ma se kai dai fai kamai na fai then kaino mafam lairana mafam matam adu loina pallani aduga maram kai do wai ma se phari no ha do pandane asigi reason for arrest oi tari ma se phara matung da ma se pha da tari ma se crime similar crime tawni or chain gini witness temper tawni evidence hamper tawni adugu mai reason pi dai ne ba then other is na ground for arrest amne ma se phari se kamaina circumstances kamaina ma phare ino je ma phare je nomayam pairam bagi phare ne hai tar gadi ma se mai possession dang sai hai gi example do nomayam ma se mangon dagi possession dai phange karai da phangi kamaina phangi adu mayam do pallaga ma se phari ba maram se ma masa gyan ta halu hai be wane ba adoi tar gadi ma se noi je mi am pharu tar gadi thado ka do na te magistrate mamang da putho ga noi investigation taw dai ni na further custody noi gi interrogation taw ba khot pagi nirak tai ne ba adu gi magi object taw na ba ma se ai gi oina di ai je phabam thokte ai di custody da laifam thokte haiba defend taw ya na ba do adu gi opportunity do pula pi yo haiba gi wane ba ko aduna asida is da pi riba provision da pi riba hajiki section me am ai do mandatory nga to oi ni ba ko aduga ma ukil unagi ha tari unahan ta bani tawba tabu not all throughout the interrogation adu clearly dum lo da palli noina haidok yaroi da ba ma se unahal loi da ba no interrogation tawrakanda yamna sensitive oi tar gadi dum mapan thokpi ko haiba ya tawba tabu ma ukil unabagi wari sanabagi opportunity ju pi ga dam ne ko si manga yarba
thank you sir
Thank you sir and thank you very much sir for your questions so I take an opportunity
da ama sadandra haidagi supplement tawda nga sai ground of kanoga areas ka region of areas ka khena bagi ko shopping ko na hairi se kaino haibada region of areas haibi ga ground of areas haibi ga khene manade aduna di tongan tongan piga do banai hojai na koi policing na sai gi mamang gi da koi jwa koi gi kanogi joti ba ka ngane ma kono do thaini gi basu kano do digi basugi adigi matung nai khoi arrest memo pibe na ma chanar mi do natra arrest memo pidigi hojikti amu region of arrest ground of arrest mem haire adu nga sai gi slide to do kare region of arrest ni kaino ground of arrest na adu achi mem je pide wi ada bani adu matung da ma khanga do ba haibu sometimes in thena kare atai mem ju mi na hair pa yaw kare ground of arrest region of arrest memo haibu do din nang hek phab da piram ga duri mu manung da ground of arrest kay pibse police farm court yoroti mamang na pigadom na haba court yorokam matung the pbad court ki miyoti mamangda sometimes court yorokan the court period to we have a mayam malagre adu matang ne khoi ni rasu yam na khangmani ground arrest yorok na mi thadok ba mayam yogre ground arrest piram da targadi accused entitled to go in on bail case loy mag visit to gi ni FR ga loy ka khibi yarim ni hai ba arrest kano reason of arrest ground arrest pi da aduna gamai to na ground of arrest si kamai to na gi format na kamai pi ga dege adu pi ga dege hai ba di no gi department sing gi head of department sing na khana ga do bi nai na ga do ni law department nai na ga do ni adu degi madu gi sem ba yadrega adum madu gi format to sem ba yadrega koi academy ne hairo kamai to dege du to dege hena ko adu da khanda ga sem ga do ni we copy the Loina and I have a target again, whom I am a Romereso. But take him a forward and a Shamjel Madaka. PWD Adrobinico, Harry may have said, court your thing at the wood of Tonico. Sometimes call your kind of Pisella have gone by the Mam to ever. Do ya de go?
English those are.
You get the arable.
Sir, I am going to say, UAP case, I magistrate no bail with the yard, but I know nothing give the grounds of spiram driver. But can one UAP UAP about NI bound to this issue, pilot and NI quote in a report of Tokyo. Assume there is a magistrate no bail P by yard the yard with the
bail P by Jagasaki ground by race, all the beginning to Hatana. UP case mission people Yagatra Hiboro. UAP case mission bail people Yagatra Hiboro.
In case suppose Vihan Singh case though. Adu Dadi, despite the statutory restrictions, Adu violate the Constitution Article 21, 22 violate despite statutory restrictions, bill P you have never. Once I P hit river because it was a UAP case. Adu Muda Kai the Uda, this advice I'm talking about. PBI Hibana Tron, we high the ground of the Tarugadi, Magi Paru Bado, Pabia, the Harry Neighbor Loda. I don't know, Adu ground, Tadoke, Tadokitana. Even Oyera Moyera.
Was a key case to the Adom Supreme Court observation, the statutory city constitutional provision in higher of Natro. Had a override to Greba, constitutional provision ever. When a ground of RSP, the Canodo, I CRPC, the Yawa Kati one table, Magi ratio the Yamova, Madi constitutional provision, Adu pilot away, VP, Adu the Yabam Topran and Kalain come with it.
Apprehension like you, Adu claim,
Adu Cano. Clear oragadi, not thoughtful oragadi, question of fact oragadi kitang problem like I man claim to have counter claim amuleco. But can one hide the Masai Supreme Court hide Adumba allegation comma P the Haragadi, one also proving that it was given though. Adu police the Lani have never done never writing the leader. But my right Smito Yaweba, writing the labor, at book accusing claim to say. I did back to people in Copenhagen 10 people near Adu labor. Adu more oragadi kitanga canole. I did question of fact inquiry Masangim.
Sir, I Manorama, one Katang, some police station, Kanata, accused person in the affairs in the South of Godabani, Hibama, Kanjaredua, the Hanjan family repeated approach to Ragasu, a pair Pidava, Adumba police station in the Quena. Karamba step, individual accusing the person family in Karikaramba, we have him tongue that attack you.
Hello, Ziki police FIR to Gogi Matang or Gadi. Already Supreme Court judgment Amalai Greva. Accused is entitled to FIR. However, man guideline Karpi. In some cases, there's confidential information. Haragadi, Mana Kanodo. We committee, a same have Nato Manipur, and go try the 3-man committee, a same have a Supreme Court judgment.
Still, we have not heard about that.
I can high about what's Hizer. committee to the refer to committee no decide to go down never. Piga the piro treasure. Some of the UAP kumba the sensitive information yawuna. Adamana piro in a decision lower the magistrate approach to have never. Within 3 days, magistrate and PO have never. Some ado sigi judgments clearly oiteba. So mina compulsory mana committee torga P the magistrate approach to have in a temporarily delay to what I have a question never. FRP Supreme Court has a magi cognizance test RPP to go different way among the entitled to we. The what Masagi in circumstances exceptional case that the delay to be police na committee piraga magistrate once referred to magistrate the compulsory never 3 days manu people go. I do get adjustment to theory.
If FIR is not given, when he or she the accused arrested, we don't know. I don't know. If bail filing to one time, so remarcation to one time, so Pungjing care no kaino Kangre, Akui party to the cell of the Peter Vanina. Other day, bail moto with the Sukatang defend to one time the problem. They were doing the affairs and then across over the Peter police station. Then one more question is that.
Nangi no judgment return to repeat again high go. I do ye judgment go. Judgment of the Piro. Judgment of power.
Accused is entitled to see judgment. Accused is entitled to get a copy of the first information report at earliest stage. Do it. Sensitive or agati mana cannot we have a decision not to upload the copy of FR on the websites. See you website FR the website after Jihayava. Decision not to upload second logo the not below the rank of Deputy Superintendent Police or equivalent rank.
Nangi second question hang on no sa thona do thiring ai da.
Sir, husikan si akhoi tongan ba akhoi is problem am khalai sei da doctor sinsina mo akhoi karima injury to one the MLC gumba chala ba sinsida police station sing the MLC chalaga di akhoi na claim to ba matam da madu FIR loss to the problem am khaksu he akhoi na thengna jai complaint lakpa da akhoi na thengna jai masi matang da kitanga
question.
Amuka hango, ang ito apet ayada wala hutri, moina.
Ako'y hawzikta ako'y problem tokiba ako'y mayamama tokre ako'y judicial lady conflict ma si matang kita ako'y hospitalized toraba victim mamana MLC gumba record si chala ba matanda MLC chala kanda ako'y police station de approach to ba matanda family members ina adu family members approach to ba matanda mako'y accept to birakta ba siumba si matang kita di ako'y law fraternity dagi mako'y the police station na karma makhani advice to ba yabage haibasigi matang da suk tang tham
crime ama tau tar ga di cognizable offense ama tau re hai tar ga di police ki keno ne ba ko duty ne ba FIR register tau bo do ada tarakte hai tar ga di moi ki masana business ta su ada yaujari da na ko ISP da complaint tau ba then complaint du da tarak tre hai tar ga di magistrate lak pa do ko anau ba da na kya no ari ba na 1563 ki makha da lak pa do ko adumai na dum tau ba ya ne do
adu hojik anova Benesa la agade hojik rusalai se kariuma noina suppose akoina FR ama police station da file tawre khalaje lobby dre police na complaint file da lobby we have 3 police station na adu bitade akoi magi SP da return noina post ka thaga do bani ko return noina post thari SP da thani SP no lobby rak 3 kem to rak 3 khalaje ya lobby rak 3 matam da court magistrate option ani khalani noina kanoda Majike Hariba complaint option any lane, Mona direct complaint Hage Hibama, Atraga, Amuk police at Hadabu and Hage Hibama. Go, option any lane. Number 1 option police, Hadabu, tiny 156 close, seizure down Hadabu in a Hibetama Matamsida. Under Wojik Benesa La Ishina, Kaino Habitamna, affidavit ama yagodobni hare nang Priyanka Sifa sabi order judgment namal leibni ko Priyanka Sifa sagi order judgment ge matungina affidavit ama yagodobni affidavit tu nang pandu si akoi de petition ibidi yawo petition adum affidavit na te ko dongama affidavit aina qualify to na osi adu dai request aure madu just find to FR to bi hare FR lobby re aina kanu da so SP da so Registrar process by to complaint to lobby re na adu da so lobby re adu na de miss ko khoi magistrate amu na police as by to na tham thada view ana mai to na affidavit ama yaw thage yatre hojik de ko adu na tab direct complaint thaba yai direct complaint thaba je hojik akhoi mayam da aina information pi bada hojik problem thoi si Manipur da problem am thoe mamdi kai gi dam tano haja khoi mamang ja leiramba khoi gi justice Muridharan ne am leirame ko justice Muridharan do na magi judgment nam khakta public complaint ani gi ukhulung gi case ni adu gi case da mana hana Supreme Court na Priyanka Srivastava 156 crore gi matang khatane ba adubu Muridharan na hojik section 190 hapchalameba 190 si yauksalame kanona Muridharan ge order sina aduna hojik laiba question si complaint case haragasu police hana chalu godra haiba question nu lakhre hojik se adugi problem duna ko mai order du yenga de police hana chalu fem taiba arem general provision da formal law de general law de high city we need to go to the police station if you want to file a direct complaint case before the court adu hadum yai adu bu hojiki mage Muridharan gi judgment sina kitang khoi de problem am thoe hojik 190 na adu bu khoi madu mathak ta haina dra madu kamai to na revision to go de review to go de haina di adu ma khanari akhoi gi academy chu du gi dam ga tawri me amudi kamai to go de na adu noi charo tha thengari pirage
masai case FIR gi do Youth Bar Association versus Union of India ko 2016 की केस है यूथ बार एसोसिएशन वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया ना तौरगा फंगनी वेबसाइट का अपलोड कनो दो यूथ बार एसोसिएशन निंगसंग वाला नि सिदे यूथ बार एसोसिएशन वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया ना लैबनी को सिदा वेबसाइट का अपलोड तो बखोप की सु यावबने
adu hapai nai na paro
सरसी मतंग दे कोइन सु ए प्रोसेस तो दरे पार्टी ने हेक सब पदा कोई accused gumai part mi singina hek sapa matang victim gumana sapa matam da so moi wa hai tare wa banina akoi doin hangak pa da akoi na hangjani kana hangjani thank you sir
asengmadi ajema general de haji shopping ke order na ha ma de loi ba FR law saro kan de madu website ta upload to godom ni kan loi no direction lei bane ba some koi ke sensitive oiba FR kan da restriction people wani atop general icham chamba FR de loi no upload to godone asengmadi adu bu khoi matam je tum torok te tawra yena yam thengni Nd&Ps safety belt tha ba tum te FR copy yaw de adu to de na yam toi de upload to pra kai na ba upload to yaw pra kai to thina na yam tong ne ba aseng ba supreme vision mi direction de upload to godom ni have direction ni except some cases some kanogi defamation yaw ba du yaw ba kari me am du da economic offense ko ba du makhar da
sir just for clarification Manipur police website has all the FIR copy of the respective police stations. So if we go to Manipur police website, there is an FIR section whereby you can just get the copy of FIR for each police station. Except some FIR copies which are sensitive in nature. Those are not uploaded. Otherwise, the rest it's uploaded online and it's available free of cost.
Is it up to date?
Yes.
Adoni why policing the highly renewable mogi website amalay adu changaga fangne na
sir we have entered the website but still no we are not getting the accused persons are not getting the FIR copies. This is the update news I am asking for the honorable judges. It's not so sensitive copy.
Amutang check to biro moi advocating adi haide copy do moi da check to buda phangde kaina haide update to roba khola bai do ontu su yeng biro moi ne de phangde noi karum ba FR do amutang hayu dana moi da policing da moi da kai sida karum thagi karum chahi FR no do hayu dana moi da
was is burning the UAP ni adu so remand objection.
Nang FR number di kang bro?
184 name.
184 close kaya?
Close 8.
Close 8.
Tawal PS.
Tawal PS. Ado latest ni 118. 118. 184. 18. Tan no to shambiro. Tawaga ganda yaw bray na hore yeng biro. FR number 184 close 8 25 Tawal PS. Hore website yaw bray do. Adongi kano yaw gadi website TV ro je moida ulhal upiro. Koi update tawune hai do.
Yeah, you please check Manipur Police website. I think right now my internet is down. Otherwise, just go to Manipur Police website and then you go to FIR section. I think I can't open the website right now.
I've already checked the website, but still.
Yeah, otherwise,
I'm checking their website today also.
In case of my district, all the FIRs are updated because we have a section which takes care of uploading the FIR within 24 hours of lodging of FIR.
Go to the Thabal magistrate. Thabal ge CGM dara JMI CJ chalo tata saro pide na. Go within 3 days. The karibu ke madika. The case kari case no. What is the case?
Yes, sir. UAP.
UAP. Then approach to the UAP court, session court. Haru road mangun trakas hara matung de ma numi humni manung de PD ba de kam west hat yarom dragadi ko. The my toro. Ato to baloya ya balo
3 days has already gone, sir. 3 days is already gone.
No. First you have to apply. Apply toro matung 3 days hai bane.
Okay, sir. Sorry.
3 days after applying your application to the court. Ada ya birabra. Yam loshana ba.
Thank
you. Request to the Kako wagano hero je ko introge. Oje akhoi ge gasigi mayam question later bina akhoi ge 2 days gi conference si lotion bi ge film da lai aduna aina audience mayam de ge request og jabda mayam de ge request ai ba akhoi ge army gi adagi police personnel gi adagi MR gi adagi advocacy adagi students sing laiba mayam sing digi marak tegi amamamna akhoi ge tawjariba 2 day conference sida haibining ba kari rege haibado amutang amamam haibi yaragadi haibiu.
Sir, conference law student amoina sahi khudingi hoi budget ti budget chawinga kani sahi amada amurta moi tar sinani maramdi sir hoina ngangma matamda hoida motivation of the Indian national flag ki heng mamang the national anthem gi sai tharaga adugi akhoi shada goosebump power to do power lem.
Okay.
Aduna pangthoni sir.
Okay. Nakoida akoina kanuma pi dana feedback ki amu pi dana badude ibiramo.
Yes sir. Ai izagre sir.
Ibiramo akhoi kaudana ba. Akhoi soino gen akhoi iriba feedback ke iriba mayam do akhoi scrutiny fajan taro kana kari tawba yage da akhoi improvement haibe tare ne khoi de sho. Mayam da kari tawga de ge akhoi da tawjari se kasuru te mayam sida lo se anobuni na akhoi da khamin si haibe duni nainaraga no khogi mayam da gi tara ga su akhoi na anoba kai lege do mayam ju khangma ngami na khoi ge su discussion tawjabi ja khoi ja kana bamoni na khoi da adun atai mai ge gi haibiu kana ato
sir si matang sida ai manorama kanu patai se haitan ngbadi akhoi mayam di matang ge discuss tore akhoi cybercrime matang da ngasai am sana topic bodo akhoi siam impressive way, but just I like to know about that is akhoi gi angang sing youth sing gaming so and so forensic lab kisi matang topic bodo I am no idea aduda just I like to ask some question is that akhoi public domain da akhoi gi sida akhoi gi fraternity ngate yo phang ni natabada public domain da akhoi gi youth sing da khanganing ba adugumba amadi akhoi suggest tawjani.
Yes, please suggest to your feedback.
I have already filed.
Yes. Very good. Have you shown my getting have you done? Have you?
never later Harigade project continue.
Thank you, everyone. So I take an opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to expertly moderating our last technical session, respected Sir M. Manoj Kumar Singh, Joint Director, MCA, and special thanks to respected Sir Y. Rotha, District and Session Judge, Imphal West, and respected Sir Sorokhaibam Sadananda Singh, CGM, Imphal West, and respected Ma'am Nira Sinam, ZMFC, Civil Judge, Junior Division, Kaksing, for sharing their valuable insights on related subjects. Now we are a little closer to the end of the sessions. So to share the vote of thanks of today's state-level conference on cybercrime, Nd&Ps, and 3 new criminal laws, I humbly request respected Sir Locktongbam Kritichan Singh, currently serving Secretary Judicial, Judicial Division, Law and Legislative Affairs, Department of Manipur, to address the gathering.
At the outset, I thank all the participants to sacrifice the weekends, Saturday and Sunday, the 2 long day of conventions. And in a nutshell, I would like to say that starting the program from yesterday, we have the insight knowledge of the Nd&Ps by retired Justice J.N. Barowalia, former Principal Secretary Law and District and Session Judge. He not only explained the problems, but the solution also has been given yesterday. And on the second session also, the challenges faced by at the trial by my colleague, Mona Lisa Maibam, and later the Q&A session also. It was a fruitful Nd&Ps session, and I think all the stakeholders might have some takeaway. And the day 1 was over yesterday, and today is also in the morning. We have the cybercrime. This is Ningombam John, SP Cybercrime. He elaborately explained the problems of the investigation agency, that the parameters of the criminal investigation can go to extend to the other countries where the offenders might have created the fake accounts and then, to get to abscond from the criminal arrest and to evade the arrest. And we understand that from that, this is the way forward, that all the investigative agencies also try to look beyond the four corners of the world, and then try to investigate that the victim has suffered a lot. It is one of the instances that the victim has deposited all the money for the daughter marriage, and then later find out that the money has been given by the fraud, and the proceedings to the court, and then cases, it will take time to recover and might not recover also. So that is the case that we have the stakeholder has to apply the mind, and I think all the doubts are cleared. Secondly, we have the distinguished resource person, Nato Locktongbam scientist. He's all elaborately explained about the digital evidence, that how it has to go with it, and how the critical that digital evidence can be manufactured, or it may be kind of, maybe tampered. So that is a thing that we have to observe, that is a high time that the forensic digital evidence has to be stored, it has to be managed, the chain of custody. Even we have the query, and I seconded my colleague also saying that at the time of handling the CCTV or mobile phone, it has to be given a SOP, that it is high time we don't have any SOP in our police department or maybe home department. The other states have the kind of SOP that, for handling of the digital evidence, mobile phone or CCTV, and how it can be handled. And this is the way forward that we have to see. And anything that I agree that when the investigation officer try to retrieve the dog, then password has been asked. And I have to remind that this is the case that we have already has to think that my colleague, our Sir Rotter, has also given the judgment regarding that you cannot give a compel kind of statement. The compel statement also has been given in the various plethora of cases. In one of the cases in Satpati, Nandini Satpati, that the compel, if it is statement of it cannot be given, and the Supreme Court upheld that the silence of the accused at the time of the given the statement, and then he not given this, he has not given this statement, was upheld in the Supreme Court. And the second session of the 3 criminal laws, the difficulties, the implementation at the ground level and the way forward. It is the beginning of the 3 criminal laws that my colleague Sadananda and Neera has explained about the new laws. So what were we taking in the takeaway of these new laws, of the criminal law? Again, about the BNSS and BNSS and the Bharatiya Saksya Adhiniyam. So these 3 laws, the criminal laws, it evolved from the modern society, that the requirement from the earlier law. Why it is earlier law that it itself, the name itself is said Nyaya, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. That means it has to given the Nyaya, that means justice towards the society as a citizen, even the offender and the accused. And we have understand that the Nyaya has to given at the new law with the parameters stating about why it has to be given. And we understand that even the Nagrik Suraksha Sanhitya is the safeguard of the citizen, that it has to be taken care of all the stakeholders, whether it is the LADC, whether it's a judicial officer, whether it is the prosecutors, whether it's the police personnel. We have to consider that the new law has to come into picture, and we have to safeguard the procedure. The procedures are made for the litigants, for the police, to streamline the criminal law, the problems also. As I understand that the criminal laws, the new laws, it has whether the earlier law or this existing law, the new law, it has the kind of the substantial changes in the law. I agree that it is the substantial change in the law, that it has a significant change in the legal system that benefits the accused. In one of the Allahabad case, when the anticipatory bail was cancelled in the earlier law under section 438, clause 8, because he filed the 438 anticipatory bail when the murder took place, and then he was one of the suspects, and then he didn't get the anticipatory bail because of the clause of the 438 subclause 8. And the Allahabad High Court has taken care after a long period of time in the prospective manner of the BNSS, and the anticipatory bail was granted in the murder case. In the new law of 482, that there is no bar in the filing of the suspect from the murder case. So he got a relief. So there is the outcome of the new laws that has been take away by the citizen, and hopefully that is a new law. And again, the laws are made for us, the law are made for the police and the litigants, and ultimately for the benefit of the litigants, not to suffer them. And we should understand that the provisos are all strictly followed, whether if that the kind of that we have the lacuna, or that whether it's the fileable of appeal and we file a civil revision, or maybe a criminal revision. That is the thing that if we all kind of tend to that the procedure are not filed in the original way, but we understand we remember the old laws of Antule versus Nayak, that the court given the judgment without the jurisdiction is nullity in law. And I congratulate to everyone that we look forward again that the procedures should be followed strictly, and I understand that there will be many more conferences in the future, and maybe in the future that I look forward together maybe with the agreement with the MJ, that we understand that maybe there is a program of the serious offenses and the speedy trial, which can be taken up 1.5 years or maybe 2 years. This might look forward, and I believe that my dream that it will be due soon in the next quarterly or maybe end of this year or maybe next year. Thank you very much. I look forward to again.
Thank you very much. With the kind permission of our Joint Director, we formally close the 2-day state-level conference on Nd&Ps, cybercrime, and 3 new criminal laws. Thank you, everyone.
그럼 딱 이거야.